homicide because the hyoid bone doesn't break when you have hangings. He said he didn't want to commit suicide. The video went out. The security guards are asleep. I mean, there was a huge investigation of this by the inspector general. So the number of people that would have had to been involved in this conspiracy and cover.
It's the same thing with like the fucking moon conspiracy theorists. Do you know how many fucking retards would have to be keeping this close to the chest? Yeah, it's so stupid.
Is very large, and it's a large number of people who are in this job to be do-gooders. And so maybe there will some evidence.
They're not in the job to be.
Oh yeah, they are.
Sometimes they're in the job to be do-gooders. Sometimes they're influenced by very powerful figures that want a particular result. Does that not happen?
But we underestimate.
Hold on a second. Does that not happen in the real world? It does, right? And wouldn't you imagine if you're dealing with multiple billionaires that may be compromised by the evidence that this guy's going to relay in a trial, that would be one of the times that they would want to exert that kind of influence?
It's possible. And like I said, in our piece we wrote, it's possible. But I think at this point we don't know. I don't think we have the evidence either way. And that's, for me, that's the change. I went from, I think it was a homicide, to now I don't know.
Michael Schellenberger?
I didn't understand that he committed suicide 18 days before.
No. He didn't commit suicide 18 days before. His cellmate tried to kill him 18 days before.
That's what he said, right?
They found him unresponsive. He said, my cellmate tried to kill me.
Yeah, but how do we know that? Why would we think
Okay, and then was it reported that it was an attempted suicide to try to dismiss the fact that his cellmate was trying to kill him? Because they wanted his cellmate to kill him? We don't know. But you can't dismiss that.
The psychologist thought he was suicidal.
If the guy is so huge, Epstein is this old fucking Jewish dude. How did the massive jacked contract killer fail to kill Epstein? Why was there not a single mark or bruise or a single anything on his body? On Epstein's body. Not a single anything. It's so stupid. You can't engage with this.
Oh, because the autopsy guy was lying. Of course.
Oh.
That's why the autopsy was
fake,
released a day
and it was
before.
A body double, and yeah.
Exactly.
I think my understanding, he could have lied about the room. He didn't want to have a roommate. That's like why, and they didn't have a roommate.
Why would you want to have a roommate who's a fucking contract killer? Who's a sociopathic cop who killed 4 guys?
But if you're a contract killer and you're in Epstein's cell,
was he a sociopath or was he a contract killer? Because
Joe would just say you have to be a sociopath in order to be a contract.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're getting paid enough money for it, okay, that doesn't necessarily imply sociopathy. Don't sociopaths just kill for the love of the game?
You want Epstein to die in your cell
because you want to kill him because people are going to give you like extra sick.
Are you allowed to choose your roommates? Do they have like the choosing hats or whatever? It's like, I want the roommate who was the white collar criminal. I want the roommate who was.
If you're in like the white collar prison, you might to a certain amount, right? You get some of that shit.
I highly doubt that you can ever choose your roommate in prison, but I have no idea. But it just doesn't seem like it makes any sense.
Based.
Somebody said the commissary.
Do we have any evidence?
Who fucking knows? No, but who fucking knows?
Yeah, but we don't know.
There's a guy who already kills people, and he's in jail forever. He's going to be in jail forever. So for that guy, you say, "Will you kill that guy for me?" Like it's not even much of a stretch.
It's not much of a stretch that Epstein would have killed himself.
It's not much of a stretch that guy killed him either. If he's telling the truth, that there was a report 18 days before that guy tried to kill him.
We just don't know. I mean, that's
we certainly don't know. But I don't understand why you would want to make the conclusion that he tried to kill himself, and that this guy, who's a contract killer, was not actually trying to kill him when he said he was 18 days before.
Well, Joe, I mean, please don't misrepresent. I'm saying I don't know, and that the change for me is going from really looking like a homicide to really not knowing, because there's some evidence that I had not considered before that.
Right. You know, the guy who did the autopsy was the guy from that autopsy show.
Is that the guy who did the autopsy? What he was going to say is the guy from that autopsy show?
Autopsy show? Yeah. I mean, if you want to find the spot, here's the. I'll link it in chat.
No, I'm good on that one, Chief.
You're good on it?
I'm good on that one, Chief.
Oh, Christ.
I will say one thing. Wait. Well, it's just movie talk. Wait, oh, you don't remember Looper at all?
I mean, I watched it like 4 or 5 years ago. I
know
remember a little
everything
bit
about
of
it.
I remember hating it.
I can't believe you hated it. Also, why did you say you were like, I predicted everything 15 minutes in? What the fuck does that even mean? I thought there was going to be some huge twist at the end when you said that, but there's not at all. So I don't know why you said that.
No, that's the problem, is it isn't a twist.
Well, it's not every movie needs a twist, you fucking child.
I agree with you, but at the time when I watched it, I was expecting like, oh, this is going to be like some interesting, like you're going to have to like figure it out, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't interesting, and I figured it out, and then I have to just watch the movie play out just that way. That's what I remember. I haven't watched it since I gained the frontal cortex.
What are you talking about? What the fuck? Okay. All right. One thing I appreciated, I think, kind of, maybe, I can't tell if I liked this or hated it, when Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, is that his name? Or Joseph Levin Gordon?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt. When they were talking in the restaurant, and he tries to ask him questions, he was like, listen, man, if you want to talk about time travel shit, we're going to have to fucking break out the plastic straws and everything. That movie's plot makes absolutely no fucking sense. you cannot think about the plot of Looper for more than 2 seconds without it falling apart in like 50 million different ways. Holy shit. But I think it was a decent movie. It had good emotional points. Performances were okay. Okay action.
Did you like Drive?
I don't think I saw Drive.
God, people in chat love fucking Drive for some reason. And
that's the one with the guy, right? With the fingerless gloves and the fuck, what's his name?
Yeah.
The guy, the hot guy.
Someone will say his name.
And Blade Runner 2048.
Yeah, Ryan
Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, yeah. Yeah, it's the one with Ryan Gosling. When I watch it, I just feel like he's a guy with like actual autism. And if you watch it like that, I think you'll understand the movie so much more. It is a very autistic guy. Yeah.
Okay.
You should watch it. It's a funny watch.
I've heard
funny, but
funny. Oh, you guys watched the Queen's movie. Did you watch it with chat? I didn't get a chance to, but
no, I didn't get a chance.
What's the Queen's movie?
Melania.
No,
how dare you think there could be any other queen? I heard it was just atrocious. Did it have that stupid fucking? What would you? I don't know what you call this. Like cheap reality TV show or advertiser music? Because I saw a clip of it and that little like da 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 whatever the cheesy bullshit Hallmark. I don't even know what you'd call it. Music playing in the background. Was that like for the whole
Hallmark
movie?
music. I can understand that. Yeah. I only watched a clip and I think that was happening when I was watching it too.
Jesus.
I can't bring myself to watch like what I know is going to be an enormously bad movie. Like I knew
it's
it was
hard
going
for
to be
me
bad.
too.
I just like I don't want to do it.
She's an
I know
amazing
it's gonna be
woman,
bad.
Dan. And it was International Women's Day. Not really, but
She's a woman.
she is a woman.
That's true.
Oh, you don't think
Yeah.
she's an amazing woman?
No, I think she's a woman. Yeah.
I love how they got.
Jesus.
What did they sell that fucking shit movie for? Didn't they sell it to Netflix for like $100 million or something stupid like that?
No, Melania wasn't sold to Netflix.
Or what was it? Was it Amazon Prime?
I think Prime, yeah.
Oh, Amazon. Dude, we will. I don't know. Never mind.
Crime is legal.
Yeah,
Just-
it's
there you
like
go.
it's just so.
Crime is legal.
But
Crime is
it's
legal.
not even crime. It's worse than that because like criminals wish
It's
that they
corruption.
could.
Like
yeah,
the fucking
it's-
highest level.
Yes, criminals wish they could do anything on this scale of abusing an office to make money.
The organized crime people, they were just too early.
I guess, or something. Jesus.
I think I read. I don't know if can this possibly be the case that we had an entire like crypto crimes enforcement unit. We just got rid of all of them. All of them.
I think
There's
he killed
no
the
one
current
left.
investigations too, didn't he? Or the ongoing investigations, I think.
I'll tell you this: if they pardon SBF, that will be unbelievably insane. If that happens.
The Silk Road guy.
Yeah, they finally got the Silk Road guy, right?
Yeah, he got pardoned too.
Yeah, you made the
He's
world's
probably out
biggest
there with like
drug
10
market?
fucking
I've
billion
never
dollars
actually
in a Bitcoin account.
looked into it, but I've heard different things. Did he actually try to get some fucking dude killed, or was that some bullshit? Do you know?
Apparently, so yes, so he did, and there was payments made.
Ooh, that's not good. It's a lot of not good.
Well, what'd the guy do?
True.
Well, let me-
True.
well, let me hear both
Good
sides.
question.
Well, hold on, Dan. Why did he try to kill him?
Because I think the guy was trying to blackmail him, I believe.
Well,
Oh, okay. Well, that's not good. It's not nice.
don't do that, and you won't get killed.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so what? SBF is grifting right now, angling for the pardon, and he'll probably get it. I'm just going to say, he's probably going to get it, and it will just be insane.
You know he's going to pardon everybody in this administration. Everybody on Fox News is going to be like, well, Biden did it.
I think I'm gonna do. Hey, Flameboy, not to be fucked with. You can't outrun these guys.
Oh, the big ones? No, I
The,
don't think so.
the flying
They're
fire
fast as
dudes.
fuck.
Oh my god. I think my
Invite me.
favorite was the what's the name of the rolling truck guy?
Tesla. Or the Tesla, no. Nikolai? No, it was one of the, it was like copied the name of it. But yeah, the guy who made the electric semi company.
The fact that that guy's defense attorney was Brad Bondi.
That's who I'm hiring.
and
If
he
I
got
ever do anything,
anybody
I'm
with the
looking for
last
one of
name
those
of
guys.
anybody, yeah, holy shit. I need the corruption lawyer.
Literally, yes. That's what you're doing right now at this point.
I'm hiring anybody that's, associated with Pam, Trump. If I'm building real estate, I'm hiring a Trump branded, real estate firm, etc. Here, invite me actually, because I don't want to be responsible for the fucking party.
Good. You're not responsible, so you shouldn't be.
True.
I'm just writing Bluegate looking for blueprints, so.
Sure.
He dog whistles
bait.
for Adam Mockler to separate from you for his brand. Oh, good job, Hassan. I see Hassan is up to tweeting just Kiwi Farms clips of me now. That's good. Strong guy.
Do you think he'd post on your thread?
I don't know. Wouldn't surprise. No, people probably send him shit.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Same way I get Brettler to shoot him a cease and desist. I don't know how he'll respond to that, but we'll see.
Wait, what?
You're shooting him a cease and desist?
Well, yeah, the guy said I'm outed in court as a pedophile. I don't think this is a
That's
true
awesome.
statement that he can make. That's kind of fucking crazy. Like, Jesus Christ.
What? Well, if anything, the court thing proved that you're not?
I mean, it
The
depends
whole
on what you mean by
deposition?
prove. Technically, no. Pixie's lawyer decided to stick in a footnote that girl was 17. And then we did the whole deposition and everything, and then we figured out that I'd never even spoken to this person before. So we asked them to adjust their filing, since obviously they're trying to defame me with the footnotes and the thing. And they
Yeah.
said, well, no, this is actually a highly contentious issue, and we think it would be more appropriate to solve this at the time of trial or in court. And it's like, well, this is not even going to be referenced now, because now this is out of your statute range, so this is never going to come up. That's the reason why we have that rule, the sanctions pending against them. So we filed a Rule 11
Got it.
sanction because they wouldn't update their filings to be accurate with the reflection of the court. And then their
And you're still
response
waiting on the judge to get back.
on everything, yeah. And then their response to sanction us for sanctioning them,
That, yeah,
which
smart.
is epic, absolutely epic.
You sanction me, I sanction you.
Yeah. Taylor
There's gonna be
reposted
a
that same
day
advice,
where
huh?
you-
Yeah, Taylor's pretty mad, but that's fine. We were texting all last night. And by that, I mean, she was texting me a million times, and I was responding with passive-aggressive messages, but...
Be careful and make sure you're well equipped and brought back up if you do try to take it on.
There are guys in Destiny's Replies on Twitter posting full doxes constantly. You know, that's fine. I think the cops around here are bored. Let them get practice suiting up for their for their SWATs.
Hey,
like
Steve, we're back
free
again.
training.
Yeah, you know, I feel super safe when I'm walking around Miami Beach now because I see all the cops. And I'm like, oh, it's that dude. I'm like,
Fist
oh,
bump
what
him.
up? Yo, hey man, what's up? Oh, you know, no, just kidding. You know. Okay. Do you go over anything else today, or I'm gonna start? I got a couple of videos I got to chew through. I'll watch that 60 minutes.
Start there. Yes. The most
Let's
important
see.
one.
The most important one. I think between either here or over there, this is a 100% gun case spawn. I think it is every single time.
Like here or there?
It's either over there, or it'll be up, like on top of, like right here.
Oh, shit.
But it
I
was
didn't know
a
that.
fucking osprey, so. Breaking news, 400 million barrels from the global SPR to be released. Uh-oh. So
Does
how
that mean
long
Trump
are we...
sees high gas prices?
How long
Well,
are we
that-
going
you
to...
That's not even for our use. Like, we don't need oil from anyone else. We're a net exporter. It's just to bring
Well-
global market prices down. We never imported any
Well,
oil
hold on.
from
Are,
Iran.
I don't know
you
how that
sure? Don't we
works.
need a lot of oil right now because we're at fucking war?
No, but we never imported any oil from Iran. Iran
Well,
was
but I
already,
also I don't think it works
just
that way.
other
I think
people did.
all the markets affect everything.
No. That's why I'm saying. So like when they release it, yes. It's
No. What I'm saying is that like even if we made all of our own oil, if oil around the
We sell a
world
bunch.
got
Yeah.
more expensive, it would get more expensive in the United States.
Yeah, because we would sell it to those other countries because we're capitalists. Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying like. It's interesting when you think like, oh, we're releasing the oil for Americans to lower the price. I mean, kind of, a little bit, but like, it's really just trying to bring down global pricing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized it's fucking 20 minutes in. Fuck.
Yeah, this has already
Oh
been
my God,
open.
I didn't shoot it 3 times.
But you got your gun case.
Yeah, my osprey array. Was that you shooting? Oh, you're dead.
That's on you.
How many did you bring? A lot of bullets?
I went free loadout Pharaoh. Oh, I'm getting shot by a person up above.
Above where? Oh my God! Oh, they're up there.
Yeah, I don't know. I got ospreyed.
Oh, that's awkward.
I'm going in this car. Oh, I can't even get in there. I'm behind the car.
you see this guy as ally or?
I don't. Oh.
What is hitting me? Oh, I see. Is that's his
Him
ally.
from above.
Oh.
I just got piped from left.
Okay. Well.
That you did.
Base. Okay.
Sorry.
Bad spawns. Okay. What do we got going on here?
Why would he want to go there? Seems like a pain in the ass.
Well, let me turn my stream on. Hold on.
As, cause he's fucking desperate, dude. Propaganda for the apartheid.
Oh, was this him tweeting at me or about me?
Genocide.
He tweets like a retard.
Jesus, he sounds like a fucking retard, bro.
No,
Kill
well, I
me.
mean, when he does this, it's like.
This is now a stress test for the
You
LSF no
can't
Hassan rule.
come out and do this because I want to.
So what if it's bait? I mean, I don't even think it's bait. Why would he want to go there? Seems like a pain in the ass. Cause he's fucking desperate, dude. That's what it is. He's irrelevant.
I'm just gonna do free loadout since we're just like blueprint hunting.
Okay. Why would I want to? What? I hate these fan bases so much. I hate it when the conspiracies don't even make sense. Like, even if, let's assume that was the case. I'm desperate and I'm irrelevant. Why the fuck would I go to Israel? What the fuck is that going to get me? Like, what? What?
Like what? $10,000 would be what they pay? Like, I don't know, maybe more.
Or the implication. First of all, I don't think I would get paid cash. Okay. Also, just to be clear, it was not the country that was offering me. This was some company in the place that was offering to cover my travel, my room and board or whatever, or my travel in my room or whatever. But I just don't understand what he thinks I would have to gain from this is gonna blow me up again. My trip to Israel.
He's desperate. He's a fucking loser. He needs money because his wallet is burning because of the court cases that he has to deal with.
Like, and the thing that's annoying too is that this roach fuck even knows that this isn't true. Like, if I needed money, why the fuck would I travel? Traveling is the worst thing in the world for your fucking wallet. Like, the streams suck, because every single time Hassan is out with his fake fuck friends that are too retarded to realize he's using them, he's always complaining about oh, my stream isn't getting enough donos, or this isn't really good, or oh shit guys, like what's going on? Like, are you gonna pay for the shooting range? You remember when he was on his fucking stream crying to the Austin streamers about this? Like, travel streams suck for making money. It doesn't even.
Yeah, travel.
I don't
streams
even
are
know
not
if we
good money
streamed.
makers.
Did we even stream in Israel? We might have a little bit, but I think it was mainly just uploading clips and videos and shit on Twitter. Like, yeah, like it's so annoying that he can lie so much, and his whole. I guess I don't know how much of his audience eats this up, or how much it is like, oh, just Hassan doing Hassan things. Who the fuck knows?
So we can consistently pressure his victims.
These are gistical talking points. Gistical or one of his friends are DMing us on some of these talking points, I think, too.
Will you go back to China? Yes. Why would Gavin collab with these sickos? He probably doesn't know. Sick of weak dems who think taking the high road means letting the other side walk over us. He probably just...
Okay. What is this?
And people don't even know that. Invite I show speed genuinely. I asked, he did not respond. It would have been great. You can just go to Cuba. Like, even right now, you can just go.
I don't think you can travel directly to Cuba from the U.S. You have to go through Canada first, but it's not. I don't think it's that hard to get in here.
When an independent YouTuber that gets like fucking 50 subscribers, right, says, guys, we asked Apple
You can do a day trip from Key West. Really?
CEO Tim Cook for a comment. He did not respond to our request for answer.
Even in Morpholex, hope you have an amazing stream.
Okay.
Much Lou B.
Jesus, sorry.
We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this month, but we have the greatest military.
Wait, somebody said you could do day trips from Key West like 8 years ago. I almost went for a bachelor party. Well, hold on. I know that
8 years ago was Obama, no?
Yeah, I think it was in his second term. Obama relaxed the travel restrictions from the U.S. to Cuba, but I thought when Trump came back, he re-implemented those for.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
you
know.
got rid of all that shit.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I think there was a brief
No
period
reason.
of time for like a year or something where you could actually fly directly to Cuba, but that's gone. I just repeated myself.
In the world by far, nobody. We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this month, but we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody. We have.
President,
Hey, everyone.
President of Peace. What do we got?
It's me, Sam Stein, managing editor of the Bulwark, joined by Tim Miller, our what is your
Wait,
even
before you do
title?
this
Our
one,
founder.
did you see the Josiah video again in Pisco?
No, where I saw it was like a 35-second clip. Though. I don't know what the context was.
Oh, okay.
Why was it actually? They were just messing around, right? I think.
No, Pisco was being a retard.
Oh. Well, maybe I'll watch that
Good
after
cinema.
this.
Yeah, watch it later.
Extraordinaire.
How's
We're
that,
here to
founder?
talk.
Came in late on the host of the Bulwark podcast. Commentator,
Yeah.
talent, takes man.
Takes Man is a good one. Okay, let's go with Takes Man. I consider you a founder. Anyways, we're here to talk about Joe Rogan, the Iran war, and whether or not this actually signals something bigger. I know there's been a lot of talk about what MAGA and if they're like supportive of the war and whatever. We're going to get into all that on this Bulwark Takes. Appreciate your subscription to our channel. So, Tim, today Rogan's going on his pod. You know, it's a multiple hour affair, but a couple clips that surfaced which were interesting and I guess somewhat expected considering how he's felt about the stuff in the past, where he finally addresses what's happening in Iran. Let's play the 15-second clip because I think that one is more interesting, where he talks about the feeling of betrayal that folks have over what is happening in Iran.
Which just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people.
Oh, there is one thread. I don't know if I'll go through it or not, but I fucking banned like 50 motherfuckers in this fucking thread about the Hutch stuff. You guys go way too fucking hard on people that we have slight disagreements with, which is fucking annoying. But everybody in that thread was saying, like, oh, well, it's the streamer's behavior. Oh, well, it's the streamer. Like, it's unfair to ask us to change if Destiny, blah, blah, blah. Every single time I talk to somebody that I consider myself in, like, majority alignment with, I am always clarifying at the end, like, I still agree with Hutch on most things. Like, you guys need to chill on attacking people. I've said this for, like, over a fucking year. This is not a streamer problem. This is, unfortunately, it's a broader internet community problem. Arc Raiders is actually a really good example. Any game, anything that comes out that's like super popular initially, anything on the internet, eventually there'll be like a counter jerk wave, and then there'll be a counter jerk wave, and it's just like for whatever reason on the internet, like these types of things are just it's how you fucking retards communicate. But yeah, I don't ever demonstrate behavior where I think it's okay to just like go fucking full on fucking nuclear on somebody that I have like a decent amount of
respect for.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm pretty sure I clarify almost at the end of every single conversation, like, hey, like, you know, we still agree with most of these people or whatever. Yeah, Jesus. But,
yeah, no, Hutch seems like a genuinely good dude who's like principled in most of his stances. And I think he's good faith.
Yeah,
which is the most important.
And he's also like, I would say that at least from a lived up perspective, like those types of fights would be the fights that I think I would want to see happen. Like, I think that's an okay fight to have. Like, how hard should we be in the next administration?
How should we be pushing? How hard? Yeah.
Yeah. But and not like the whole, do we need socialism or some bullshit or whatever.
Yeah.
This motherfucker. Oh, fuck me. Well, good luck. Okay, I think I have to do these solo because the duos are going to be way too brutal and it's always going to be two people.
Yeah,
I
you can
just
do
run
them.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just chill in here.
Yeah.
Feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
All right. How many times can this man feel betrayed? Like, I feel like this is like the 6th or 7th betrayal that Joe Rogan.
Been saying based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
All right. How many times can this man feel betrayed? Like, I feel like this is like the 6th or 7th betrayal that Joe Rogan has endured over Donald Trump. And at some point, I feel like Joe Rogan should just do an hour podcast where he just talks to himself in the mirror about like what happened.
I think he's processing. And just in the spirit of radical candor, I've not consumed the 2 to 3 hour Joe Rogan interview with Michael Schellenberger, and I do not intend to. But I did talk to our guy Brendan, who watched a lot of it, just so I had a greater fuller picture beyond what was happening in these little clips. And one of the things that Brendan said to me was that it was kind of testy. The interview was kind of testy because Schellenberger, if you don't know him, he's kind of a Rogan-esque figure, but in the like policy space. He's like a lefty environmentalist type that like became big contrarian around COVID and around woke stuff. And so he kind of went down that same pipeline.
He's a free presser.
Yeah, in the policy space, right? And it was interesting that Schellenberger remains like pretty defensive of Trump across all of these metrics because Schellenberger feels betrayed by the left. Fairly or unfairly. And so it's interesting that like that dynamic was such that like would make Rogan testy. And I think that's telling about this cognitive dissonance that you're talking about, Sam, where it's like, he's like, wait a minute, like at some level, say what you want about Joe Rogan. I think he at least had convinced himself that he was not being a hack, that he was on a authentic ideological journey, you know, from being a Bernie curious cultural conservative bro dude to being, you know, like MAGA friendly because they had common agreements on a few things. Sure. And among the top thing on that list was not going into stupid Middle East wars. Right. You know, and so you can imagine how somebody who really cares, who that is something that they see as a defining issue of themselves, of their own ideology. You could see how that person could go from being for Obama, being anti-Iraq war, to being Bernie curious, to all of a sudden saying like, look, this bipartisan establishment keeps taking us into fucking stupid wars, and here's this outsider guy who doesn't. And you know, like you can at least see how he could self-conceive as like this was a rational trajectory for me. And now he has to sit in the stew of the fact that that bet was wrong and that he got duped and he got fooled by Trump. And you can see how that might make him testy. And you can see why that would have him leaning into like this notion of betrayal, where it was not him that misjudged Trump. It was Trump that is betraying his people.
I suppose. I also think the other thing here is like, okay, there are three real main issues here that have been the source of betrayal for Rogan. There's this one. There's the Epstein files, which was another animating issue for a lot of these folks. Like they had to get to the bottom of the Epstein files, and Trump was going to get to the bottom of the Epstein files, and they promised to get to the bottom of the Epstein files. The other one is immigration, where you know they, I don't know, deluded themselves, convinced themselves, whatever you want to say, that Trump would just go after the bad guys, and then we're going to have immigration raids across the country, and people were being hysterical. I think this is what probably gets them. I have no idea. I would love to know, but like during 24. A lot of the pushback against the Rogan types was, no, you're wrong. Like Trump obviously is going to do mass deportations. He's cavalier on foreign policy. He'll probably get us into some sort of ridiculous dick measuring contest with someone. He's not going to solve these wars. And like, good luck with the Epstein files. It's probably ain't going to happen, right?
How do you feel about the analysis? These people got fooled. I think most of them wanted what was sold to them. If I was a Democrat trying to appeal to moderates, or if I was a Republican trying to appeal to... I didn't even see that guy in front of me after that. If I was a Republican trying to appeal to MAGA voters or whatever, I would probably try to play that as like, you guys got tricked, because it gives people a way back rather than just like calling them retarded. But for the problem for most of these people is that... Actually, I don't know. I feel like I did 99 damage. Is that possible? Really? The problem is that the Michael Tracy dude on Twitter is completely right, but you cannot defend him publicly. What? Defend who? Michael Tracy? I can defend whoever the fuck I want publicly. What the fuck are you talking about?
Based?
Destiny, unhinged behavior towards disagrees is normal in internet communities, but don't you think that you also encourage that behavior towards your opponents when you ban anyone who acts like that towards you, but don't ban it when people do it towards Hutch? No, I try to, like, if people are making unhinged comments towards other people, I'll generally ban those people. I'm probably going to be a bit harsher to comments about me because it's my fucking stream and it's my fucking subreddit, and that weird Mr. Girl talking point, I don't know if you're a gesticular or not, but like, yeah, I'm probably going to be a little bit more attuned to or sensitive to comments about me, but this is my stream and it's my subreddit and it's my community and it's my world, so fuck you. But if people are making unhinged comments about other people, yeah, I generally will ban those people too.
And so I think some of the testiness...
That's a Mr. Girl talking. I know it is, yeah.
Solve these wars. And like, good luck with the Epstein files. It's probably ain't going to happen, right? And so I think some of the testiness is that he has to, or he should admit, like, yeah, my detractors, the people who were telling me that I was being kind of naive and stupid about this stuff, were right. And that's really hard to do, right? You don't want to admit to the people who are like yelling at you.
So you go to black pill space.
What is black pill space?
Nihilism. You go to a space where it's just like, look, I was not, but I did not show judgment wrong. I was.
Don't you think that Hutch's straw manning of just calling your position doomerism and delusional is not sort of bad faith? No, that's his opinion on my position. Is he calls it doomer or whatever. That's not I don't think that's bad faith. That's just his assessment. That's his opinion of my position.
Betrayed. And I'm going to continue to be betrayed because no matter who you put in there, whether it's Republicans or Democrats or populists or not, like there's some deep state Borg out there that is going to make them all do this stuff. And I think I think that's where this is headed. I think that's what a lot of these guys are going to convince themselves of. And they're going to become nihilistic and jaded and want to check out of the political system.
If it was possible, like if I controlled enough of the messaging apparatus for anything related to the Democratic Party, that whole like they tricked you, I would try to shift that burden from the Trump and his cronies in the administration to the alternative media people. So rather than saying that that Trump tricked everybody, I think the onus should be on people like Joe Rogan and all these people, because these guys were telling you what was going to happen. They were throwing their weight behind certain candidates, and then they got paid a fuck ton of money in exchange for it. They got paid so much money. How much money did Joe Rogan sign to Spotify for? Was it $100 million for his show?
I'm looking.
It was an insane contract. And it's like, and now these guys are like, oh, I can't believe what's happening. It's like, what do you mean?
Spotify signed a new multi-year deal with Joe Rogan in 2024 worth up to $250 million.
Like, what do you mean you had no idea? You couldn't know? Like, I just don't buy that they can have no accountability for that. That's crazy. Let's not call everything Mr. Girl talking points or Juice Talk talking points. I'll call the talking points when I see them because I know how you guys like to spread them. But I'll respond with substance to the talking point. It's not like I just dismissed it. I'll respond with substance to the talking point. But the reason why you know that's a Mr. Girl or Just Girl talking point is because sometimes they'll say things. Like one of the common ways that people will attack me, you have to be careful, or online people do this sometimes. They'll just say a thing that's true and reasonable, but they say it in like an accusation. And then because it's like an accusation, you have to feel like you need to defend it or whatever. And then you end up like defending weird shit. Like someone will say like, every single time you're mad at your girlfriend, I notice that you get, I notice that like you start raising your voice, or I notice that you like, you're kind of like pissy for the rest of the day or whatever. Like anytime you guys get in a fight or whatever, something like this. And it's like, like, no, or like what, like you want to fight against it. It's like, well, hold on. If you get really upset at somebody, like I think it's okay to be mad for a little bit about it. That's not a horrible thing. Like why would you even defend against that, right? Like the claim that like, don't you think that you moderate comments against you more harshly than you moderate comments about other people? I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure every single person on the entire internet does that. That's probably always going to be the case. I seriously doubt you're going to have a mirrored one-to-one reciprocity. And I wouldn't demand any other chatter ever have that one-to-one reciprocity either. Like that's a thing that I know you didn't think of that in your mind. You never thought of that talking point because it's such a stupid talking point. It doesn't make any sense because no reasonable person would say that. This had to have come from a circle jerk space because those people have no ability to moderate their opinions when it comes to me, and they're fucking insane. But
and I'm going to tell you, the political system might have been better off when they were checked out in the first place.
That's not true! That's my talking point. I think that it was way better when these guys just weren't involved in politics, 100%. People are being super weird about Hutch right now. Like watching Food Shops, call him a white moderate and saying he would disagree with MLK during civil rights. They want to rope so fucking bad. Then don't watch Food Shops. I don't know what. I'm not here to. I don't sign off on all their opinions and everything. But I don't know how to make people just disagree with something a little bit without making them fucking hate everything. Like this happens in fandoms. This happens in every single fucking online community. It happens with celebrities. I just don't know how to make. I just don't know.
It's
how
not
to,
a DGG issue. It's
it's like an online thing. I don't know how. Yeah.
I don't know if that's badness. I don't think that we should necessarily see that as bad. Some people, my boy Theo Von, like some people were meant for politics,
Right.
Theo Von,
True.
like we've done this before. He crushed it interviewing the Amish kid. That's great. That's funny. It's like, Theo asking some Amish kid, like, hey, have you ever played Nintendo? That's good. That's good material. Talking to the vice president, not as strong. And it seems like these guys' instincts, doesn't seem like it's pretty clear these guys' radar antenna was way off when it comes to MAGA. And I'd love for them to see the light and see that it was the MAGA people in particular that betrayed them. But I think more likely is that they kind of start to go back to their world of non-paying attention.
I was just an addendum on Theo because, yes, I think you're right. And yet, at the same time, when he has Bobby Kennedy Jr. on talking about snorting lines of coke off a toilet, I kind of like that content too, honestly. Yeah. I talked to Will Summer a lot about this, I should say, about like sort of the people who get sucked into conspiracies, because it was especially true on the Epstein stuff, where like...
Some guy sent me an email. He wants me to start using the term vibe slop. But like, it is kind of crazy when you look at the names and the things that are involved now with like the conservative movement, like that... The Terrence Howard guy, you remember the 1 + 1 = 3 dude?
Yep.
Like that was legitimately, that guy was having like schizo feelings, right? Like they all, like a schizo person always has like a theory of everything or like a solution for the universe. Eric, I think, right? Eric Weinstein also has like a theory of everything, like the solution for the entire universe.
Athene, yeah.
Athene did, yeah. I don't think he's MAGA though. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, they unironically have, like, they're just like recruiting these actual schizos, and they're like elevating them too. Oh, that Chinese professor weirdo guy or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone was waiting for this great reveal, and then it didn't come because Trump was just not allowing the documents to be released. And so I remember I was like, "Will, how do they sort of rationalize this stuff, right? Like they put all their hopes in Trump doing this, and then he didn't do it. Like, aren't they mad at Trump?" And he said exactly what you said, which is that they just concoct a larger conspiracy. Like Trump is actually like a bit player in this. Like the real forces are even bigger than Trump, and they're controlling Trump, and like it's not his fault. And I guess in the Iran stuff, I know we're not playing the clip.
This is where your people come back in Israel.
But yeah.
To be clear to that chatter, it's a mystical talking point specifically because that was his argument for why he should have been able to crash out in your subreddit, no matter when he felt he looked unfavorable in his convo to you. Well, I don't think his issue wasn't that he looked unfavorable in the conversation to me. The issue is he felt like the moderation was like steering the community in a certain way that was against him, which like I mean, you can maybe engage, like that's not like an impossible conversation to have, right? I think there are both sides to that argument potentially, but like I think because, and I'm like, I guess I'm just discovering, or I did rediscover over and over again, like why, this sounds so elitist, I'm sorry, but like why celebrities just don't fuck with normal people is like the idea that, and I don't want to sound mean or entitled, well no, fuck this, I'm not being entitled. The idea that somebody would assume that they could have access to my community, all my community spaces, come on my stream, and then be granted like access to my whole audience and be able to argue and like all of that, like, I don't know, that just seems like a lot. Where it's like, I demand that you moderate this thing in this way. And it's like, you don't have to engage with me, or you don't have to engage with my community. And I think I do a better job than basically every other content creator on the internet when it comes to this stuff. It's still not perfect. But then, yeah, to blow up that much over it when it's like, I don't know. I feel like I've offered a lot of opportunities to some of these people, and they kind of just fucked it all up on some like retarded shit. But who knows? What are you going to do? Whatever.
It comes back to the Jews. But in the Iran stuff, like there's this new line out there. It's like, well, Lindsey Graham, he's just influencing Donald Trump, and like he's got way too much influence, and we just got to get Lindsey Graham out of there. It's like, yo, Donald Trump is the president. You know, he can do what he wants. If he's getting influenced this easily by Lindsey fucking Graham, then maybe you should rethink your priors about Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. That is true, and they're not going to do it. Here, let's take it out of politics. David Frum, I'm stealing this from David Frum, but he's good on this. It always resonated with me. God, he must have said this on our podcast 7 years ago, because time is a flat circle, and we're all living the same thing over and over again. I was still living in California because I can remember listening to this, being in California, being like, oh yeah, that's right. And he's like, imagine somebody in your life that gets scammed by they purchase the condo in the Everglades, or their friend comes to them with an investment idea, and they put a bunch of money and maybe a little more than they can afford, and things start to go bad, and you go up to them as your friend and you say, hey bro, like you got scammed by this guy. Like you got, like, what is their reaction going to be? 9 times out of 10, there's some people who are bigger than this, but 9 times out of 10, the person's going to be mad at you for calling them out for the scam, right? They're not going to, they're going to think about how there's some other factor at play, and like, whatever, fuck you for judging me, you know what I mean? And like, I think that human instinct to not want to like look inside and accept that somebody pulled one over on you. I think that's what we're seeing with Joe Rogan.
There's a famous story, and I wish I had it in front of me, about this professor, like an academic, smart guy, obviously. He was a college professor who fell for one of these Nigerian prince scams. Do you remember the story? No, you don't remember the story? And he lost all his money. And even though he had been presented evidence that he had been scammed and he lost all this money, he continued to believe that the scammer was real. Like he could not get around the idea that this person was just like some, jackass on the other side of the internet telling him to like give up.
He was a prince.
Yeah, or something like that. Like, he's like, no. This person really is in a heap of trouble, and I have to help. So I think there's something to it. Back to the war itself. So let's play the other clip of Rogan warning about World War III, and then I have some thoughts at the flip side of that.
Fuck, I should have talked to Michael Tracy while I was here. God damn it. Maybe. I just don't like talking about this because even my own audience doesn't agree with me on this. It's just not a worthwhile point to harp on. Satanic panic parallels growing more and more explicit. In the 1980s, hysterical mobs demanded that the ground beneath a Manhattan Beach, California preschool be dug up in search of underground child sex abuse tunnels. They eventually did the dig and, of course, never found anything. Tracy and Hanani have been going hard against they hate the Epstein shit about as much as I do.
The whole situation internationally has been so tense already with what's going on in Gaza, with what's going on in Ukraine. It's like, and to add this to the pile, it's like, I mean, it genuinely feels like there's a real possibility that we might be entering World War III.
Okay.
Do you really think it's an internet spaces thing? It's terminally online. Is terminally online really an exception when everyone has their phone glued to their hands? Black and white, all or nothing thinking, overly strict categorization is human things now. Sure. You can make it broader if you want. But yeah, but I think I was broadening it anyway. Because it happens with fandoms too, right? Where like, if a band releases like a new album and people don't like it, then all of a sudden the band is trash. It's the worst thing ever. These people suck. Where like everybody's just always extreme on like fandomy, like group chat related stuff, I think.
So I don't know if we're entering World War III. I happen to think we're not. But I do think there's something to the other elements of what he's talking about, which is the sense of just things completely out of control. I have my theory of politics. I've said it a million times, probably to you too, where it's like all elections to me are sort of reactions to the last elections. And I think that's why Biden won in 2020, honestly, because people are just like, this is just too much. COVID, all this shit, the economy fucking sucking, Trump and all this chaos. Like, let's just get the old steady man in there. And I think people like Rogan look at this and like, geez, like oil's going up, oil's going down, jobs are going down.
What's the non-conspiracy reason why Netanyahu is able to puppet Trump so easily? What do you mean by conspiracy? I mean, like Trump. I don't think Trump knows anything about the Middle East. I think that Netanyahu could probably say almost anything to Trump and convince him to do anything. You can unironically have like a retarded version of Zog right now. I'm pretty sure we're in Iran right now because Netanyahu wants us to be in Iran, and Trump probably saw it as like an easy win, and Netanyahu could probably sell it to him very easily. And I don't know. It's fucking retarded. That's my guess.
Trump's acting crazy. We have all these flashpoints across the globe. And I think there is a constituency out there that's just like, I want off this ride. I want normalcy. I don't want to think about politics every waking minute. And I think that's underrated a little bit when we have our discussions. People are just tired of it.
Do you think there's literally no more investigation to be had with the Epstein files? I just wonder how many people got away with crimes dealing with him. Well, people get away with crimes all the time. Like you can only bring indictments against people that you think you can pursue beyond a reasonable doubt. It might be that other people involved with Epstein that legitimately did horrible stuff were able to cover their trail enough such that that type of evidence that you could actually convict them on or get a conviction on will never see the light of day because it either doesn't exist or it was destroyed or whatever else. It's possible. It's also possible maybe there's more investigatory work that can be done to find what's going on. But I mean, I would imagine the DOJ was doing that. I can't imagine that random redacted emails released to the public is going to lead to anything other than people getting real mad at whoever was in the email inbox with Epstein. But
two reactions. I want to come back to World War III, so don't let us
we'll come back.
Talk about that. But to this, I think it's underappreciated how much people felt that way under Biden. And I think that some viewers of this will feel like that's unfair, and that's fine. But I think that there were a lot of voters that had the sense that inflation was out of control. What Rogan just laid out. Ukraine was happening, Gaza was happening, and we've got this old guy who, whatever, God love him, he might be well-intended, but he's lost a step, and he's asleep at the switch, and things are spiraling. And I happen to think that's unfair because I think that just, especially in America, like we have this strange perception of the president as like a omnipotent, omniscient being that can fix every world problem, and like sometimes it ain't about us. Like I don't really think that Ukraine or Gaza was really about us. Like could he have handled those things a little better? Sure, but like the fact that they happened, I don't think was because old man Biden was in there. I think what happened anyway. But from a voter standpoint, you look at the world and you think, man, shit. Like things are really expensive. My community crime is up a little bit. It started to come down at the end. But you know what I mean? Like around the world, things are out of control. And I think that they looked back at Trump 19, pre-COVID. And they're like, things were calmer back then. Like Trump was crazy. Like it's weird. Like we all know that Trump's insane. But like I think a lot of voters looked at it and was like, Trump was crazy. And there were tweets and weird shit happening. But like generally things were calmer. And I do think that hurt Biden and Harris eventually a lot. And I do think that is hurting Trump now. I think that people have like a goldfish element of it.
Here's a thought exercise. I thought about this a fair bit actually over the weekend. Let's say this was happening right now under Biden or Harris. And it's 2023, okay?
Yep.
I'm talking about Iran. How would Donald Trump be reacting to this? What would he be saying?
They're stupid. They don't know how to handle this. This would never have started if it wasn't for me. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's no...
He would have been like, I had this negotiated.
Thankfully, it's so many of the same actors over and over again. We don't actually have to guess. We can just look and see exactly what Trump has said in the past. I should have picked up that Pharaoh. That the only reason why you would have to go to war with Iran is because you failed to negotiate. The only reason why... or they're going to start a fake war with Iran so that they can stay in office, right? I'm going to get killed breaching this. Like, Trump has already said these things exactly with the same country and the same set of actors, like, at play, so...
It would have been settled. Yeah. Why are we putting U.S. troops in harm's way? He can't cut a deal. Yeah. You know, he would have done exactly that. He would have absolutely...
cut the perfect deal, and we wouldn't be in the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure.
I think people don't appreciate that was Trump's MO. I could settle this shit, this chaos, before it ever gets to chaos. And now he can't make that case, right? Like he's causing the chaos. So it was reported today, White House basically confirmed it. About 140 U.S. service members have been injured in this war with Iran. That includes 8 who are seriously injured. That's not including the 7 who have died. We also get word today that the administration says it's used $5.6 billion in munitions during the first 2 days of strikes in Iran. Christ. Then you have the stuff reports that the Iranians are potentially putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump saying, well, I'm going to...
In a few days, yeah.
Jesus.
Just blow them to smithereens if they do that. You have Chris Wright, the energy secretary, tweeting that the strait's open, then deleting the tweet, and oil spiking and going back and forth. It's just It's chaos. It's like pure chaos right now, which I guess leads back to your point about World War III. What's the point you want to make?
It's chaos and it's lying too. Just one more thing on the lie. I'm covering up. You know, they've been non-candid with us about the other injuries and other things that have been happening. That they've been trying to push that stuff under the rug. The point I want to make World War III, I also don't think that.
Also, for all the obsession over health, these are some fucking weirdo pictures of Trump, right? You saw the rash picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
the rash behind the ear.
Great, and then all the bruising on the hand.
Yep.
Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but Hillary Clinton coughed up like a green thing once. I don't know if it was either a cough drop. Oh, I'm fucking super dead. He's got a throw. Never mind. Whatever the fuck Hillary Clinton coughed up, we talked about that for weeks. It was a big deal. Like, if this Trump shit was happening, oh my God, it would just be... to Biden or whatever, they would be talking about this shit nonstop. But we just don't hear anything about it. Like, I don't even know if that rash thing was like a major story. I don't know if anybody covered it at all.
I saw maybe like one article on it, maybe, but it wasn't a big deal. No.
That this is World War III. I don't think it's a 0% chance, I guess I would say. I think it's an extremely low chance, but I don't think it's going to happen. But, you know, the butterfly flap its wings thing is real. Like, sometimes it ain't in your control. Like, there are other counterparties out there, you know, and if fucking Iran decides to get crazy or China, who the hell knows, right? What could happen? I think sometimes, you know, I don't think that when Franz Ferdinand was killed, people thought that we were going to end up in World War I. So sometimes these things are not predictable. But I don't think we're going to World War III. It was satisfying to hear Joe Rogan say that, though, because so many of these guys, the amateur,
Have your views on Israel changed? You started covering it in context of manipulating Trump to start a war? Not really. Any country will always try to get away with as much as it can, I think. I don't think Israel's an exception to that. I've literally never said anything differently ever.
Pro podcasters, as well as the amateurish podcasters, as well as like the isolationist Republican types, the MAGA American.
Taylor Lorenz is reposting substance posts with Just Fuel to Defender. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all those guys are probably watching my talk with her, and we're probably spamming fucking Twitter and shit, and then all posting their tweets or whatever to go and fight on her behalf to save their queen. Literally just because she is in disagreement with me. It's insane. It's very pathetic.
First, the J.D. Vance types, those Republicans, during that period with Biden, from 22, 23, 24, they were throwing this shit around all the time. And like Biden was fucking, honestly, like if you just look back at it with 2020 vision of being able to look back at the past, Biden should have given Ukraine more weapons. Right, because Ukraine was much more able to defend itself than anybody thought, and potentially, like Russia could have been stopped earlier. And the U.S. didn't want to give them offensive weapons. We don't really know. We're not 100% sure. Who knows? You can't counterfactuals. Who the hell knows what could happen? But I think that. But the America First right-wingers and the podcast bros were out there being like, Biden's really risking nuclear war here. How could we be helping Ukraine at all? Like, we should just be letting Russia have Ukraine because World War III could be imminent. World War III could be any day. We never got in we were never sniffing World War III during the Biden administration. And then right now, like, while we aren't on the brink of World War III by any means, we're certainly, I would say, a step closer than we were when Biden was providing defensive weapons to Ukraine after they got invaded by Russia. And so it's nice that there's at least somebody out there who was peddling that shit in 2022 and also peddling it now. I like that. I appreciate that consistency.
I think your boy David Sack.
Wow, Mr. Benelli, thank you for giving the subs in Kick Chat. Did you do my research or going to tell her stuff after your talk with her? No, I would have to go back and I'm fairly confident in the assessment that I had before, that she's taking what would be the equivalent of dark money. But the way that she was talking to me and the thing that she kept pointing me to just kind of reinforced that fact for me. Because I keep... Oh, well, hold on. She sent me something else. Maybe this will answer her question. Because my only question was, she kept saying that the LLC is sole funded by... was sole funded by Pierre, but it's not. She's never shown me any evidence of that. She just linked me the same thing again. This is not evidence of that. She just 10 minutes ago, she liked and quote tweeting Jew stalkers. She's a very, very, very online person, so she will fight. She'll fight online battles with anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, Midiar sounds like a fucking, I don't know, like a supervillain. Sounds like Oscorp or whatever.
Oh, Midiar?
Yeah.
I guess I should have clarified that more. I don't necessarily think Midiar is doing anything wrong or bad. Mm-hmm. Like I think that she, I've never heard of them doing anything wrong or bad. I take issue with her definition of like dark money. It's just like really fucking retarded. Didn't you directly ask her for a profit and loss statement from that org? She should just send it to you watermarked so that you can't repost. What? I don't know if I need a profit and loss. What would count as evidence for you? A statement from the LLC? Well, there's no... Definitionally, if we're calling an organization that doesn't have to report its contributors as dark money, then it's dark money. Technically, even a statement from them wouldn't qualify. Maybe if they released like all of their... They would have to release like a profit and loss, so they'd have to start releasing their taxes or whatever. Because you could just say that like it's solely funded, but you wouldn't know. That's the whole point of it being dark money, is you don't know, right? You have no idea.
Was the one who always was tweeting about World War III. He has not said jack shit about what's happening in Iran, I guess, because he's crypto.
There was a really good tweet somebody said the other day, which was, it's sad
Just a bunch
David
of
Sachs has
screenshots?
passed away. No, it was like, it's sad that David Sachs has passed away because he would have so much to say about this war right now in
I
Iran.
know, I thought David Sachs was a poster at heart, but apparently not. He lost his touch. What the fuck, David?
Hasn't posted. That's a retweet. Let's find the last original. People don't know David Sachs was an all-in podcast. He's a VC bro. Went pro-Trump. Is in the administration now as Trump's
Still podcasting.
are. His last tweet that he sent himself, not a retweet, was March 4.
Come on, 6 days?
6
David.
days ago. Not a lot to say from him lately. JD's also been pretty quiet on the Twitter.
Yeah, he has.
JD has been... I saw some JD spokespeople doing the thing that I used to do when I didn't want my candidate to go out and talk about something, which was, what are you talking about? You know, what are you guys talking about?
Does it not enrage you when she keeps saying you are confused, or is that her intention to trigger? That's just, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, but that's like abuser language. That's just stuff you say to trigger a person. She doesn't believe that. That's just a thing like, oh, like, I'm sorry you don't understand this, or I'm so sorry you're confused, or I'm sorry you feel this way. This is like weaponized like psych language to try to fucking, I don't know, make somebody feel crazy or something, but I'm impervious to that. I've argued with way too many white women for that to have a negative
Who's the
effect on my
smartest
mental.
person you've argued with?
Smartest?
Who's the smartest white woman you've argued with?
What a question.
That's what I gotta know. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't
Ready?
know. Jesus. Joanna is pretty smart. Even if she's significantly to the left of me. But
I would say erudite.
when Taylor says, Erudite's smart, yeah. When Taylor says dark money, is her whole point to give it a tone of shadiness? Well, yeah, of course. That there's some like weird corruptive influence or whatever. That's the whole point of bringing it up. Yeah. I don't know why the fuck I even opened this. There's literally nothing in here that I could want. Now this stupid spider fuck is gonna fuck with me. Oh.
Like, he went to that coffee shop this morning and he did this friendly interview over here. Like, what do you mean he's not been out there answering questions about his gaffe on the Iraq War? No. JD has not sent. He sent one tweet yesterday.
He was supposed to do a town hall.
Yeah, he canceled his town hall. Yeah. Nothing. Nada.
Nothing. Okay. Well, we're waiting. All right, buddy. Good to speak to you. Always a pleasure. Thank you for founding the Bulwark.
Not quite. Might as well. It wouldn't have happened without me, so I'm kind of.
Everyone, subscribe to the feed. Love you all.
Okay. Don't care about this. What was this?
We can't take away the individual action of our commander-in-chief and of the people who are in power. And let's be honest here, Tucker, promises were made. You and I sat in many rooms over the years where we were explicitly told that this is the one thing that we are going to avoid, war with Iran. And I do want to make very clear that it's not just about war with Iran. This is a regime change war with Iran. This is a regional war with Iran, which has now engulfed our Gulf allies. This is now a war which is depleting our interceptor stockpile, calling in the very alliance structure of the United States. We are potentially pulling interceptors away from South Korea, which we, of course, do 400% more trade with than Israel. I mean, take the combined GCC bilateral trade, the Gulf Arab nations with the United States compared to Israel, and you have Gulf officials who are furious going on national television saying that they are being deprioritized. Their very ministers at this moment you and I are speaking are talking about withdrawing their economic investments in our companies, trillions of dollars at stake. And all of that belies the very people who I don't
think Taylor understands you're not necessarily accusing her of doing anything wrong. The sooner you guys stop trying to play fucking steelman gymnastics with obvious bad faith actors, the better off our chat, my brain, and the entire community will be. Holy shit.
He talked about the American soldier, and I've been thinking all week about Declan Cody. He was 20 years old, and he perished in that attack on our base in Kuwait.
Do you think that Iran is the perfect pivot away point for all the representatives of Trump will only become more and more unpopular? Pivot away point? Oh, I don't even know who's defending. It's just like a shit show. Like we're just, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what's happening with the world of the United States right now. Everything's just so unbelievably wacky and random and XD. Like I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. Why did this guy just pull out a gun? This guy was running so slow, like he's so gooped out.
Get his ass.
Good luck, buddy. I could go kill him. I bet he's weakened now. I bet he's bandaging. I could have killed him easy. Really? Pretty mean, dude. You're all mean.
He was born 4 to 5 years after 9/11.
Do you have a theory why Taylor Tank's abuse in the combo doesn't run? I think she might be a bit of a debate pedophile, like me and Pisco, and that she's in it for the love of the game a little bit. She likes the argumentation. Maybe, I don't know.
literally in this business to try and to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. It breaks me to watch somebody who is just that young, who had their entire life ahead of them, perish in another Middle Eastern war. Not to mention, including one of the servicemen was a mother of children. She had, had hobbies. She had a husband. And I have to say, I cannot let our individual leaders off the hook here. Secretary Hegseth recently made a statement at the Pentagon podium where he said and chastised the national media for not celebrating more of the quote wins that were happening in Iran and spending too much time on the dead American soldiers, trying to highlight that as if it's some sort of political prop. And part of the reason I'm here today and part of the reason I do my show every day is just to say it's not 2003. I will not be blackmailed, silenced, or told that we cannot mourn our dead, that we cannot support our troops without supporting the war.
Wow, good one. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Ooh. Wait.
Of a case on those.
A conversation with Jack Smith, 94. What does the 94 mean? Like, was he the graduating class of 94 at Harvard? Is that what that means, or? Q&A with Jack Tame.
Yeah, look, I think the first thing you want to recognize is that the history of the world, the history of Europe, and also the world we live in today, most countries are a tiny super rich elite surrounded by basically desperate poverty. And the last 50, 60, 70 years that we've lived in your country and mine are not normal. We've had big middle classes. My dad worked for the post office making £20,000 a year and was able to buy a house, have good living conditions. That's not normal. I worked as a trader from 2008 to 2014.
I mean, millions.
And I saw the 2008 financial collapse, and I saw the really weak recovery. I saw it be massively mispredicted by basically all economists and traders. And I wanted to understand why. And what I saw when I looked at ordinary families was my parents' generation, ordinary working people who were able to buy homes, own wealth, and my generation.
I pointed my gun at that guy. He looked at me. We looked at each other. We didn't shoot. Do you think should I kill him anyway if he comes down here?
You should kill him, yeah.
Because we're not gonna split loot, right?
No, dude, he wants to kill you. They don't give a shit about your ass.
But he didn't shoot me outside.
And?
Oh wait, did he go back up? I'm just gonna kill them both.
You gotta.
I'm sorry.
Often people with advanced degrees who would never be able to own property. What you see there is the loss of wealth of the middle class in my country and in yours. I made that realization in 2011, which was the year of the sovereign debt crisis, where we saw a lot of Western governments going into debt, spending all their income, losing their wealth, losing their assets. I think if you look at the last 20, 30 years, what you are seeing is the accelerating loss of wealth of the Western middle class in the UK, in New Zealand, in the US, all across the world, and the loss of wealth of Western governments. Now, that wealth is not disappearing. That is mirrored in this massive increase in wealth of the super rich. I realized that was going to happen in 2011. I started betting on it. It made me Citibank's most profitable trader in the world in 2011. It made me a multi-millionaire. At the beginning of COVID, I was able to see relatively clearly that we were going to see a massive increase in inequality. That enabled me to predict the cost of living crisis, the inflation crisis, the house price crisis, massive increases in the stocks and the gold price. If you don't believe it, go watch the first video on my YouTube from June 2020.
God damn it!
Listen, I've been doing this for a lot of time. I made a lot of money doing it. more than pretty much anybody from my background, and that is by understanding one simple thing, that inequality and wealth distribution matters for the living standards of ordinary Kiwis.
So that is the policy problem, as it were. That's the diagnosis. But let's turn to your prescription. So New Zealand currently has no wealth tax, no inheritance tax, a very limited capital gains tax. If you were advising New Zealand politicians, what would you say?
Listen, the first thing to recognise, right, if somebody has a wealth of $1 billion, they're going to make, conservatively, a passive income of about $50 million a year, about $1 million a week. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was making $1 million a week passive income, I would struggle to spend all of that money. I think I'd struggle to spend $10,000 a week, which means that wealthy people with this enormous passive income basically have no choice but to buy enormous amounts of assets every single week, every single month, every single year. That's pushing asset prices up, and that is why you're seeing house prices.
First of all, the money, what? If we're talking about the wealth of extremely wealthy people, then we're not talking about liquid money that could be just used to buy assets, right? We're talking about their wealth is the majority assets anyways. Now, maybe he's just talking about physical assets because he's obsessed with property, but like most of their assets are going to be in like the stocks of the businesses that they own or whatever, regardless. I don't know, whatever.
In New Zealand go through the roof. That's not just happening in New Zealand, it's happening across the world. It's not even just housing. You look at stock prices, gold price, land price. What you're seeing is a massive, massive, massive increase in asset prices being driven up by the rich. You cannot allow billionaires to buy up the wealth of your country without paying tax. It's as simple as that. Currently we have a tax system where working people pay 40, 50, 60% and billionaires pay in many cases nothing because we're not taxing their income the way we're taxing worked income.
He's talking about gains made on the market. Yeah, but the majority of the gains you're making on the market now are just going to be appreciation of your stock, right? Like of all the big Bro, this area is hot as fuck. He said passive income? I don't know what the fuck he means by passive income. Does he mean dividends? Like, I don't even know if most stocks at the highest points are even paying dividends right now. And how much those dividends even are.
So you need to change your tax.
And then especially if you're like an ultra wealthy person, I imagine that most of your wealth is coming from your whatever business you own, which I don't think is necessarily paying you. Fucking stocks.
So we don't tax working people so much, and we tax the super rich on their wealth.
So over the last couple of years, New Zealand house prices, which are often a cause of the centre of political attention here, New Zealand house prices have dropped 18% in value on average.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably pretty good news for young New Zealand people who are trying to buy houses.
It hasn't come about as a result of a wealth tax or a more comprehensive capital gains tax, an inheritance tax, even a stamp duty. All of those New Zealand hasn't introduced over the last few years, and yet we've seen a massive drop in asset prices. How can that be?
Yeah, well, listen, asset prices, they move in both directions, and it's not... Wealth inequality is not the only thing driving in the short term. I'd be very surprised if you're telling me that housing in New Zealand is more affordable now than it was 5 or 10 years ago.
Isn't that what he just said?
Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm telling you is that over the last couple of years, since the COVID spike, during COVID, when interest rates were super low, asset prices inflated significantly. The Reserve Bank, like lots of central banks around the world, then increased interest rates, and we've seen a huge drop in those prices. So 18% since the peak a couple of years ago. That's how much house prices have dropped on average in New Zealand.
And where do you think they are now relative to 5 or 10 years ago?
Well, relative to 5 years ago, they're probably about the same, if you take the median multiple.
Okay, and 10 years ago?
More expensive relative to the average income.
Okay, look, I've not been to New Zealand. I'm going to come next week. I'm looking forward to coming. I can't claim to be an expert on what's happening specifically in New Zealand. I would be very, very surprised if New Zealand housing affordability has improved in the last 10 years. If it has, it'd be an enormous outlier.
He changed words there, by the way. Affordability. The fuck? Is going to be different than just the price, because affordability is going to be a function of... Somebody said that? Is somebody waiting to make that blow up? Affordability is going to be a function of the price and the median wages. Whereas price is just always going to go up. That still hurts me?
Look at is global asset prices. I see enormous increases in basically every stock market in the world. I see gold price going up about 400% in the last 6 or 7 years. Asset prices are going up. I think you will struggle to buck that trend alone in New Zealand. If they've gone down the last 18%, if they've gone down 18% the last couple of years, I would encourage Kiwis to buy them if they can. But I strongly suspect a lot of younger Kiwis, especially those from poorer or more ordinary families, are struggling to buy them even at current levels. That will get worse. That will get worse. Listen, I'm not on the ground in New Zealand. I can't make specific predictions.
That's not where he made his millions
prices.
from.
What I can tell you is global assets will continue to become more unaffordable. And they've moved massively in the last 5 or 6 years. Look what's happened to stock markets. Look what's happened to the gold price. Look what's happened to house prices across the world. I don't think you're going to avoid that all by itself.
So since your book was published, taxing wealth has been your kind of central policy prescription. In 1990, as I'm sure you're aware, 12 European countries had wealth taxes. Today, just 3 remain. For almost 30 years, to 2017, 2018, France had a wealth tax covering all manner of assets. And while that was in place, an estimated 60,000 millionaires left France for other countries. Did inequality in France improve or get worse during that period?
Inequality in France has gotten worse very aggressively, as it has done pretty much all Western countries in the last 20, 30 years, and it's going to continue to get worse. Any wealth tax that comes in will have to be carefully designed. We'll have to make sure that it cannot be avoided by people leaving. I think sometimes this idea that if you tax rich people, they will leave is based on a bit of a misconception. Right? First things first, I'm not trying to tax bankers or lawyers, heaven forbid even television presenters. I'm trying to tax people with enormous amounts of wealth, $100 million, $500 million. These guys are not rich because of the work that they do. These guys are rich because they own assets. Now, China would not allow a foreigner to own $1 billion of Chinese assets and not pay tax. Is New Zealand doing that? Why? Listen, if you allow billionaires to buy up all of the assets in your country will become unaffordable to people from New Zealand. And that will mean the kids and the grandkids of the people watching this show now will not be able to own homes or any other kind of wealth for that matter. And I think people watching should ask themselves, is that the kind of future they want for their kids?
We do have pretty strict foreign investment rules in New Zealand. So, for example,
Yes,
foreign investors can't go and buy every average house on the street. But
it's like the same. It's just the same like 5 talking points, like over and like. So this is every YouTube video he does. This is every interview I've seen. He just finds I didn't bring a hatchet. He just finds a way to say the same talking points over and over and over again, and that's it.
We take your broader point. What makes a good wealth tax then? And perhaps we can return to that France example.
Oh.
So if 60,000 millionaires left France while the wealth tax was in place, and the World Inequality Lab shows that wealth concentrated during that period for the very richest in France, the Gini coefficient, which measures income inequality, showed basically no change over that period. So there's no evidence that it improved inequality measures, but France lost 60,000 millionaires while that wealth tax was in place. How do you do a better job?
To be honest, I'm not that interested in income inequality.
Okay. No policy, no conversation, no specifics, no... I hate that. I noticed that the Decoding the Gurus guys have to fight a lot with their community too. Just because I guess they lean left, so their community... If you lean left as a content creator, your community is always further to the left of you, I guess. Because everybody anywhere near the right gets like immediately swallowed up by crazy fucking MAGA shit. But yeah, even in their community, they're like, well, is this guy really that bad? I feel like the Chris and the other guy, I forget their names. I feel like they just have a hate boner for this guy for some reason.
That's not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is wealth inequality, which is
the Wealth Inequality Lab. Sorry to interrupt you.
Did you just say I don't care about wealth inequality? I'm looking at wealth inequality?
Just in France. The Gini coefficient, which measures income inequality, showed basically no change over that period.
He said
so
I don't
there's
care
no
about income
evidence
inequality.
that
I just care about wealth
improved
inequality?
inequality measures, but France lost 60,000 millionaires while that wealth tax was in place. How do you do a better job?
To be honest, I'm not that interested in income inequality. That's not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is wealth inequality, which is
the Wealth Inequality Lab. Sorry to interrupt you though. That's the data that Thomas Piketty, for example, uses. So the Wealth Inequality Lab, I've checked it over that same period that France had that tax, shows that wealth concentrated for the very richest at the same time as the wealth tax was in place.
So you think Thomas Piketty thinks that wealth inequality is not is not rising in France?
I'm using the data. So the period that the wealth tax was in place in France, an estimated 60,000 millionaires left, and data from the World Inequality Lab, which is the same data used by Thomas Piketty for his assessment, shows that wealth concentrated during that period for the very richest, which would suggest that having a wealth tax...
Yeah, but you're wrong on his stance. You have a hard time listening when you think you're right. I listen to more people that I disagree with than any other fucking slop slurper that you listen to on the fucking internet. I promise you. Number one. Number two, there's just nothing to engage with. The guy's either not smart enough, not well read enough, or too busy grifting to even lay out anything solid. It's always just the same. You can't let the wealthy people buy up assets because they don't have to work and they're going to buy all your assets up, and that's going to drive up the cost of everybody else's assets, and poor people aren't going to be able to afford it, and everything's unaffordable because the rich people are buying up the assets. Like, that's it. And then just find a way to repeat that talking point like 50 million different ways. That's all he says constantly. Do you think that wealth inequality is an issue? Not necessarily. I think it's a byproduct of some issues, though. I think it can be, but in a roundabout way.
In place in France.
Hassan is putting effort into replacing Jared Moskowitz of Florida 28 with Oliver Larkin. Wait, the based guy? Why? Is Oliver whatever some loser, unshowered socialist fuck or whatever?
Concentrated during that period for the very richest would suggest that having a wealth tax in place in France, to use that example, was not effective in reducing inequality over that period.
Okay, all right, okay. So, so we've come to the nub of it, which is Thomas Piketty, probably the world's most famous inequality campaigner, does think that inequality is not falling in France. Okay.
When he's saying Piketty, this is the guy who wrote that book, fucking, my God, is it Capitalism in the 21st Century? Or did I just make that whole thing up? This is another, like, why are you just quoting broadly, like a book and the author of the book? Like, why not, like, talk with specificity about the things that this guy's talking about? He can't engage. He's not, it's just, dude, everything is like pop, econ, pop sci, pop everything. Inequality is not an issue. What the hell, Destiny, do you think it exists? If it exists, is it bad? What the fuck was that answer? My answer is that inequality is a byproduct of other issues. I don't think that inequality necessarily in and of itself is bad. I think inequality drives things like crime. It seems to be predictive of crime in certain areas, but I think that the reason why I don't like fixating on inequality is because I think people fixate on tax policy as a means of like revenge against wealthy people instead of like trying to enact tax policies that are reasonable, make sense, can collect a fuck ton of money, and can fund the programs that we need to fund. Like, I hate how much time we've wasted talking about these fucking wealth taxes and all these other cringe, nebulous, eccentric, like billionaire taxes or whatever. Like, you're just not going to make much money from them. They're never going to be implemented. They'd be hard to implement. They don't even work that well. Like, it's just, but it's just, people get like, tax policy is just like I don't know, bro. It's just people just virtue signaling endlessly about stupid shit.
Piketty, probably the world's most famous inequality campaigner, does think that inequality is not falling in France. Okay, once we've accepted that, we can ask the question of why. Why did France's wealth tax not work? The two key things, in my opinion, about any form of wealth taxation are, number one, genuine progressivity. Does it tax richer people more than, at a higher or equal rate than poorer people? And number two, avoidability. So the key problem that is generally made by wealth taxes as they're brought in is that they're absolutely full of loopholes. The big thing which I recognised, so there was a law brought in by Britain's recent Conservative government which added an extra tax on people buying second homes. And I was surprised by that because we normally think of the Conservative government as being a government which doesn't like taxes, likes to protect richer people perhaps. And yet they brought in this tax on buying second homes. And I looked into the details and there was a loophole for people who bought 7 or more properties at once. If you did that, you didn't have to pay the extra tax. And then the Conservative Health Minister, later Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, then went and bought 7 properties at the same time and paid a significantly reduced rate tax. The main problem with wealth taxes is that we have politicians who in many cases are themselves quite wealthy, that bring them in, they put wealth tax on the label because they think people want it, and then they absolutely fill them with loopholes for them and their mates. So my warning for Kiwis and for people across the world is if you're going to bring your wealth taxes in, make sure they actually are not avoidable by the very rich.
The balance must be a tricky thing as well, right? So this capital flight issue, whether or not a tax is set at a point that it'll encourage millionaires to flee the country, like in France when they had their wealth tax in place, is surely front of mind for politicians considering a wealth tax. So in New Zealand, the previous government considered a wealth tax on assets over $5 million.
You really should read Piketty's book. Gary's position is basically a plotted version of what is in there. First of all, I doubt it. I've heard too many smart people recommend that Piketty book to think that it's as stupid as this guy is and as stupid as he represents it. Number one. Number two, if you have to read an entire book just to understand a guy who's trying to make slop econ for retards, then he's completely and utterly failed as a communicator. Gary is a communicator. He literally says he wants to win the public debate. If you want more nuance, you should do the work yourself and read, not expect influencers to give you nuance. He has no nuance, and his ideas are bad and shit. The reason why he wants to win the public debate is because he makes a lot of fucking money on YouTube. That's it. He doesn't care about good policy. He doesn't give a fuck about helping governments make more money. He doesn't give a fuck about funding social programs. He's just here to extract money from mega billionaire corporations like YouTube off of retards like you that watch his shit and think he's telling you something insightful.
And advice from our Treasury at the time said there was a high risk of unforeseen issues and unintended consequences, quote, that could lead to significant economic costs. But get this, that wealth tax was estimated to bring in about 3.7 billion New Zealand dollars a year, which is less than 1% of GDP. In fact, it's only about a third.
This is like all wealth taxes just don't really raise, they don't even raise that much money. Why are we even talking about these? Holy shit.
Of our annual budget deficit at the moment. Would redistributing that revenue...
Ever considered you're just wrong about this? Yep, that's why I read and research things. But I haven't found a contradictory argument yet, other than people who are like you who are ass-pained as fuck about defending this pop's fucking econ loser with nothing to say about it.
Meaningfully impact inequality measures?
Listen, I'm not trying to redistribute wealth. I am trying to stop the redistribution of wealth. The redistribution of wealth is happening. Look at home ownership.
The redistribution of wealth is when all the poor people stuff is redistributed to wealthy people when they buy up everything. which isn't even necessarily wrong. It's just so reductive. It's just stupid to talk about.
Rates for young New Zealanders. Are they going up? Are they going down? Look at the amount of government wealth. Is it going up or is it going down? Isn't that lost wealth of middle-class New Zealand families and the New Zealand government is not disappearing. It is being owned by somebody. What is happening to the wealth of the very rich? What is happening to the wealth at the middle? I'm not trying to redistribute. I'm trying to stop that redistribution. And to be honest, when I talk about wealth taxes, it's not in my mind primarily about raising money for government. It is about stopping the loss of wealth of the middle class. What I want is for your average New Zealander and your average British person to be able to own wealth, to be able to buy a house. And I don't think that's going to be possible.
What's your mind on inequality? Didn't you used to say before that some level of inequality is bad? It makes people feel bad regardless. My position hasn't changed. Listen to what I just said. Like some level of inequality is bad. I think it's a predictor of crime. It's stuff you have to do something about. But like if this is what you're so hyper fixated on, like you've lost the plot and you're never gonna have good policy. But maybe just everything's a fucking joke now. We're just gonna keep printing money until we all die, I guess, until our debt is legitimately unsustainable, and then we have to start defaulting on it because we're paying $100 trillion in interest every fucking day, and that's the direction we need to go. I don't know.
If we have this super rich class increasing their wealth at 5, 10, 15% a year. Yeah, I don't just say these things. I've been betting on them for 15 years, all right? And I've made millions of pounds doing it. If you do not stop that rapid, aggressive accumulation of wealth by the very rich, you cannot be surprised when wealth holding by the rest of society, including ordinary families, falls.
So that addresses the demand side of things. What about the supply side? And we focus a lot.
I'm not saying he's right, by the way. You just seem super triggered about these ideas, and I've never heard you competently refute these ideas. You always just shut them down. What do you mean refute? Look, he just said it himself that a wealth tax in New Zealand would raise no money. Wealth taxes are hard to implement. They don't raise that much money, and they're politically not very popular. Like even in Europe. What other points do you want me to research? Like here's the thing you can do. Somebody go look this up. If you got rid of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that Trump did, just roll back all those tax cuts. Well, I feel like somebody in the sub posted it. What would it be, like an extra 300 to 400 billion a year in taxes? Holy fuck! That's like anywhere from 10 to 100 times more money than you would raise on any of these retardedly crazy fucking wealth tax schemes that you're trying to come up with that have never existed in the U.S. before, aren't politically popular. Like, it's just... Get rid of roll back the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Roll that shit back.
Again, on residential housing here, this is kind of a measure of the middle class dream, if you like. Why not just build more houses?
Yeah, they do it. Rio de Janeiro did it. Mumbai did it. See how it worked for them. Listen, all right. I come from London, all right. London is one of the richest cities in the world. I come from East London. It's a poor part of London. When I grew up, it was a poor area with a lot of families. And now the density has massively increased. Those houses have been expanded backwards, expanded upwards. They're rented out by the room. And I'll be totally honest with you.
They're not popular. LOL. Okay. My bad. I know they're popular on Twitter. When I say popular, I mean like are enacted in policy in countries, in real places, okay? Not in your Twitter discourse group, all right?
The place I grew up with is a slum now. If you rapidly grow and rapidly build in the context of rapidly increasing inequality and rapidly increasing poverty, you will build Bogota, you will build Mexico City, you will build Mumbai. Listen, I've been to New Zealand, I'm coming next week, I'm looking forward to it. But I've heard you've got a pretty good country there, and I don't think you want to turn it into a place. Do you want Auckland to be a city with a tiny, super rich elite in the middle, surrounded by desperate poverty? That is what you're going to get if you try to build your way out of an inequality crisis.
Probably depends on the nature of the kind of premises you're building, right? I mean, we're not suggesting that anyone builds 70-story monolithic towers or anything like that. I mean, we have healthy home standards, for example, so new builds have to meet various standards when it comes to...
Why do so many people like this guy? He's popular on Twitter. He's popular on YouTube, too. It's just he tells you what you want to hear. It's vibe slop. He pretends to market himself as an expert. He lies about his background in terms of work. He dramatically over-exaggerates his PhD and what he did in college. And then he takes that dramatized bullshit to market himself as an expert that just gives you vibe slap populist talking points that you get from literally any random retard on Twitter. But it seems like he's got more authority behind it, so people like him more.
Heating and insulation and that kind of thing. I mean, I think to compare a place like Auckland with Mumbai or Rio de Janeiro might be a bit of a stretch.
Well, listen, to compare the London I grew up with the London I live in now would be a bit of a stretch as well. Listen, New Zealand is lucky. It has relatively low inequality. If you start building now, you'll be building family homes. If you do not do anything about the growth in inequality and the growth of poverty and the concentration of wealth at the top, then inequality will get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Listen, you don't need to act on it. Listen, in the end, I live on the other side of the world. I'm going to go home and I'm going to try and fix things in the UK.
And now it's the same, and it's the same shit. I don't know how you people can listen to the same fucking talking points. over and over and over and over and over everywhere he goes. What's the fucking point? And he's not willing to get any deeper, go in like on the point specifically this guy challenged him on. Did this guy not do any reading or research on New Zealand? Why was he invited on a New Zealand show to answer questions?
I'm here to tell Kiwis, do you want that inequality to grow? If you allow inequality to grow and grow and grow and grow like that, then it will become like London is now. Listen, I come from London. In the winter, half of the families in London struggle to feed their kids and turn the heating on. Now, I know you guys are further behind the curve, right? I'm aware of that. And I'm aware you have pretty good living conditions in New Zealand, right? If you do not take action now, you will end up where we are now. And where we are going is a lot worse than where we are now. Listen, you and me are on the Titanic. You're telling me it's fine. I'm telling you the iceberg's over there. It's up to you whether you want to hit it or not.
Jesus. I'm not telling you it's fine. I'm merely just testing some of these ideas. To look at the latest child poverty stats out in New Zealand this week.
Hold on. Did someone just die up there? Oh, he did. He got killed. Fuck. What did I get in El Toro? Oh, and there's 2 in here, too. Hold on.
They show no material change from last year, so certainly conditions, at least in the last couple of years, haven't been improving for New Zealand's poorest. Gary, to what extent do you think technology, things like AI advances, or indeed demographic trends, have the potential to upset the status quo?
I think it looks pretty clear at the moment that if AI delivers what it looked like it might, what it looked like it could, I mean, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty about it. It's going to cause unemployment. It's going to drive wages down. I think you're going to get this situation where it works very, very well for the people who own the machines, the people who control the machines, but it quite possibly won't work very well for ordinary workers in New Zealand or in the UK. That's only going to make this inequality question more and more prescient. I think it's going to be difficult. I think that's going to make the situation worse. Just as with housing, AI is going to work for the owners and it's not going to work for the people who don't own it. What does that mean for ordinary people working in New Zealand? It's going to be about who owns it. It's going to be about who owns it, and if you don't own it, you're going to be in big trouble. That's my prediction for the future.
Gary, you've had this extraordinary career, coming from the wrong side of the tracks, making it as a trader, making a lot of money as a trader, then writing a book, a best-selling book, building a following of millions of people online. There is one little part of your story that I know you've been asked about before, that some of your former colleagues have contested. So you've claimed repeatedly you were Citibank's highest-earning trader in 2011. You did earlier in this
total
interview.
fucking lie.
But reporting by the Financial Times had 8 of your former colleagues who contested that. Your old boss was quoted as saying you were, quote, not even close. And besides, the internal systems would not have actually allowed you to compare yourself with some of your colleagues. So do you accept now that although clearly you were an extremely successful trader, you might not have been Citibank's absolute top trader in the world in 2011?
No, I don't, because I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the year in 2011. You can try your best to prove that wrong, but you'll never manage it because I was.
Can you prove it?
Of course, true.
Can you prove it right?
I mean, they don't give you a Ballon d'Or, mate. This is.
But that's the
we
point,
have a
though,
spreadsheet,
right?
We can see.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can't, I just wonder if you can't prove it to be right, do you risk undermining your broader, I'm sure you would argue, much more important message by people who say, oh, well, look, if he can't prove this right, then maybe he's not right about these other points.
Well, listen,
Fuck, I should have just shot that guy. Jesus. Pretty mean. Shot me in the back. Not cool, dude. Maybe this guy will defib me. I don't know, man. There's just some mean people in this game, you know? Which, I only saw that dude here. Well, that dude and you. Well, listen. I don't have much good stuff on me, but put it to good use. Good luck, sir. Be careful.
That's so sad.
I'm 39 years old now. I did what I did. I was Citibank's top trader in 2011. I don't know about you, but I don't worry about trying to prove every single thing that I did. I tell the truth.
Bro, this is one of your most important claims. Like, this is one of the, you open up with this on almost every single video. I was a top trader in the world, top trader in the financial sector, top trader. I made all my money predicting, because I'm such a top trader, and I predicted the downfall of everything because I'm a top trader, and I made all my money, top trader. And now he's like, well, I don't know, man. What the fuck you want me to say, right?
Truth, I don't lie. I did what I did. I was an incredibly successful trader. I was Citibank's top trader in 2011.
Oh, now just incredibly successful?
The best.
How could he prove it? Not saying he can't. I'm just too stupid to know. I don't know if he could prove it. The thing is, I don't think he could prove it, but even if that was true, I don't think he could know. Because I don't think there's like tools that let you look at everybody else's trades or whatever, unless they're doing some kind of like weekly fucking, gold star or something. But I think that's kind of the point of the interviewer. Like how would you even know this? It seems just like a bunch of bullshit. Spoiler alert. It is.
Obviously, a lot of the guys who are not happy about the book are trying to undermine me, and that's on them. At the end of the day, it's not really on me. Listen, I come here, I make my predictions, I tell you what's going to happen.
I'm going to go make millions.
Right, and the New Zealand public have their choice to make. Either they believe the billionaires who want to discredit what I say, they allow them to take everything, and their kids live in poverty, or they fix the tax system. Look, I'm a millionaire. I'm going to be fine either way.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. Hell yeah.
Educate the New Zealand public, and they can make their choices.
Every time, Gary, the same talking point.
What have you learned through this process about affecting change?
I've learned that the billionaires and the deep state are always working against you. I didn't realize how much special interest lobby is something. I don't know what word to use, but it'll be something like that, I think, maybe.
I've learned that if you upset most of the richest and most powerful people in the world, then they'll try and fight you.
There we go.
Look, it's not easy to make change.
I could write these guys as scripts. I could script for all these motherfuckers. I could script for all of them. These are the most predictable, easy, say nothing, substanceless fucking losers in the universe.
If you look at history, of my country, most of the history is desperate poverty and extreme inequality. But our grandparents did it, didn't they? My grandma, she grew up in early 1900s, London, richest city in the world, in what was then the richest country in the world, and 3 of her siblings died of tuberculosis, a disease of poverty. What that shows you is if you do not manage your inequality, if you do not manage your distribution, you can have a very rich country in which most people are desperately poor. But what history shows us is that generation fought and they changed things. And they created a world where when my dad grew up, earning less than average income, he could buy a house, and he could have a family, and he could have a retirement and a pension, he could have holidays. They did it. Look, let the 20th century be a lesson for the future. Extreme wealth can be surrounded by poverty, but we can also provide a good standard of living. But we can only do that if we do what they did, which is tax the super rich at much higher rates.
Starting to think we need to tax the rich.
Wait, what is the range on those Shahed? Is it Shahed or Shahed drones? FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war.
Not that far.
That's like what isn't that literally the how far away is California from, like, if we were to go to the exact opposite side of the planet? I feel like you would be near Iran. Like, launched from ships? What the fuck ships does fucking Iran have right now to launch tons of drones from? Oh boy.
Tonight.
I don't like Gary, and I see his grift, but don't you see utility in his rhetoric as a jumping off point for your own policy prescriptions? No, you can't use a retarded jumping point, because everything that comes from that will be retarded. It's already poisoned our... So many of these retarded slopulous talking points have poisoned our discourse already. Like, we literally cannot have any intelligent discussion about any fucking policy ever anymore. It's all just the most retarded shit imaginable. Well, thanks, buddy.
Any DGG gifters?
Why?
Why not?
What is this conspiracy even? So people believe that for a long time that there'll be different explanations for it, but basically that either Russia or China or somebody has developed like a targeted energy weapon that can shoot with high precision through walls and cause all varieties of neurological symptoms in you, using techniques in physics that we haven't been able to discover yet or whatever in various places, basically. And they call it Havana Syndrome because it first started getting reported in Cuba.
Maybe atmosphere.
Sir, please.
I should kill this motherfucker.
Thank you. I'm coming.
Why is Destiny so mockingly dismissive about this? But listen, I've said two things. I want to see how the biological mechanism would work.
My max speed.
I feel like that hasn't been displayed, and I don't think the physics aspect of it has been displayed either. And then I guess we can look up a story on this. Apparently the
More bandage and then you can go hit the button. It's like...
Fuck. Wait, it's not letting me. There you go.
There you are.
Apparently apparently there was a professor in Norway or somebody that was able to reproduce this weapon, but then people said that I read that he got brain damage and he lost his results and doesn't know how to redo it or something, which sounds ridiculous, but I don't know. What is the conspiracy for why the government are denying that Russia is attacking Americans if they're still paying for insurance for the people? It's not like it's the money. Well, if this weapon did exist, there could be reasons why the government would deny its existence, right? Maybe, I mean, we could spin out a million reasons. Maybe we don't have an effective way of countering it yet, so the government doesn't want people to quit, en masse because they're worried about getting, microwave beam targeted by the Russians. Maybe the government is working on their own version of this and they don't want to publicize it because there'd be an outcry against it and they would lose the ability to use it. Maybe they, I don't know. We could think of like a million different reasons why potentially, like people wouldn't, like the government, it could be a real thing and the government would know about it, but they don't release it to the public, but it's possible, right? It's your position that the symptoms these victims experience are real, just that it's not a targeted attack by some unknown weapon, correct? I'm sure they have real symptoms, but like the issue is that if you send 100,000 people somewhere and then you bring all of them back, some percentage of people are going to have, symptoms or diseases or illnesses, and not all of it will be traceable to a discrete cause. Does the fact that this weapon hasn't been leaked fall into your heuristic about conspiracies being hard when they involve too many people? Well, not necessarily. I mean, if this was a secret Russian weapon, there wouldn't have to be, depending on how large it is or how many people you need to operate it, right? Then it might be that... No, I think theoretically, if this weapon was real, it's not inconceivable that this would be concealed, right? My understanding is that right now the biology and the physics of this weapon are beyond current human understanding or knowledge. That's the biggest reason why. If I saw somebody describe that more, then maybe I would... My assumption that this is a real thing could go up, but... Do you think the acoustic stuff Ben Jordan has done on sonic weapons is analogous to this? I feel like it has similarities. Well, the two big issues is that, is one, I don't know what the power requirement and portability would be for a weapon like this, and two, I believe that the claim is that this weapon should be able to work through walls. Like, if you have direct access to a person's head and you can shoot whatever you want at them with theoretically an uncapped power supply, then I imagine there's probably a whole bunch of stuff you could do. But this is supposed to be able to shoot through walls and stuff. Top secret, crazy, insane weapon that we have no documented proof or evidence of. Some fucking Russian black market people just happen to be selling it. And for $15 million, that's it? I should have left that up to cover me over here. Okay.
Thing like it is.
Holy shit, these guys just busted in here. One sec. Oh, you motherfucker. Fuck! I'm not gonna kill him. They didn't kill me. They could have killed me and they didn't. So I will respect that. This is not the one I needed. Do you think they're friends? They have what you need? No. Stop. Hating like a weapon like this, a novel weapon using novel physics, novel understandings of all these subjects, and then you use it just to fuck with people, right? Like, this motherfucker's about to hear some crazy horror music shit. Like, was it while he was working, or was it after he was retired too? I don't. Maybe it was still while he was working, because he said in the line of duty. So I was like, we're gonna fuck with these people so much. Hold on. No. We're getting arc slopped out here, bro. Do you think that dude is friendly, or do you think he's, like, not friendly?
They're never friendly.
They're always friendly, Moot. Don't be a hater. Gary Nolan has allegedly been a key researcher of Havana Syndrome. Additionally, Gary is a proponent of the claim that Earth has a non-human presence that fucks with people's brains. Wait, what? No shot. All right, good luck. Are you in? I'm calling it. Okay. Wait, what? FYI, they didn't name you, but I do believe Konstantin and Rogan are discussing you here. Uh-oh.
True. Yeah.
But also, we're talking about shit that actually matters.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And it deserves to be taken seriously.
Yeah. Well, the answer is don't engage with those certain people.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly. Whatever you can do to be in your hug box. Yes. Whatever you can do to stay in your hug box because you're too stupid, you're too inept, you're too incompetent a speaker, you can't find the right moderation, you can't find, for whatever reason, you just can't engage. True.
Learning that.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about one particular individual.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Don't bother.
I can't believe
he's so ass pained. I love how ass pained this little midget guy is about me. Thank you. Yes. Be ass pained.
People.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm learning that.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about one particular individual.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Don't bother.
I can't believe I didn't say anything about that discussion because I was just like, I don't want anyone to waste their fucking time watching it. It was
because he was embarrassed, because he was humiliated, because I did 2 weeks barely of the shittiest UK research imaginable, and that was enough to put this guy the fuck away, who's lived in this fucking country with his criminal family's entire fucking life, basically, since he was 6 years old. What an unbelievable fucking loser. Oof.
Why?
Yeah.
Don't bother.
I can't believe I didn't say anything about that discussion because I was just like, I don't want anyone to waste their fucking time watching it. It was awful.
I'm fascinated by that too, though, because I'm fascinated by these people that are doing that, where they're just trying to win and use tricks and be sneaky.
Tricks and sneaky. What was that part of the debate where he's like, this is what you do, your debate tactics? I'm like, what, ask you to define a word? He's like, yes. Okay.
Like they think of discourse in a completely different way.
Right.
They think about the whole thing.
Yeah, like you actually have a critical conversation where both sides are challenging each other to, further the arguments they're making, so you get past the level 1 talking point circle jerks that you guys engage in 4 hours of podcast. What is this? This is their 7th time? I think I saw them tweet. This is the 7th time they've been on the show? Jesus.
Completely different way. They're completely ideologically captured, and the place they're starting from is, I want to prove this to be correct, not I want to know why this person believes it to be incorrect, and I want to find out if maybe we have common ground, and maybe they know something I don't, or maybe I know something they don't. Let's find out.
You know what I really want, and Konstantin and I have talked about it a lot. I want somebody on the left to come out and be brilliant at debating and go to people on the right, well, you say this and you say this, but actually, let's look at this, let's look at that, and be a genuine intellectual force. And what I despair of is I haven't seen anyone be from the left like that in basically a generation.
I think the generation that you're talking about has been captured by some certain narratives that you have to agree to that aren't rational. So as soon as you do that and you align yourself with this particular ideology, you're already saying, I'm willing to believe some shit that doesn't make any sense at all because this is the only way to be accepted by my tribe.
The projection on this is fucking crazy. For a man that has made so many bad predictions about politics, like the audacity to get up here and discuss the intellectuality of literally anybody that would disagree with you politically, like it's unbelievably shameless.
Josiah said, Destiny, at one point they bitch about debaters who fixate on definitions of words, FYI, so.
Okay, do they talk about the fucking flying flame guys? Jesus. Damn.
Actually compromises you, and that also I think humiliates you in a certain way. It puts you in a position where you're saying something that you know can't be true, so you set up blind spots.
Do you think they know it's not true?
I think there's got to be.
It's also crazy as well because you can tell how weak they are on the topics. Hassan does this as well, where they do the Voldemort game. They don't want to name the person. They don't want to name the debate. Like, think about the talking points that these guys use, right? Like, you should be able to, it's up to you to watch, and it's up for you to evaluate. Like, you need to arrive at the truth. Like, you should be able to watch any 2 people and figure out what's going on. But for this, guys, listen, you don't want to watch that guy. And by the way, he's not even saying don't watch me, right? He's saying don't watch me talk to that guy. He's saying don't watch Konstantin talk to him. So the conversation was so fucked. It's not even like you can't be trusted to watch my YouTube video on its own, which maybe, the guy's a crazy propagandist, fine. You don't want to just watch a shit on it. You need somebody there to challenge him. Even Konstantin challenging me is not worth watching. Holy shit.
Part of them that realizes there's a good argument that it's not true, especially when it comes to like transgender stuff or border stuff. There's certain things where like there's no real good faith argument that you should have an open border and allow fucking any psychopath to come across the border and invade your community. That seems crazy.
Like, it's so, like, the circle jerking is so boring. It is so typical of like weak-minded people. Like, He's talking about how, you know, they can't even understand our positions, or nobody on the left. What did the guy, the puppet guy who never actually says anything but just smiles awkwardly next to Konstantin? He's like, I wish there was a guy on the left who would actually take our positions and treat them seriously. And then Joe Rogan's like, can you believe these guys? They want psychopaths to come across the border and murder citizens. Yeah, bro. Like, that's, yes. Like, who the fuck is open borders, right? Like, they said that for so long. Who the fuck is open borders? The whole Kamala meme was, do not come. Do not come. Like,
that seems crazy. Like, if you understand anything about human nature and the nature of the world and the level of poverty and crime that exists outside of the United States, particularly in third world countries, we're just allowing
I thought you were talking about Canada there, Joe.
I'm all for them invading. They should come over. They should bail on their country until it gets better.
I just ask you because I would find it so hard to go on stage in front of, well, what is now hundreds of thousands of people by the time it goes on the internet, right? And just vigorously defend something I didn't believe.
Well, that's
what did I defend that I didn't believe, though? We didn't even get to talk about it because you have such a lack of understanding or grasp of literally any of the subject matter that you can't even have the conversation. And even when they go on these podcasts, they don't have the conversation. They vibe slop the whole fucking thing. They just speak in generalities and vagaries, and they don't like to really say anything. Just like the most base level talking points. Like, can you believe some people want little boys to chop their dicks off and then they think they're just like real girls? Can you believe that these people want murderers to run across the border and fucking murder everybody? And like, it's like, wow, what a great engagement with the other side, bro. You're so smart. I wish I understood human nature as well as you fucking do.
You're smart. And I think the problem is a lot of these people aren't really intelligent. What they are is a person who has a good vocabulary, who's acquired a certain amount of technique and skill involved in...
Holy cope! This guy's talking about me like I'm a fucking debate assassin! What the fuck? I have a certain set of skills that people like you will come to dread or whatever. Jesus!
Is a person who has a good vocabulary, who's acquired a certain amount of technique and skill involved in talking really fast and spouting things that they've seen online, that a bunch of narratives. Like, one of the things that people love to do is, if you're talking to anyone that's on the right, they want to say, you know, you support a 34-time convicted felon, and you know, there's a lot of things that they like to say. There's techniques involved instead of like discussing anybody that looked at the actual Trump case. If you're rational and you're on the left, you say that's a crazy case.
Bet my life and the life of every single person that is even 1% related to my bloodline, that if you were to ask Joe Rogan to explain the Trump New York State case, he wouldn't be able to do it, by the way. He absolutely wouldn't be able to do it. He'd have no fucking idea.
There's no way that should be a felony. It's not a felony. There are 34 different misdemeanors, and it's past the statute of limitations. This is the craziest, egregious misuse of justice. And the scary thing is, if someone on the
why were they upgraded to felonies, though? Does he know why? I don't think so.
Right gets in, they decide to do that to someone on the left.
And I don't think you could describe him at all. I don't think so. These are talking points that he's saying, by the way. What he's giving are talking points. They weren't even felonies. Like, these were supposed to be misdemeanors. Like, it was an artificial case. But, like, he's giving, like, the narrativized talking points.
You got to put your foot down. Stop that from happening. The Russia stuff,
Right.
Like all that stuff, the Russiagate stuff. Like, that's kind of crazy that someone on the left doesn't call that out and say, "Hey guys, this is fucking dangerous." Because if you're lying and you're having intelligence agencies lie and you're having people lie on television and you're just accepting that, why? Because it's your side. They're supporting your side.
That's why.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's why. And I find that very strange because what they do is they pivot to that, which is not relevant to the conversation we're having.
Exactly.
We're talking about, you know, is it right to do these strikes on Iran, or is it this, or is it that? Is, you know, what's the situation in the Middle East, or whatever? How does bringing up Trump's convictions or otherwise change that? It doesn't affect that conversation. Or the border, or the trans thing, or any of the other things. And that's the thing is, like, can we just argue the fucking point?
Well, I think at a certain point in time, you're going to have to choose real opponents. It's like the Jake Paul thing.
but see, I want the...
Who are your real opponents, though? Like, if not me, dude, I'm willing to meet in the middle on more than probably any other crazy lefty person. I'm probably the only person, large category on the left, that actively fights with so many other left-leaning people. Not the only one, that's not fair to say. But, like, I'm one of the only who's willing to fight with so many of these people. Like, my positions on most of these topics, I think, would be fairly reasonable. I'm not going to have a crazy position on immigration or a crazy position on trans people or crazy positions on taxation or welfare. And if you can't even engage with me on the subject matter, well, who the fuck are you looking for?
Opponents.
Right,
but where are they? Where are they?
Right,
and we've had people on the show where it's like we had this woman from the Guilty Feminist podcast, and she came on and we gave it
a woman from the Guilty Feminist podcast. That's who? Okay.
20 minutes, she basically laid out her whole vision. And it was respectful and polite, and it was a great conversation, actually. The moment I said, well, you know, you've been speaking for this time, here's some of the things that I see that don't make sense in my head, can you help me out? Immediately goes personal. Immediately.
Yeah.
And that's what Francis is saying. Like, I'd love to see people who have an ability to argue the point.
Yeah.
And that's what Dave does. He argues the point, and that's either persuasive to you or...
What? I could have killed this guy. I was staring at him the whole time.
Well, I think the problem is their point is not very good.
Yeah. I think that is the problem.
Yeah, and so you have to go personal. You have to attack people. You have to use ad hominems. It's the only way you can get anything off. And then you can try to get that person emotional and trap them.
So why don't they change their opinion then?
Unless you count me saying that I think he's a Republican personal. I'm pretty sure he was the first one to do a personal attack on me. I'm pretty sure he was, but... Okay.
It's a good question, because if you're ideologically captured, especially if you're on the left, like it's a very clear ideology, and there's like real blowback for deviating from it.
Yeah.
As we know, right?
Yeah.
Because the moment you say, well, you're no longer on the left anymore.
I do want to say that it's funny that 10 years ago, every single time I would fucking debate, assassinate one of these loser fuck conservatives, they would all run to their little cope sessions. It's funny to see these people doing it on the largest podcast in the world. I will say that. That's pretty funny. Absolute fucking clown.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people have been kicked out of it.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been pushed into some weird quasi homeless land.
Well, that's how we all ended up as like right wing. It was like, fuck off with the shit.
Yeah, fuck off with the shit.
You know, when 20 years ago, all the stuff that we talk about, it wasn't just like not right wing. No one questioned. Do you remember 25 years ago people running around going, we need an open border?
Who says that now? Who says that? Who has that position? What are we talking about?
Right.
Or like you can change your sex by just going like abracadabra.
Right.
No one said that.
Right.
And so we went right wing for like going, that's crazy.
I know.
You know, the most bizarre thing is watching all these kind of left-wing lesbian feminists can be described as right-wing and get kicked out.
J.K. Rowling and that's
Martina Navratilova.
Yeah. There's a journalist called Julie Bindel, used to write The Guardian, one of the most left-wing journalists, and she's lesbian, and she criticized and she was like the trans movement. That was it, out the door. Doesn't matter what you've done before. It doesn't matter you've done all this incredible work with women in female prisons.
Well, it's because it's a cult. I mean, it's essentially like a religious ideology.
Tell us about cults.
They will not take any heretics, like anybody that deviates from whatever their doctrine is, like you're out. You're out forever. And that scares people. So that's one of the reasons why they're willing to comply and follow some of this goofy shit and say, no one's illegal on stolen land.
What's interesting is it doesn't happen on the right nearly the same way. Like you can see it.
How can you say this shit with a straight face? Like, there was a Joe Rogan episode where he has one conspiracy theorist on that is consoling another conspiracy theorist about his conspiracy theory, and both of them are schizos. Like,
in the center,
like,
you're going
this
to
shit
get
is
one of his
crazy.
curvilinear octahedral structures.
Like,
interact.
Both of these men think they have solved like the whole physics unification of the universe. They have two totally different theories. They both have reasons why all of academia and the deep states are pushing against them, and they're both consoling each other about their shit. What the fuck? Like, if that's not the definition of a cult, what the fuck?
Now the right is engaged in a fierce debate internally. And the people fucking argue and they hash it out and then they go have a beer afterwards.
I think they're
Yeah, you're engaged in a fierce debate because you guys were such a fucking cult. You guys were such a cult that had no principles behind any of the shit you argue about at all. And now it's all flying apart at the fucking seams because the president of peace renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. You said that was a troll like every other fucking thing in the world. And now we're at war with Iran for the second time in 2 years.
And it's just the same way.
Just the same?
I think it's I think it's a human thing. Yeah, I think there's people on the right that do it just the same way. There's people that call people out for not being MAGA enough, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like right now the whole thing's in turmoil, whereas there's not really the same kind of turmoil on the left where there's internal debate. The turmoil on the left is the left.
There's no internal debate on the like. This is like unhealthy. Like, this is unhealthy levels of delusion, I think. Jesus.
Versus the right.
Yeah.
The turmoil on the right now, I think there's a lot of people right versus right. And they're trying to find out, like, and I think there's a lot of people that they don't believe what they're saying either. They're just trying to find a thing that aligns with the biggest audience.
I think that's definitely happening. I also think, though, internal debate within a big, broad church movement is a good thing because what you're arguing about is like, what is the right direction?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And I do think that is more healthy.
Yeah.
I think working out what it is that like, whatever, if you're on the right, we believe. As I'm not on the right, but as I see that, I do think that's a healthy thing to do because you're arguing about the direction of that movement.
Yeah.
And I think that's much healthier than what happens on the left, where it's just like, well, if you don't agree with this wacky idea that's far, far out there, then you're no longer part of this.
But I think the good thing about these debates is it exposes that. And anybody who's objective, especially anybody that is, you know, a swing voter or anybody who's in the middle of all this, which is a lot of people.
Most people, I think, right?
Yeah, most people are kind of in the middle on most political issues. They get to see how crazy some of the shit is, and it makes them less likely to follow.
You know, but it's also as well from a neutral perspective. And I mentioned the point about I want a strong left. I want a strong left which has got good ideas about how to tackle things which are really important, like inequality, like cost of living. How do we make it that people can actually have a better standard of life? Where if a woman wants to stay at home with her kids, she can do that. Which then then have to go out and have to work and put the kids in daycare, which then leads to a whole host of problems. How can we have a better world for ordinary people, which is what the left always used to be?
Yeah.
We need a strong left to then challenge the right so that the centre becomes a more fertile ground.
Yeah.
And if we don't have that, if we have these crazy loons on the left, then what we have is a right which will come to dominate, which I don't think is good for society as a whole. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, it's never good.
A right which will come to dominate? Which will? What, they're not here already?
if one
you know it's a Democratic
party,
shutdown.
left or right, is completely dominant. It's not good.
No, you need checks, right? And the right has its share of crazies too, as we've been talking.
100%. Praise Jesus. All right, we gotta wrap this up, gentlemen. I love you guys.
Very quickly.
Oh, your book?
Yeah, I've got a book. It's out.
Called "Uneducated: My Life as a Teacher and Why You Should Never Become One," and never is in bold.
An inspiring story.
Francis Foster. All right, I love you guys. It's always great to see you.
Thank you very much, man.
Bye, everybody.
Apparently they complain about something here.
Right.
It was so refreshing. Last time we came here, we had Dave Smith on our
Oh wait, this was like a few minutes earlier. What?
show. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So refreshing.
We loved
Dave
it.
Smith on.
We loved it. And Dave enjoyed it. And
Dave Smith, by the way, who has now completely walked back on his Trump support, who has said that Kamala Harris would have been a better president. Crazy how with all his politicking, as ingenious as this guy is, reads more books than anybody ever knows, smartest guy I know, CIA op, is now just somehow realized, the Trump shit, not that good, actually. The Trump shit, not Kino. The Trump shit, actually, kind of bad. Wow, welcome to 5 years ago when everybody realized this, you fucking moron.
And, it was weird because we obviously have lots of different perspectives on things, but afterwards a lot of people were like, oh, I can't believe you had Dave on. And I said to all of them, listen, Dave's only crime.
Do people like this even gain anything by claiming they're not on the right? Is it just so they can have friends say, I don't only have right-wing people, I had this kind of... No, because there's an aesthetic of being neutral. There's an aesthetic of neutrality, of I'm not on the right or the left. I'm superior to both. I consider both sides.
Is that he has a different opinion to you. Because apart from that, he comes in, he shows up, he's super nice, he's respectful, he's polite, he doesn't do any dirty tricks.
Right.
He doesn't argue about the definitions of words for 10 minutes, right? He just goes, here's my opinion, here's your opinion.
He's so ass-pained.
Let's discuss.
Yeah.
And that's how conversations should happen.
Like this weird bastardization of conversation that these weak fucking losers are jerking off, that a conversation, like what they're talking about is definitionally not a conversation. They want one side to say a bunch of things and then the other side to say a bunch of things. And you don't actually engage back and forth with anything their side is saying. It's just both sides make a statement and then over and over and over again until you guys have kind of like cummed in each other's mouths over and over again, and then you're done and then you go on to the next thing.
Right.
But so much of the debate stuff now is not, people aren't discussing the issues. They've just like decided you're a bad person. Right. And that's what they're trying to achieve. They're trying to get a cheap laugh from the audience that they're playing to who's not even in the room, because they know their retard followers are going to watch it online afterwards and be like, oh, he owned them. But where did we get to?
Well, it's just, it's just some people that are doing that, and those people, that's all they can do. That's why they do it that way.
Right.
If they were really intellectually compelling, and if they were like smart people, like I don't want enemies. Like if I can have a sane, rational, peaceful discussion with someone where we disagree with something, I would greatly prefer that.
Yeah.
Than have someone who's insulting me and I'm insulting them. We're trying to like get off on each other. Like why?
Yeah.
I'm busy.
Yeah.
I have things to do. Like I don't need.
You're busy. You have things to do, motherfucker. This is your job. What are you talking about? What do you mean? This is what you do. What?
That kind of bullshit in my life, and I don't mind when someone disagrees with me. I think it's healthy. I also want to know why you think the way you think, genuinely.
Do you regret going baby mode on him at the end because he started arguing with people in the audience? I think I had an appropriate level of pressing him. Maybe I could have gone slightly much harder, but I think it was fine. He got to... There's enough footage of him just sitting there with his legs crossed and the mic in his lap and him being a little baby. I think it was an appropriate level of pressure.
Right.
You know what, I see it as an opportunity as because we all have blind spots.
Yeah.
We all have blind spots, we all have biases. I don't care who you are, how smart you are, you have biases, you have blind spots. Not me, mate. I know everything.
Yeah.
But when someone goes, well, actually, Francis, you say this, but what about this? Have you thought about this? Have you read about this? I'm like, no.
Right.
It's like, well, maybe you should.
Right.
And maybe you actually... Maybe won't change your opinion, but certainly have a more nuanced opinion.
Nuance.
Yeah.
But also, we're talking about
They use this word nuanced as well as a stand-in for to have it so nobody is right or wrong. Like they talk about nuance, but what they really mean is I just don't want to have like a definitive answer at the end of this conversation for who was actually correct and incorrect. Why are people dying out there?
that actually matters.
Mm-hmm.
and it deserves to be taken seriously.
Yeah. Well, the answer is
okay. That's where we were. Okay. Then we had this guy. 4
From
days
the President,
ago.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for being here.
David, good to be with you.
We've heard from the President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I'm curious at this point what your understanding is of the case this administration has made for the U.S. going to war against Iran.
Well, look, the case keeps shifting, but the first thing to say is this, from my perspective. Once our men and women in uniform are engaged in an operation or in a war, my first thought is for their safety and for their success, irrespective of what I think about how we got there or even where this is going. So that's primarily what I'm thinking of. But having said that, we've heard a number of shifting rationales. But I think it's important to take into account that we've got to be able to hold multiple truths in our head at the same time. Is it a good thing that this Ayatollah is gone? Yes. Terrible tyrant. Is it a good thing, potentially at least, that Iran's nuclear program is, I guess, re-obliterated, because apparently it was obliterated last June, but maybe not so much because they had to re-obliterate it, or its missile program diminished, or its Navy sunk? Yes. But to do that and to take on the extraordinary risks that go with it, without having made the case with the American people, with citing imminent threats that apparently didn't exist, I think that's problematic. And
do you want me to pull it? Oh, he's pulling it.
the chances of unintended consequences taking hold in any situation like this are very real, very serious for our partners and allies in the region, and for ourselves, and of course for the Iranian people. I think a big question that everyone has is, okay, have we done regime change in Iran or just Ayatollah change, which is the way it looks right now?
You brought up the argument that there was an imminent threat. In years past, you'd warned that there were a matter of weeks before Iran could develop fissile uranium. Is that an argument that's persuasive to you, so much as that's been made by the administration, that there was an imminent threat?
It's an ironic argument in a number of ways. First, as I said, they claim to have obliterated the nuclear fissile material program back in June. And now we're told, actually, no, we didn't. And a number of us warned at the time that one of the reasons why military action against the nuclear program might not do the trick is that the Iranians were likely to start to rebuild, maybe rebuild deeper underground, where we couldn't get at it. Whether that was happening or to what extent, I don't know, because I'm not privy to that information, but at least that seems to be part of the rationale. The deeper irony, of course, is that we never should have been in this position insofar as the agreement that President Obama reached, the Iran nuclear deal, the so-called JCPOA, put Iran's nuclear program in a box. It made sure that Iran could not produce the fissile material needed for a nuclear weapon in less than a year. And so if they chose to break out of the box and go for that, we'd see it, and we'd have plenty of time to be able to do something about it. President Trump tore up that agreement, said he'd replace it with something better. He never did, and that's the road that we then wound up on that led to, in some ways, to where we are today with Iran, yes, dramatically advancing its production of fissile material so that breakout time moved from 1 year to a couple of weeks. But you don't only need fissile material, you actually need a weapon too. And I think, as has been publicly reported, our intelligence agencies and others, the IAEA, continue to conclude that Iran has not made a decision to actually weaponize. If and when they do, or if and when they did, most estimates had that timeline at a couple of years. There are different kinds of weapons, less sophisticated ones you could build on a quicker timeline. But the bottom line is that on the nuclear side, there was no imminent threat. There was, though, the fact that, yes, in terms of fissile material production, they'd gone from the Obama deal, more than a year, to a few weeks.
The Supreme Leader, who's been killed, of course, warned in the run-up to this that if there were U.S. strikes, the U.S. risked a wider regional war. How has what's played out over these last few days, how does that compare to what you expected would happen here? I imagine in your old jobs, there were planning meetings and war games in which you kind of try to figure out what might happen here. As we see this war widen, is that in keeping with what you expected when you heard the Supreme Leader warn of that? Well,
look, it's certainly something that should have been anticipated. And what's one of the striking features so far is that Iran has launched far more missiles and far more drones at the Arab countries in the Gulf and in the region than it has even at Israel, disproportionately so. And in part, that's because we have bases and presence there, but they've gone beyond that. They've gone at infrastructure that these countries have, the oil infrastructure. They want to try to inflict so much pain that we can't sustain the effort. And that's something that should have been anticipated. And David, I think we're looking at a couple of things going forward in terms of where does this go and how does this end. And it seems to me that there are two critical factors to look at. Markets and munitions. Markets. Where are the oil markets? Where's the stock market? Where's the bond market? I know President Trump is very attentive to those. And if they go in a southerly direction, and stay that way, or in the case of oil in the northerly direction, that's going to be possibly a limiting factor. Then munitions. There's really a race on to figure out who expends their munitions first and fastest. The Iranians put us in a position where we've used up a lot of interceptors to deal with defense, or even our offensive missiles to take out their launchers, or conversely, did they run out and we still have what we need? I don't know the numbers here. I'm not privy to that, but it is something we have to be very, very attentive to, because these things are not in infinite supply. The production times are very long, and of course, we're also using in many cases, very expensive weapons to take down $20,000 drones. That's not a good equation if you keep that going over time. What I'm worried about, one of the things I'm worried about, and this gets to the second and third order consequences, is we so deplete our arsenal, and it takes a long time to rebuild it, that puts us in a disadvantageous position when it comes to, say, a China or a Russia. All of those things need to be factored in, and again, it's one of the reasons why if you're going to undertake something like this, you've got to make sure that you've factored all of that in. And again, it really should start with explaining to the American people why you're doing something, why it's necessary, why now.
Do you see an off-ramp anywhere at this point?
I do, in the sense that, one, as I said, I think the off-ramp will be governed by this question of munitions and markets. Mm-hmm. And then what is that off-ramp? I think the president may simply declare victory. He'll say, got rid of the Ayatollah. We diminished or degraded or destroyed their nuclear program. Again, we did the same thing to the missile program. We did the same thing to the Navy. And as to the regime, well, over to the Iranian people. Good luck to them. Hope they succeed. And if they don't, it's their fault. If they do, we'll take the credit. How Iran responds to that remains to be seen. And for the regime, survival is success. Right now, the expectation seems to be, at least as has been reported, that the Ayatollah's son is his successor. He's very tied into the IRGC. And so you may have a situation where, much as we want, and everyone should want to see a change in that regime, we have, regime change without regime change.
Status quo.
Status quo, and even potentially even worse, because it may simply ultimately reinforce the IRGC, the military, the specialized military. And part of the problem with these things is that it's very hard to produce regime change from outside. You can't bomb your way to it. We've had a lot of experience with that, and not such good experience over the last 20 years. It's even not so likely to come from the streets, even with the extraordinarily courageous Iranian people. It's more likely to come from kind of within the palace. And then it could go in any one of multiple directions. You could get more pragmatic people, not good guys, but more pragmatic people who are open to curbing the excesses of the regime, focusing at home instead of focusing abroad, doing deals. But right now it looks more likely that you're going to have hardliners. And the Who had a song way back in the 60s or 70s, here's to the new boss, same as the old boss. That seems to be, right now at least, where we're headed.
You've warned of the dangers of U.S. intervention many times. In 2024, you spoke at the Council on Foreign Relations. You said, effectively, I think if we look at the last 20 years, our experiments in regime change have not exactly been resounding successes. CNN is reporting that the U.S. is considering arming the Kurds. In Iran, Bloomberg hasn't confirmed that reporting. When you hear that, what red flags does that raise for you?
Oh, the red flag it raises is this could be Syria redux, or it could be Libya redux. You could see the country fracturing, imploding, or even exploding with refugees and migration, with the exporting of some of their problems, with extremist groups taking hold in one part or another. It's incredibly fraught and incredibly dangerous. And as sympathetic as I am to the Kurds, who've been incredible partners for us, are incredibly brave, I don't think that getting into the business of arming these groups is ultimately going to be a good thing. And then you're going to have other countries that pick their partners inside, and again, you wind up with something like Syria, something like Libya.
Let's talk a bit about diplomacy. The president posted on Truth Social, they want to talk, referring to the Iranians. I said too late.
Yeah.
Is it too late for there to be a diplomatic solution, or to have those conversations at this point?
No, I think it's never too late for diplomacy. The question is there a good moment? Is this the right moment for it? I would hope so, because on one level, the Iranians have never been weaker, at least not in recent memory, militarily, politically at home, diplomatically abroad, and their proxies are for the most part gone or vastly diminished. So that's why I was hopeful before this action started that maybe they actually would get a renewed nuclear deal, because Iran had a very weak hand to play. So I think there is a possibility of doing that. Whether whatever the new regime is, or the continuation of the existing regime is ready to do that, wants to do that, to be determined. It also depends on what the Trump administration wants to do, and I imagine Israel is going to have a say in this as well.
As the administration was marshaling all of this military might to the Middle East, you had Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, Steve Witkoff, his longtime friend, now envoy to many conflicts and regions, meeting in Geneva, in meetings mediated by the Omanis. Do you think that those were good faith conversations when you look at it now in hindsight?
Look, I can't. It's hard for me to tell, not being in the room, not being privy to those conversations. I certainly want to believe so. I don't know, as I think Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff are very able negotiators, but it was not clear to me that the expertise was also with them, which is very necessary when you're dealing with nuclear matters. When we did the JCPOA, we had very senior diplomats, but we had tremendous technical expertise at hand because, it's complicated stuff, and you want to make sure you're not making a mistake. So I'm not sure who was actually in the
Is he implying that Steve Witkoff himself can't solo handle these negotiations? Excuse me.
room, and whether the people in the room could fully evaluate and assess, is this a good deal, is this a bad deal? And I've heard different versions of what the Iranians were actually willing to do, not willing to do, different versions of what we were willing to do or not willing to do. Not being there, it's hard to tell. But, David, when President Trump tore up the JCPOA back in the day, first term, he said he wanted to replace it with a better deal. And I think there was actually an opportunity to do that because Iran was in so much of a weaker position now than it was back when President Obama negotiated the deal.
You, of course, are a professional diplomat. You've dealt with the Iranians directly. And I'm curious if you think that
Vice President when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing.
Like, really? Iran's like, we're going to get the U.S. in one big strike?
Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner were at some sort of inherent disadvantage in those talks because you had professional diplomats on one side and they were on the other. This isn't what they've done their entire lives.
Look, a number of the Iranians have been doing this for a long time, and when we change administrations, we change out the people who are doing these issues, and there's a certain learning curve, and you have to get up to speed and become genuinely expert in things. Again, that's why I think it's so important to make sure that you have the experts with you, because they're the continuity. The Iranians have continuity because it's usually the same cast of characters, the same guys that have been doing this for a long time. Aranchi, the foreign minister, was Zarif's, the then foreign minister's deputy back then, so he knows what he's doing.
You've noted in the past that during war games, something's come up where if there were to be this kind of chaos in Iran, the regime might move uranium to different places across the country. And going back to what you were talking about a moment ago, the prospects of there being a Libya-esque or Syria-esque civil war, how worried should we be about that nuclear material being effectively scattered across this country and there being next to no accountability for A, where it is, and B, into whose hands it falls?
Yeah, I think that's a real concern. I would assume that the remaining material, and again, I don't know, we've seen lots of reports that it's likely that they were able to preserve, safeguard a lot of uranium, but I don't know that for a fact. I would assume that they've tried to disperse it, as you said, presumably in places that the regime has some control over, but if a country winds up in some kind of civil war, yeah, that's a real concern, and something that we have to factor into our thinking. If we're going to start dropping matches there in terms of arming various groups, we better watch out in terms of getting what we wish for. But, I'm of course... You've seen extraordinarily courageous people, beyond imagination, who are out in the streets looking for change, getting mowed down by this regime, and we all want to see a different future for them, different leadership for them. But
getting
it's
mowed
very,
down,
very
like
hard,
run
if
over
not
by
impossible,
cars?
Is
that what he
to do
means?
that from the outside, as we were saying. And the risks now are that instead of having a change, having a transition, you have an implosion, and then maybe even an explosion that has real
This
effect.
moving camera is annoying as fuck. I don't know which podcaster person started it. I think it looks horrible, and everybody's obsessed with it now. They all need these fucking $5,000 whatever tracks that the camera moves back from. I don't know what the fuck the point is. I don't know what you're supposed to gain or get from it.
Outside the country, our partners in the region have far fewer interceptors, air defense interceptors, than we do. If it gets to the point where they're running out and the Iranians have enough to continue going at their infrastructure, at their people, I think there's going to be a pretty strong demand signal on the administration to take an off-ramp to stop. We've had other second and third order consequences here. At the very time when Russia is really reaching a weak point because of its dependence on oil to fuel its war economy, in large part because the price of oil has gone down, it's having more trouble exploiting oil because of sanctions and restrictions that we put on technology. That's been a huge and growing factor. And the thing to do now, ideally, would be to squeeze the shadow fleet that they have that's going around the world, and that's the one thing that's able to keep them going. At the very time when that's possible, and that might force Putin to finally cut a deal on Ukraine, they get a lifeline, and the lifeline is the price of oil's going up. and the value of that shadow fleet oil is going up, and people will need it and want to buy it. The Europeans, in turn, having moved away from Russian gas, are now more dependent on the Middle East. And if that gets tied up, if the Straits of Hormuz remain problematic, that's going to put a lot of pressure on them. So mapping out, gaming out, planning out, and then making sure you have something in place to deal with all of these second and third order effects, usually important, and it's not at all clear to me that that was done.
From where we sit today, are you confident that the U.S. can extricate itself from this without putting boots on the ground in Iran?
It depends what the objective is. I think that, yes, in short,
we can always just say fuck it and leave.
A moment ago,
like, who cares?
The president could theoretically declare victory tomorrow and claim that severe damage was done to the regime, to the missiles, to the nuclear program, to the Navy, and say and call it a day. But then, for what? Most of that stuff ultimately can be rebuilt, and absent a change in the governance in the regime, which right now, in this moment, doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Huge risk. Without the support of without in effect, the buy-in from the American people, that leaves us actually potentially for some time in a strategically weakened position with regard, for example, to China or Russia, because our own stockpiles of critical long-range precision-guided weapons are down. Our air defense stockpile interceptors is down. That's usually questionable. But I think that is an off-ramp that's available to the president if he wants to take it.
As you've pointed out, President Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal during his first term. When you were Secretary of State, there was an effort to reanimate that, to get another iteration of it. What were the challenges of that, and why was it the case that in 2022 those talks?
What?
Who was he Secretary of State for?
Wait, I thought it was a... oh, no, wait. Was it the second term? Or... Hold on.
Biden.
No. Yes. First Biden. Only Biden term. Okay.
Broke down.
And Obama.
Look, we tried...
Second Obama term, right? Because Hillary was first, I believe.
Very hard to get back to the deal, but at that point in time, and especially with the passage of time, there were
Who
two.
was the second? No, Biden, and he's a long time Biden as well. Who was the second? Wasn't Oh no, Kerry was Obama's secretary. That's right. Sorry.
Things that were critical. One was that, of course, the Iranians, not without reason, said, "How can we trust anything? We can do a deal, and then." Maybe the President Biden's successor does exactly what President Trump does. So there was a limiting factor there. But the bigger limiting factor was getting the Iranians to agree to terms that we deemed necessary and sufficient to make the deal the right deal to do. And in particular, re-extending the timelines, the constraints that the original deal had in them on the nuclear program. We couldn't get to where we thought we needed to be to make it worthwhile. And we were doing it in partnership, in very close partnership, with our European friends and allies, with the French, with the British, with the Germans, with the European Union. Something that hadn't been the case in the immediate previous years. And I think we all agreed that the deal that the Iranians were willing to sign on to was simply not adequate. I wish we could have gotten there, but more than that, I wish that President Trump had not torn up the original deal. We'd be in a very different position and a very different world.
I want to ask you about something that your successor said this week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was talking about the motivations for this war. He said Israel was planning attacks that could lead to reprisals on American troops, so the U.S. had to get involved militarily. He since walked that back a bit. But what does that say to you about the relationship between the U.S. and Israel and the influence that the U.S. has over Israeli policy?
Look, this has been a long story when it comes to Iran. And back during the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, was through very muscular diplomacy backed up by very, very strong sanctions that we rallied the world to put in place. And then we got the Iran nuclear agreement. In the days after the October 7th attack on Israel, the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Israelis were insisting that in the north, Hezbollah from Lebanon was about to attack, and they wanted to strike preemptively against Hezbollah. And President Biden said, "Look, we're with you. We'll always be with you in defending Israel. And if you're attacked, we're there. But we're not there if you're going to start something." And we came within about 30 minutes of having a war in the north based on bad information that the Israelis had about an imminent attack from Hezbollah. We were able to avert that, but Biden was very insistent. We're not going to do something that you initiate, that you start. It's very different than defending Israel when it's been attacked. I can't speak to what the dynamic was this time. I heard that, then it was walked back. The president said it was the other way around. There's been a shifting rationale, a shifting explanation for why this, why now. And again, that's why it's so important to have ideally laid this out before the American people and our partners and allies. We might have had less friction with them if there was a compelling case to be made, to make sure that we laid that out in advance and had them with us on the takeoff.
This guy's a DGG.
Not mid-flight or on the landing.
You have faced protesters when you've given speeches. I remember there was an interruption in the press briefing room at the State Department when you were giving remarks. And the criticism you faced has been you and the administration, the Biden administration, effectively gave cover to Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu for them to prosecute the war that they prosecuted in Gaza that led to 75,000 people dying. In hindsight, do you regret not exerting more pressure on or trying to do more to constrain, yes, Israel, but principally the Prime Minister in that war?
Look, David, when there's been such terrible loss, such terrible suffering, when so many innocent people, Palestinian men, women, and children, lost their lives, you're always going to ask yourself, I always ask myself, could we, should we have done something different? And we had to make judgments in the moment to try to achieve a number of objectives. And in a way, I should really start with where we ended, which is we ended with a ceasefire that we handed off to the Trump administration. We ended with the hostages coming out, prisoners being released from Israeli jails, tens of thousands of trucks going into Gaza.
I see that as a mutual achievement between the Biden and the Trump.
Well, I think it was largely President Biden's, but I'm very thankful for the role that Steve Witkoff in particular played in supporting that in the moment, and that's what we were able to hand off. And then in that agreement, in the ceasefire agreement, it was for 6 weeks, and during those 6 weeks, the notion was that the parties would negotiate the terms of an enduring ceasefire. That didn't happen. They went back to war, and then finally, President Trump, 8 or 9 months later, landed this the current ceasefire. But do I wish that we could have gotten that sooner with less suffering? Absolutely. But there were a lot of things that were going on that we had to factor in. One was we were trying, obviously, to make sure that October 7th could never happen again. And October 7th was almost written off immediately by much of the world, starting practically on October 8th. And you had a traumatized Israeli society. And then now you've had a traumatized Palestinian broader society from October 8th on. But we wanted to make sure that couldn't happen again. We wanted to avert a wider war, which would have caused even more death, destruction, and suffering, and probably would have prolonged Gaza even more. And so that meant making sure, among other things, that there was a strong deterrent in place, including Israel's deterrent, to say to would-be aggressors who were prepared to jump in, pile in, because they thought Israel was down, if not out, Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis, etc., don't do it. And so we had to preserve Israel's deterrent. We thought the best way to end this was through the deal that we ultimately got, the ceasefire and hostage deal. But part of the challenge was that Hamas was constantly strong-arming things because of two factors. One, you thought the cavalry was eventually going to come to the rescue, the Iranians, Hezbollah, etc. And until it was clear, and that didn't happen until really September of 2024, with the death of Nasrallah, with other leaders who were taken out by the Israelis, with the decimation, if not, or diminishment at least of Hezbollah itself, that wasn't clear till then, and that notion of the cavalry coming to the rescue was still there. The second thing that was really problematic was that, and we know this from all the information we had, Hamas was looking for any gaps between us and Israel's other supporters. And as soon as they saw something emerge, they would step back. So in public, it was critical that we preserve as much solidarity as possible, even as in private. We were hammering them every single day on humanitarian assistance for Palestinian people, on civilian casualties. And of course, they were operating in a unique environment where Hamas was hiding among and below all of the civilian infrastructure and civilians themselves in schools and mosques and hospitals. That doesn't excuse some of the actions that Israel took in trying to get at Hamas, not at Palestinians, but it is necessary to understand that was part of the environment. I also think at the end of the day, this is just my judgment, and I may be wrong, that this was perceived in Israel among the vast majority of the population, not just Prime Minister Netanyahu, people in his government, but the vast majority of the
I could have wasted that dude.
Population, including many who don't like him at all, to be an existential matter. And irrespective of what we did or anyone else did, they were likely to continue with or without us. So for us, it was how do we bring this to an end as quickly and effectively as possible? Again, making sure that it's not likely to happen again, averting a wider war, and all the while trying to look out for people who are caught in this horrific crossfire.
Is it wrong to look at this as a continuum that Prime Minister Netanyahu was able to prosecute the war in the way in which he wanted? That led him to feel emboldened enough to take these strikes in concert with the United States.
Certainly, there's a profound connection there, because I think in the past he has probably been reluctant to go at Iran directly because of the threat of retaliation, a response from Hezbollah. But with Hezbollah vastly diminished, even though they did respond, not in such a significant way. And by the way, something truly remarkable: the Prime Minister of Lebanon denounced Hezbollah for getting into this and firing at Israel. That's remarkable. But for sure, I think the Israelis, yes, were in a position where something they hesitated to do in the past, that is direct confrontation. The Prime Minister of Lebanon denounced Hezbollah for getting into this and firing at Israel. That's remarkable. But for sure, I think the Israelis, yes, were in a position where something they hesitated to do in the past, that is direct confrontation with Iran because of the likelihood that others would get in and go at them, that was taken away. And that did open the door to them doing what they've done.
I want to wrap up with where this leaves us, where this leaves the world. And Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada spoke recently, and he said this is just another example of what he's talked about before, this rupture in the global order. That's happened on two counts here. There have been two failures. The first of which was the multilateral institutions that we've relied on weren't able to constrain Iran effectively. That's one. The second is you have the U.S. and Israel now going together without the consent of the UN or other multilateral institutions. Do you agree with him as he talks about the way that hegemony, the global order, has changed?
Look, we're very much at an inflection point in the global order, in the rules-based order that we spent 80 years building up, and that was premised on one, I think, profound insight, and that was enlightened self-interest, the notion that the success and strength of others would be our own as well. And we were able to build a system that avoided other countries ganging up against us, as is usually the case when one country rises above the others. We had new markets for all the stuff we wanted to sell. We had new partners to deal with different conflicts, different problems. We had new allies to deter aggression, especially with NATO. And now that system is being put in the, for now at least, in the dustbin and being replaced with, there are different versions of this. Some people believe that the president's engaged in going back to a kind of spheres of influence world where the Russians do what they want in their part of the world, the Chinese do what they want, except maybe on the economic issues in their part, and we do what we want to do in our part, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. And then you've got these problematic areas that are dealt with by force. That's a profound thing, and that's what's happening now. But I think at the same time, and this is what's maybe most frustrating of all in the Middle East, is that there's also an extraordinary opportunity. If, very big if, this does produce some kind of real change in Iran, then you have the prospect of a region that heads in a very different direction, that is integrated with its people, it's moving back and forth, its economy is integrated, greater success, greater prosperity for folks. But there remains one catch to that vision besides how Iran resolves, and that's the question of Israelis and Palestinians. The truly big vision right now would be to actually resolve that question, not to try to put it under the rug yet again. The bottom line is this. There are roughly 7 million Jews in Israel. There are about 2 million Arabs, 5 million Palestinians between the West Bank and Gaza. No one is going anywhere, despite the efforts of some on both sides to make that happen. And so tell me how this ends. I don't see how this ends without some kind of genuine political accommodation that realizes the rights of Palestinians. This is the moment for that big vision, because that brings with it something incredibly powerful. Normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and then potentially other countries will follow suit, from Qatar to Indonesia. And then if the Iranian problem is diminished, and Iran really has to face a choice between being a pariah gadfly or mending its ways, I think that's the most likely way we're actually going to see real change. Unfortunately, tragically, given the trauma on all sides after October 7th, on the Israeli side and among Palestinians, it's awfully hard to get there. But that's where you need people of vision to try to move things in that direction. There is actually an opportunity to do that. I worry that opportunity will not be seized, and we're going to just see a continuation among Israelis and Palestinians. And also, Iran is again likely in this moment.
Your thoughts on Havana Syndrome changed after watching 6 minutes? No, it's only stronger.
If I had to bet, again, we're replacing one Ayatollah for another, and the nature of the regime in this moment doesn't seem likely to change. I hope I'm pleasantly surprised, and the Iranians get the leadership that they deserve, but the jury's very much out on that.
Something you warned about during your tenure as Secretary of State was the role that China could play in subverting or reinventing the international order. How do you think about that now in this moment?
Well, nature abhors a vacuum. If we're disengaged, if we're not leading in the effort to shape that order, then China's going to fill the void. The flip side of that coin, David, is we've got to be doing it with allies and partners. We need, in all of these problem areas, to be working in concert. Whether it's dealing with the problems that China poses, we're much stronger when we're allied and partnered. We successfully align countries around the world in dealing with some of the challenges that China posed economically and on technology. When we're dealing with China alone, we're 20 or 25% of world GDP. When we're aligned with the Europeans, with Japan, Korea, India, we're suddenly 50 or 60%. That's a lot harder, bigger weight that China has to account for.
Last question is, what this war in Iran means for President Trump's other ambitions, be that Cuba, be that Greenland, continued project in Venezuela. How do you think about what this may or may not lead to?
Well, in some ways, Iran's the outlier, because these other areas that you just mentioned are all within what would be our so-called sphere of influence. And that's why I said, before, what we're seeing is at least is one of the shifts I think we're seeing is the president seems to see the world in terms of these spheres of influence, and anything within our sphere we should in one way or another control. And there's kind of a very 19th century view that actually controlling the territory is the most important thing. Never mind that there's absolutely no need to do that. I mean, in the case of Greenland, simply asking would have gotten the right answer in terms of putting more military forces there or striking deals on their raw materials. But that world, the spheres of influence world, where the big guys on the block, and it is guys in this view, get to do what they want in their area. That's the way things were for much of the latter part of the 19th century, but it didn't end well. We ultimately ended up with World War I. I'm equally concerned, David, with another alliance that's been shattered, and that's an internal alliance. When we started the 20th century, there was not a major pursuit of science in which the United States led the world. By the time we got to the 21st century, there was not a major pursuit in science and technology where the United States did not lead the world. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because we built an alliance between the federal government, universities, research institutions, national labs. The amount of GDP that we dedicated to research and development went from about 1.5% after World War II to, by the time President Biden left office, 3.5%. And that produced extraordinary innovation coupled with this welcome mat for the best and brightest from around the world, who would do their studies here, attracted by being with the best and brightest, and an open system. Then they stayed around and created things that made us a leader in all of these fields, which redounded to our economy and redounded to our national security. As that system is being blown up, I think that may be the biggest threat of all. If we lose that, we lose a lot.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much.
Great to be with you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right, and then last one, our good friend, Jack Smith.
Welcome, everybody.
Welcome.
My name is David Wilkins. I'm the faculty director of the Center on the Legal Profession, and we are thrilled to have all of you here for a conversation between Professor Alex Whiting and Jack Smith. The Center on the Legal Profession, for those of you who don't know, does exactly what its name suggests. We study the profession that all of you, in one way or another, even if you don't practice law, will be joining. We do a series of empirical research projects. We do conferences. And one of the most important things we do is we try to bring important speakers from a diverse range of backgrounds and viewpoints across the profession to come talk to you about their careers. So in our speaker series, we've had public servants like Brian Stevenson, Anne-Marie Slaughter. We've had leaders of the corporate bar like Kenneth Frazier, the former CEO of Merck, Brad Smith from Microsoft. We've had the Chief Justice of India, Viet Din, the former general counsel of Fox News. We've had a whole range of speakers. And our goal is really to try to give you an opportunity to both see and engage with leading practitioners, many of whom have gone to this very law school. Wow. And that is not the only reason we're proud to have Jack here, but it is one. And I have to say, I'm particularly proud because I taught him civil procedure in 1991. And I'm even prouder he still speaks to me after I taught him civil procedure in 1991. So as I said, you're not here to see me or hear from me. So I'm just going to give a few basic ground rules I hope that you will all observe. Please no video or audio recordings. The event is scheduled to begin now and will end at 2 o'clock, I'm sorry. But we know that many people may have classes. I am not encouraging you to not go to your class. So if you have to go and get up at 1:15 or 1:20, please feel free to do so. There are QR codes, as you can see here, where you can submit questions. And obviously, we won't be able to get to all of them, but Alex has agreed to try to bring in some of the questions from the audience. And of course, most of all, and I really don't think I need to say this, but it's important, be respectful. One of the things that I know that Jack will talk about is the importance of respectful engagement as a kind of cornerstone of how he's tried to run his career and what he thinks is important for all of you. And it is certainly something that we here at Harvard Law School can try to model. So I hope everyone will engage in this important conversation in that spirit. With that, I just want to say a brief introduction to a man who needs no introduction. No, not you, Jack. Alex Whiting here. He's a legend in this community, as well as he should be, a career prosecutor who's worked in many important international forums, including most recently special counsel, the special counsel's office at the U.S. Department of Justice as an assistant special counsel. And he's also been the Kosovo special prosecutor in the office in The Hague. And he's a brilliant teacher and a Natalie dressed guy. As you can see, we all got the memo. We are the Blues Brothers. So I turn it over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Hold on. We've got supposedly a 10 out of 10 clip.
Don't you think your hyperbolic statements undermine your credibility?
What hyperbolic statement did I make?
On February the 11th, 2026, you posted on Bluesky, quote, my words, or your words, not mine. The Democrats' video telling service members to ignore illegal orders didn't go far enough. They should have also urged them to refuse unethical orders, whether illegal or not. There are many things deemed legal that are still obviously unethical, and everyone should hold themselves to this higher law, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
I believe you did. Do you disagree with it? You think people should do unethical things in their capacity?
On December the 31st of 2025, you posted to in front of God.
But wait. Do you disagree with what I said?
Let me finish my question.
Let me reclaim my goddamn time.
Sure.
In front of God and country, you said, quote, they, referring to Republicans, think they can troll their way into us accepting ethnic cleansing, end quote. Your words, not mine. Did I read that correctly?
That was in regard to a
Did I
Department of
read that-
Homeland
did I
Security
read
post
that-
about advocating 100 million deportations. That is what DHS has tweeted from their own account. 100 million deportations
hurts, doesn't
would be ethnic cleansing. You would be
Truth hurts,
removing
doesn't it?
1/3 of the country. So yes, there
Truth
are
can
people
just
within the
gut you like
Department
a
of
fish.
Homeland Security.
And you don't think this is hyperbolic? Give me 30 more seconds.
I think advocating 100 million deportations is
I'm having fun here, Mr.
ethnic
Chairman.
cleansing.
On February
Yes.
5th, you said the following on Bluesky.
Your time
Quote,
is up.
These are all
Is this
good,
time really up?
but there's no enforcement mechanism. I'm sorry. Let me try a better one. On March 2nd,
no, he
you
laughed
said,
at him.
quote, if you rule against Trump's population purge agenda, no hyperbole there, the nativists will name you, threaten you, and come after you. These judges are much braver than the ICE agents who hide behind masks while violating the Constitution.
They are
Close
much
quote.
braver. They put their names on their rulings and they stand behind their constitutional rulings. When I talk about population purge, I'm talking about the fact that they're trying to deport U.S.-born citizens, people born here. They are trying to deport them as well. So it's not a mass deportation agenda. It is also an agenda intended to reduce the population of the United States, including U.S.-born people.
thank
So
you.
these are not
Wait.
hyperbolic statements. I appreciate you reading my account. I appreciate
Here's
your
the good
research.
news.
What planet did you just, wait a minute, Mr. Chairman, what planet did you just parachute?
Why is he fighting with the chairman? Hey, guys.
You
Whose
trigger
committee is
my
this?
gag reflex, Mr. Beaver.
What? Why? Because you just
He wants to puke.
throat fucked you?
Thank you, David. Jack, welcome back to Harvard Law School.
Thank you very much. It's a very big honor to be here. And we were just talking earlier. My first class at Harvard Law School was Professor Wilkins' Civil Procedure. So it's really nice to be here and to come sort of full circle. So thank you for having me.
So Jack, a little more than a year ago, you left the special counsel's office in the Department of Justice. A few things have changed in that year. Do any of them concern you?
Yeah, so let me start where the perspective I come at that question from. I am not a political person. I'm a career prosecutor. I spent 30 years serving the public as a prosecutor in every sort of prosecutorial role you could manage. A local prosecutor, national, international. I worked in the Department of Justice, and I think this is relevant to a lot of what we'll talk about today. I worked in Republican, Democrat administrations over and over again. And I had leadership positions in Democratic and Republican administrations over and over again. I was the chief of the public integrity section, supervising corruption cases around the country during the Obama administration. But I was the chief of criminal litigation in Brooklyn in the Bush administration. And then in President Trump's first administration, I held two different high-level positions, both as the acting U.S. attorney in Nashville, as well as working with Alex overseas as a State Department appointee at an international war crimes tribunal. So I come at it from a perspective of someone who's seen administrations change. It's seen the department and the sort of traditions that we've had for years and really decades. And top line, what we are seeing today is not normal. It's not normal. This is not the usual changes you see when one party or one administration has different priorities. And it does concern me. It concerns me because I see the traditions of the department being set aside because particular outcomes are wanted. I see people being targeted because of their opposition to the president or because he perceives them as an enemy. And I also see cases not being investigated and not looked at because of a fear where an investigation would take them. I think for me personally, I think one of the biggest concerns, and I think one of the ones that we should all be thinking more about, because we see the headlines of individual cases and that concerns us. But for me, I think one of the bigger concerns is the vilification of public servants.
True.
The hiring and firing in the Justice Department, I believe, has not gotten enough public attention because we don't really understand the full costs of it. You have public servants who have served for decades in administrations of both parties who are vilified because they are adhering to the ideals about why they became a prosecutor. And then conversely, you have people being brought into the Justice Department who don't believe in those ideals at all.
They're absolutely fucking retarded, and they're sick of ants.
There is an advisor to the current Attorney General who, on January 6th, 2021, was at the Capitol telling fellow rioters to kill police officers. It's on video.
Damn.
That person is now advising our Attorney General. And I think that says a lot about...
Wait, which person explicitly? Somebody linked this video. Wait. What? I don't know if I'm familiar with this particular thing.
Where we are, that these public servants who serve for
Oh,
decades.
is that a reference to Dan Bongino? Wait, I thought that guy's gone now completely.
He's gone. He's a podcaster.
Again.
But I don't think that is a reference to him.
It's some other Italian dude.
Because he was working in the CIA, or the, sorry, FBI.
Yeah.
That are being elevated. So, in answer to your question, yes, I do have concerns.
Okay, I want to step back for a moment because you said, you've talked about different administrations and changes in the department. You said this is not normal. You know, with changes in administrations, there are changes in policies of the department, there are changes in personnel. I mean, how much of this is just elections have consequences?
Yeah, I think that's an important sort of foundational question to ask, because I think in the sort of like public looking at what happens every day, we sometimes just look at what we don't like, right? Like, I don't like that outcome, or I don't like what they're doing here. And I think that's the wrong focus. Elections do have
Jared Wise is the guy.
And
Gotcha.
if a new administration or a new party wins an election, they get to decide policy. So if you win and you want to focus more on immigration enforcement and less on environmental protection, elections have consequences. That has to happen. If you want to focus less on corruption and more on fraud, you can do that. And I think sometimes people don't like the policy choices, and they confuse that with what I think of as the traditions of the department. The reality is, if you're someone, as a young person or a young lawyer, and you only want to work on policy things that you agree with personally and would vote for personally, you are probably not cut out to be a career prosecutor. That's probably not the best profession for you. My personal view is that if you want to be a career public servant in the Justice Department, you need to be willing and capable to carry out lawful policies of any administration. That's your job. Your job is not to set policy, it's to carry it out. And so I think that is something that we have to put to one side, but that's a very different thing than not following the traditions of the department.
So what's different? Tell us, like, now focus in on what's different now that's not just change in policy, change in personnel. What are the red lines?
Yeah, so a couple. I'll give you some examples, and I can give you kind of some ways to think about it. You see career prosecutors, people who came up through the department like I did, you see them being fired or resigning because they don't want to investigate the family of a shooting victim, right? They don't want to charge senators and congressmen for exercising their First Amendment rights. They don't want to be part of a deal where we dismiss a case in hopes that a mayor will change his policies to be consistent with the president's policies. They're stepping down because those are not policy things. That's about doing the job the correct way. And those sort of examples that we've seen over the last year, I put them into two buckets or two categories that you can think about them. And the first is this, process versus outcomes. If you have a prosecutor who is so dead set on getting a certain outcome that they don't care how they get there, you should be very suspicious of that prosecutor. If part of the reason the Department of Justice works is the policies of the department have come about over years, right? They have been...
Wait, quick meme.
Interpret DEI.
What is this?
How do you interpret DEI? There was the EO explicitly laid out the details.
These were the Doge employees that were...
It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding of it. Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO. Okay. So can you... I don't remember what was in the EO. So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is? Yeah. Okay, so what's your understanding as you say?
Okay, this is a little bit bullshit because the person asking the question is kind of playing a debate trick by asking for definitions. So, okay, be nice.
Here today.
To this poor guy.
In this deposition. Well, it was exactly what was written in the EO. And so anytime that we would look at a grant through the lens of complying with an executive order, we would just refer back to the EO and assess if this grant had relation to it. Okay, but I guess I'm stepping back from your methodology strictly in terminating the grants. Do you have an understanding as you sit here today of what DEI means?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding of what it means?
Well...
What's your definition?
It is exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay, so why is a documentary about Holocaust survivors DEI?
Objection.
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females during the Holocaust.
And you believe that that's inherently discriminatory?
I'm just saying that's what it's focused on.
Sure.
But this is related to DEI.
Right. But you just used the term inherently discriminatory. What did you mean by that?
It's focusing on
Jesus.
DEI principles, gender being one of them.
So a documentary that's about women would be DEI. Objection. Is that fair to say? No. So tell me why what I just said isn't DEI, but what you just said is DEI. Objection. It's a Jewish, specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture. It's inherently related to DEI for those reasons.
King?
It's simple.
Shrimple
How do you
as.
interpret DEI?
Shrimple as, some might say.
Developed by people who have spent decades learning their craft, learning what works, learning what's fair. And when you start throwing that all out and you're like, I really don't care how we get there, we just need to charge this person. That's obviously dangerous. And you don't have to look far outside of our system to know that. When you look internationally, right, you've heard the term show trials, right? Stalin had show trials. The Nazis had show trials. More recently, Alexei Navalny in Russia. These are trials where the outcome is not in question, right? And the process is whatever process is necessary to get to the outcome you want. And so when I evaluate the things that we're seeing today, I think about process, and is there a process or is there an outcome? You look at the cases, for example, of Letitia James and James Comey. There was a message to the Attorney General, right, that wasn't supposed to be public but was, that said you have to go after these people. And then immediately after, they went after those people, even though the career prosecutor said there was no case. That's not process. That is, I want this particular outcome. You look at...
Look, and I'll jump in on that one, and I want you to keep going with your example, so hold that. But on process outcome and targeting individuals, how are those examples different from cases where the department identifies certain individuals that they target for prosecution because they lead a gang or they're terrorists or they're, or something like that, and they build a case, they're going to target that person and they build a case against them? How is that different from Comey, Letitia James? Where's the line there?
Well, I think the beginning of your question kind of answers it. If there's a gang problem, then you're going to look at who the gang leader was. If you have a crime problem in the neighborhood, you're going to look at who's causing that crime problem. If you have a phenomena of crime, you're going to look who the leaders were who could have started that. In the Letitia James case, that is a mortgage fraud of that level in my experience. I've never heard of that low a number ever being prosecuted, much less from, again, I don't know, I'm not in the department anymore, but the facts as I understand them are such that I've never heard of a case on those facts being brought. I've never heard, I've done this for 30 years, the department having to go to multiple grand juries repeatedly to try to get an indictment of that nature. When you start seeing stuff like that, it's so counter to process. That's very, very different than...
So it's also about, process and outcome is also about why the person is being targeted, or maybe process is a question of why they're being targeted and for what reasons, and there are legitimate reasons and illegitimate reasons.
That's for certain, but I guess what I'm saying is, in addition to that, when you see that there's a direction that we're going to get to this outcome, no matter what, generally what you'll see is that the prosecutors blow through all the normal processes you would get to that because they can't be troubled, because those processes could stop you, right? If you're told to search somebody's house and you put together a search warrant and it turns out there's not probable cause to get that search warrant, well, that's a process problem, right, for you. You got to blow through that if you were told you're going to search their house no matter what. And
we were just doing this in class today, so very timely. For my students out there, very timely. Thank you. That was not planted. Go ahead.
It was not. So I think these examples where you see process being put aside, and another way I think about process is when I was in the department, things work from the bottom to the top, right? A line prosecutor, an apolitical, nonpartisan prosecutor, looks at the facts in the law and says, I want to go forward in this case. I need these approvals to take these investigative steps. I need these approvals. It doesn't come from the top down. It doesn't come, I want you to prosecute this person. Let me find someone who's willing to do that. And again, I think what I find really unusual, and as I said before, not normal, is you're seeing in many of these cases, they can't even get a prosecutor in the office where they're prosecuting the case to go in the grand jury or to do the work. If you're not in the Justice Department, that may seem like, well, I don't know, maybe that happens. I'm here to tell you that is not normal. That is not a thing that happens, and it's a sign that the normal processes are not being followed. The same thing, just again, going back to the James and Comey cases, my understanding from the reporting is that the local prosecutors there actually wrote a memo saying, here's the facts in the law, which is what should guide this, and there's no case. And despite that, they fired the chief prosecutor, who they had put in place, to bring somebody in to prosecute a case who had never prosecuted a case before. Again, never heard of anything like that. It's a pretty good indication processes aren't being followed.
Okay, wait, another meme? Uh-oh. XQC attempts to clarify Asmongold's controversial take about combat medics.
Still doesn't excuse the double tap. Only reason for that is to kill medical. Well, of course you should kill their medical. Like, if they're helping, of course you should kill their medics. Like, if you have these people that are helping these soldiers that are terrorizing you and fighting against you, you should, of course, shoot them. Duh. Like, what do you...
Like, again, 12-year-old. right? Like, oh, well, like, you know, if you're fighting somebody and they've got civilians that are building weapons, you should just kill all the civilians, right? Obviously. Well, I mean, of course, duh.
Talking about. That's a war. What? Yes, absolutely. That's a war crime? What do you mean?
So?
The medics? Yes, absolutely.
Chat, I could be wrong, Chat, but I think what he's saying is that if it's not a normal war and somebody's a terrorist, I don't think the rules of war apply. Is this correct or is it false?
They do.
Hey X, love you. May I get a welcome to the jungle?
Also, how many terrorists have people running around in when they're fighting wars, like medic vests or whatever, right? Is this like a thing that Hezbollah is? I know there's a lot of goofy stuff that goes on with Hamas and everything, but like, does he think that like if you're fighting terrorists, that you can just do whatever the fuck you want?
False? What? Am I wrong? That's not. It seems like it. What? Well, chat. Is something a war crime if it's not war?
True.
That's the Trump method.
Holy
King
true.
shit.
We're
Did
not
he
at
smile
war.
after
We
that?
can't commit war crimes. King, he solved
Wait, go to the
it.
end. Was he smiling? Because I need to know if he was trolling or not there.
What? Well, chat. Is something a war crime if it's not war?
No, he looks pretty dead serious there.
Wait, how long is this video? Hold on. Okay, wait. Quick. 8-minute meme?
How can it be an 8-minute meme?
Before Skyscanner, searching for cheap fried tomatoes. Cray cray.
I've learned from the Charlie Kirk.
How close Konstantin Kisin came to being assassinated during his debate with Destiny.
That's
what?
Crazy fucking
What?
clickbait, dude.
I've learned from the Charlie Kirk killing.
This guy was sitting mere feet away from Konstantin Kisin during his debate with Destiny. When you hear what he has to say, it is scary to think how this could have gone.
I was like fucking locked onto his eyes, and he kept like glancing down at me and then like breaking eye contact. Because I fucking hate the guy. I was just like, I wanted to kill him.
I stumbled upon this.
Oh my god. Are we being serious right now? This is a genuine assassination attempt. What? How is it that every single thing Trump and everybody else says is just a troll, it's just a meme, it's just whatever, but for these people it's like, he said he wanted to kill him. Oh my god.
Stream when I was just trying to research and understand the opposing view, and I was shocked by
research LeMayo.
Some of the things this guy was saying. Keep in mind, this guy was sitting in Konstantin's eye line.
And I think he got distracted by that and didn't pay attention to a single thing. What I think said.
Yes, it is just talk, but there is something more disturbing beneath the surface here. He's openly talking about wanting to assassinate Konstantin. This
Shit, this guy's about to make his second trip to Rogan.
could have gone very differently. He even has a box cutter or X-Acto knife.
I should have done. Stanley Blades just fucking sprinted up onto the stage, slash Konstantin in the fucking jugular.
Okay, that's unhinged and retarded. You're crazy,
You
whoever this
shouldn't
guy
be
is.
making
that was an unhinged comment. Jesus Christ.
But he wants to kill him. You can see the chat. They're all thinking the same thing, it seems. No one seems to be bothered by this because it has become so common.
Is this guy one of my fans, or who is this guy? Gomer Pyle. Do I know this guy?
Place. He knows he can do this. YouTube's not going to do anything.
Good one.
Done. Sorted. Prison forever on the one hand. Prison forever on the one hand. And then I should have gone. Then I should have gone woke jihad. Woke jihad. I should have gone for the white race or something. I don't know.
You could say, oh, okay, well, he just worded that poorly. It's just an expression, but he takes this much farther. Then he gets into, based on what happened to Charlie Kirk, this is what I have learned when it comes to how to kill conservatives.
No, I feel like my genuine psychopath thought that I've learned from the Charlie Kirk killing is...
Is this guy like, I'm curious if this guy's a lefty who hates me, or if he's just a random YouTuber guy or whatever. This has to be satire now. I don't know. I guess I'd have to watch the full video. But when you start to, like, pull out weapons, I feel like you gotta calm the fuck down.
If you are going to assassinate a political target, then try to reduce the gore as much as possible so people can't sympathize with the bastard who's getting it. So you'd have to go up with like a cape, and, like cover him in a cape and do it cleanly under there.
Okay, nobody's linking his YouTube, so I will find it. Hold on. Pete. Gomer.
Well, did the guy not put it in the comments?
Simple as. Fuck. YouTube? Oh, hold on, wait. Somebody linked it.
Yeah.
Go on.
Good ban.
Where is fuck. Do you think Gomer Pyle's like his YouTuber name or something, or?
You could maybe find it by doing some of the chatters in the
or something. Maybe
yeah, or in the chat. I don't know. Here, I'll try now.
I'll search after.
You know,
I need to get
like an abattoir.
So he's literally openly talking about assassinating political targets here. So the question is, well, why? That's what I wanted to understand. That's why I take the time to even look at these streams.
It's all like dog whistling. We need to secure a future for the white people.
He makes it very clear. His belief is Konstantin is a racist.
And all it is appealing or dog whistling to the stupidest voters, like the dumbest 10% of people who happen to be racist as well. Stick up for racism.
But then he talks about the real problem here is the weak white culture of the UK.
We simply don't have the white people stepping up and educating themselves in the right kinds of ways because of culture issues, I guess, because of the weak white culture.
He is the very thing he thinks he is fighting against. His entire analysis of Konstantin's ideas are absolutely mischaracterized. He's not content with them at all. And then he uses those ideas as his justification.
Based on these fucking ideas, for me to vote for the Green candidate, you retard piece of shit, Konstantin. I fucking slap, mug, you mug.
This provides us a window into this mentality, into the psychology of people like this. It's important to understand. It's important to see.
We hadn't also at the same time had the doctrine.
A lot of this would be much easier to manage. If I got on that stage, grab his fucking lapels, right, the pin, and fucking hip on, bang, right over. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about right over my hip. Konstantin's right over my hip. I've got his fucking lapel.
I genuinely don't understand it. Even if you disagree with Konstantin, how could what he's saying upset you this much?
You're right. By the lapels, fucking hoof. Right, I'm talking bang, and his whole body just goes whoosh into the fucking wood. That's what I'm saying.
This guy's like the white low-tier god.
Reputation, okay? But we see these same ideas reflected at a higher level. Literally just yesterday, I stumbled on a stream where Destiny's head moderator is trying to talk to Destiny because he's concerned because he is seeing too many calls for violence in their Discord server, and he's beginning to worry that people aren't actually joking.
Yesterday, I think Destiny referred to it as like kind of school shooter vibes going on as far as how people are talking.
I like how I get I won't stop doing this because fuck these fucking losers. And also fuck everybody in chat that blames Hobbit on this, okay? I am literally the only content creator on the entire fucking planet that actually tries to moderate or do anything about his community, and anytime I have conversations like this, do anything about it, people lose their fucking minds. Meanwhile, these people's communities will be absolutely fucking unhinged, okay? Like, ready to go fucking, beat the shit out of their wives and then sign up for their $50,000 ICE bonus and then not even get paid and go to the border and start harassing brown people for the love of the game. But they just don't say shit about their audiences ever. They never check them. They never talk about any of it. And they constantly elude any amount of, like, responsibility or anything for any of it. And then they're gonna fucking clip me for having conversations like this? Like, it's absolutely fucking unreal, but okay.
A way that makes people think that, like, not just radical and, like, I'm so tired of people saying, like, well, Trump did radicalize me. You should be radical under Trump. I'm talking about radical as in, like, gonna cause violence in a way that isn't what everybody thinks it is kind of way. And I know, like, your argument is, like, well, people like Trump and things like that, like, they can say this stuff openly, and, like, I completely understand that argument. My argument is that people aren't taking this serious, and if they are taking it serious, and they are meaning the words that they're saying, and they're not joking, that is the problem.
Okay.
Everyone's joking, though. But everybody's not joking, though. My concern is that we are vastly approaching like point of no return in our own rhetoric within the community, and I think that it is being furthered by
now the pretentious music comes on. Oh boy. How many videos do you think Warren Smith has made about Trump calling for the execution of sitting politicians? Like, it's none. It's never. It's so fucking cringe. Holy shit. What the fuck was that noise?
I'm forced to ask myself, how is this, if YouTube is going to kick off people like we've seen them kick off, why is this tolerated?
I'm literally demonetized!
We introduced new things, so I don't know what the monoculture is.
People are going to claim, yeah, but this guy's not famous, he's not, no one really knows who he is, that's why, but how is that even relevant?
And multiculturalism, which have, instead of creating a monoculture into which people are encouraged to buy in and integrate, have instead created a society in which people are encouraged to see themselves as members of an individual community.
He fails to see that he is the very thing he thinks his opponents are.
About 40 died, but this is what I hate about these people, is like, they make a career, right? They make a career out of violent and aggressive politics and riling it up and stoking it up.
So therefore we should take them out because they're riling things up. They're too full of hatred, so we should hate them.
This guy with 595,000 subs that gets like hundreds of thousands of views on his videos, 200K, 500K, 200K, assuming it isn't bot. This guy's girl has been kind of sus, but he's also on that fucking mainstream circle jerk zeitgeist. Has made a full YouTube video on this guy who has 9,420 subscribers. Holy shit. Andrew Wilson, undefeated. Who the fuck is this guy? The anthropic argument. Like about AI or global climate stuff or?
Yeah, I mean, we probably got to watch the full video, but the shit that we've seen doesn't look great.
Well, I mean, well, no, the guy sounds fucking crazy. He sounds unhinged.
Yeah.
I'm curious if this is like a big fan of mine. Have I interacted with this guy, or if it's just like a dude who showed up to the debate?
His name's like Digital Genosis. I can check in DGG.
Yeah, Digital Gnosis, but... Huh. I explore philosophy, religion, and politics. I aim at accurate and clear communication where it's important. I value dialogue across boundaries of disagreement. I try to include humor where I can. The channel is more opinionated and will contain more of my own views.
There's no one named Digital... There's no, like, account named Digital Genosis or whatever in DGG.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well... Don't be like that guy, okay? He goes by Rin Lux in a lot of places. Shut the fuck up. Wait, this is the guy. Oh, RTBA linked me. Grifter Konstantin gets logic mogged by Stripper Destiny.
That's the live video. By Stripper Destiny? That doesn't sound like a fan.
Well, maybe it's like Destiny's a woman's name.
Now, during which you've seen that stick to that point to make a clip. Murder?
What is he, Fuck, hold on. What was he...
What does he talk about, or...?
Yeah, no, wait. What was he saying around that knife thing? I'm just curious what that segment looked like. Or was it, did he say box cutter?
Yeah, I think box cutter or X-Acto knife. Blade, maybe?
Oh. There's no... I don't think there's any context that can save this, but let's see. Let's try.
People are not very good with numbers. But the other reason, of course, people...
Says guy whose main argument was big number big.
Aren't able to quote you the exact number of people who...
I didn't ask for a quote of the exact number.
You said this earlier, and I'm addressing your broader point, which is why do people misunderstand the immigration statistics? Is that people don't look at immigration as this is the number of people who came this year and this is the number of people who came last year. They look at the reality of their lives, they look at the change they see around them, and what they're really concerned about is the cumulative impact of immigration over the period of their lifetime.
Which I should have done. Stanley Blades just fucking sprinted up onto the stage, slash Konstantin in the fucking jugular. Done. Sorted. Prison forever on the one hand.
Jesus.
Prison forever on the one hand. And then I should have gone... Then I should have gone, woke jihad. Woke jihad. I should have gone for the white race or something, I don't know. No, I feel like my genuine psychopath thought that I've learned from the Charlie Kirk killing is if you are going to assassinate a political target, then try to reduce the gore as much as possible so people can't sympathize with the bastard who's getting it. So you'd have to go up with like a cape and like cover him in a cape and do it cleanly under there, you know, like an abattoir.
Which, as I explained to you, has been huge, unprecedented over the last 35 years.
Yeah, it's true. He's not worth it.
And will be even more unprecedented.
Oh, so he said he's not worth killing. So actually...
Oh, saved.
There we
Trimple.
go. We saved him. There we go. Woo! He got it.
in terms of its cumulative impact over the next 35 years. Now, it's true that immigration has come down to 300 or something thousand in the last year. Doesn't mean it will stay that way, but also I never predicted it would get to 1 million. I think Matt did. But the point I would make is the transformation over a 30-year period is what people actually care about, and which is what they're right to care about. Now, as for the point about illegal immigration, yeah, it's true. Illegal immigration is a smaller percentage of the total immigration that we have than legal immigration.
But that's
it's still
brown.
higher today
That's
than it was
still brown.
35 years ago and 30 years ago, which is way too high. Illegal immigration should be zero. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, every crime should be zero, but there's always going to be some amount of crime or some amount of illegal immigrants. I guess the issue I have
Don't you
is
agree with that, Destiny? Illegal immigration should be zero.
you say, why do the British people not understand the exact numbers? I didn't ask for the exact numbers. It's like 10 or 11 million to 1 million. There are different estimates from 500,000 to 1.3 million or whatever illegals. It's a big ratio, 10 to 1 to be off by, to assume it's 50-50, that,
More like
or that there are more
24.
illegals than are legal immigrants.
Small boat
And I think the issue is people in your position, or people like Reform or Restore, depending on how right you want to go, lie constantly about the immigrant population in the United Kingdom. And then as a result of selling those lies to the people, you get these ridiculous plans or attempts to fix it all in the United Kingdom. And because the problem was never as severe as it was stated.
Yeah, this is a line of questioning that's really frustrating, given how much Konstantin harps on about this quote-unquote problem as well, is that he has absolutely no policy suggestions. And so what is the point of your engagement in politics if you're not actually bringing any policy suggestions to the table? You're just here to say, oh, big number scary. Like, what is your actual point?
First place, the problem ends up not being solved, and then you exacerbate other problems. So at the end of the Tory government, with this attempt with like the Rwanda plan, this idea that you're going to ship people to other countries to have them process first, or with the idea that leaving Brexit would give the UK greater control over their population.
Please don't say what?
Please don't say anything nice about Destiny, please.
Oh, I think his comments earlier were, I think he was just being way too fucking edgy, but I'm pretty sure they were joking. He wasn't legitimately talking about murdering this guy. But not good. You shouldn't joke like that, especially when you got a fucking knife on stream or whatever, but...
For sure. His YouTube channel had like a video, which I think the title is kind of true, like Elon Musk is an enemy of Britain. It just is a little scary to think about this guy like going and fucking murdering someone. So
I've already said I don't access the same people that were trying to claim asylum in the EU, and then if they were rejected once there, to send them back if they came to Britain next. You lost access to a lot of these things, and then the same people that were in charge of pushing those ideas are now telling you and selling you on the idea that reform is going to come in and somehow fix the very same issues that they've been lying about and have failed to fix in the past. And you might hear this talking point, this cope that reform is different. We're not going to be like the old conservatives. So then you've got all your politicians are going to be empty Tories that are defecting to join the new reform party. So I don't know where all this new blood is going to come from. I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem. I'm going to put it in front of you. There is like
he's a Konstantin anti-fan.
Problem here, regardless of what I said earlier, I don't think rapes are good, mass rapes or normal rapes. I think there should be some probably cap on what type of immigrants and how many should come to the country. I just never really hear a discussion on any of that. I just hear 500,000 British girls have been gang raped by mass grooming gangs, and it wasn't like that when I came over in '96, despite the fact that those rapid grooming gang scandals started in the '80s. So I don't feel like I ever hear anything else that's being spoken about.
Yeah. Well, it's a pity we didn't have someone from Reform on stage so you could rehash your Wikipedia talking points to them.
Oh my god, this fucking loser, dude.
You're a Reform voter though, right?
No, I've never voted for Reform.
Would you vote for Reform in the upcoming election?
It depends on who stands in my constituency. Last election, I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't ask about last election. In the upcoming election, will you vote for Reform?
I will probably vote for the same person who's a Liberal Democrat.
Okay, so you don't think you would support the Liberal Reform guy?
I think that this was disingenuous of Konstantin, because the reason why he specifically is talking about this Lib Dem...
It's because it was a protest vote against Labour. I don't know his constituency though, so I can ask the breakdown on stage because he would just fucking lie.
This Lib Dem candidate is because he likes this one Lib Dem candidate. It's unrelated.
Or it could be that particular guy too, but I don't know what constituencies.
The other point, if I could get to it, is the second point. And this would be for those of you in the audience who are ever thinking of being prosecutors and like to pursue that career. 2 words I have for you. 2 words that are as important as you will hear, and it's this. Facts matter. The facts actually matter. And one of the things that I see in the Justice Department today is that that's not the case. And in fact, you see where there is a concern on the leaders of the department's part that those facts could lead them somewhere they don't want to go. They make sure those facts aren't followed. A good prosecutor goes where the facts take them. I can't tell you how many times in my career I've started an investigation with an understanding of certain facts, and a full investigation showed me that what I looked at originally, it didn't happen like that at all. I might know 3 facts, and they seem to really drive in one direction, and then when I compile 97 other facts, it's a completely different story. Prosecutors, good ones, have to be able to change their judgments no matter how much work they put in to go where the facts take them. And what I see in this administration is situations where a reticence to follow the facts because it will involve prosecuting or investigating somebody they know the president doesn't want them to prosecute or investigate. There's numerous examples of this. You could start with, I think it was referred to as Signalgate, where they were talking over a Signal app about war plans, what were clearly classified war plans. I can tell you with certainty that there is no administration, Republican or Democrat, since I've been a prosecutor, they would not open an investigation in that case.
100%.
But in that particular, I'm not going to say where that would come out, like how that would turn out, because as I said, you don't know in the beginning. But if you remember, in that case, the Attorney General said there would be no investigation the very day it came out. Shut that down. Didn't want to know the facts. Just didn't want to have an investigation. We're seeing the same thing now in Minnesota, where victims of police shootings are being called domestic terrorists, again, before a single fact is collected, and then blocking local authorities from investigating that. That is the antithesis of facts matter. And to be clear, I don't profess to know how an investigation would turn out. Part of what a good prosecutor does is not comment on how things might turn out until they do the investigation.
True.
So I think people on both sides saying if it's a crime or not a crime is not how we should do things. But if you shut the door to facts, you shut the door to the rule of law. You shut the door to getting outcomes that the public can trust.
Okay, so importance of process, importance of facts. These are the themes that link together red lines that have been crossed in the department today. It sounds like before we even think about how we might rebuild the department, there are certain first principles that we have to think about. What are those first principles?
Well, as I said, these two, right? Like process matters, following the facts matters, keeping politics out of the decision-making of prosecutors matters. I also think that one of the sort of first principles we need to talk about and think about is how to protect apolitical, nonpartisan public servants so they can do their jobs. Because when you don't follow the facts and when process doesn't matter and integrity doesn't matter, the Justice Department can't do its job in lots of ways beyond these cases that we're talking about now. If the Justice Department is not inhabited by people who have integrity and who can follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, one, they just can't do the job, but they're also not going to be trusted. A big thing I have seen through my 30 years as a prosecutor, we've seen this in the international setting as well, is that the rule of law does not enforce itself.
What are these guys talking about? Shut the fuck up.
You can't just have a law book and say, hey, there's a law in the books. You did wrong. Please report to prison for the appropriate sentence, or decide which cases to bring or not bring. It takes people of high integrity who function based on ideals that we all agree on about truth and integrity to make those calls, to make the sacrifices to make those calls. And unless we protect those people, it's very hard to have outcomes that the rest of us can trust. And so I think one of the things that for someone who loves the department and is now outside it, seeing the loss of credibility that department prosecutors have had with the courts over the last year has been just saddening to me. One judge said credibility that has been built up over years has been lost in weeks. And it's not just in these cases that we're talking about where people are being targeted. When judges and juries don't trust prosecutors, they're going to start not trusting them for other things too. Things that we want for them to protect our communities from violence, to protect us from fraud, to fight corruption. And basically the sort of mission the department has broadly, it's not capable of doing that anymore. Another way I think about it is this. To have a public institution that functions, right, that actually can do what you set it up to do, you need three things. And this particularly in my mind goes to the Justice Department. You need competence, you need integrity, and with integrity I'll put independence. And then the third is you need to be able to communicate those things to the public. So
let's break those down. You've talked a little bit about integrity, but I want to come back to that because there's, I think, more to say about it. But competence, what do you mean by that? Like, how does that figure in here?
Yeah, I think one of the things that again, from where I personally sit, living my life and having had my career, that I'm really concerned about is part of what I see as an attack on the rule of law is an attack on competence, right? We think that someone who spent decades learning their craft and how to do something the right way for the right reasons, that doesn't really matter anymore. We can just put somebody in who's never done that before, and they'll just do it. And I think of the example. Imagine if you had a heart problem or need a brain surgery. Would you ever say, well, this person's a great surgeon, but I'm not really sure I like their politics. This person has never performed surgery ever once in their life, but I feel policy-wise we're the same. You'd never do that. And I think
can you translate that into? Because I think everybody intuitively gets that, right? A heart surgeon, right? But how do you translate that into the Department of Justice? And maybe you can speak a little bit about your own trajectory. You started as an ADA in Manhattan, became an AUSA, and then you have moved into leadership positions. Talk about competence in the department and what exactly that means.
Yeah. So and just to frame it, I think part of the challenge is how I understand being a prosecutor, the expertise it requires. I understand it like that, and I think a lot of people outside the department don't understand being a heart surgeon and being a prosecutor handling complex cases, that they're really analogous.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And so to give you an example.
I thought a deadline on any part of this thing killed it. I don't know how to be placed in the back. Fuck me. You motherfucker.
I think ethically and by integrity, I'm the same person I was when I was 25 years old when I became a prosecutor for the first time after leaving the school.
Back when he was hosting the No Jumper podcast.
If someone had told me, hey, Jack, you're a good guy, you got your head on straight, we want you to take on the role of investigating war crimes around the world or serving as special counsel. You're a good person, you'll figure it out. That would not have gone well.
Why not? Why not? Like, I want to get sort of specific here. Like, I mean, I get it, and I believe you.
Do you think Jack Smith will go back in the next administration, or do you think he's fucking done?
We don't even know if there'll be special investigator. Who knows? Yeah.
Can you be like, when you're a heart surgeon, it's very technical and you learn all the special. Like, what is it that you gain in it? What does competence mean in the department? What is it, right?
So there's so many different skills, and so I'll give you a few. But like, you're interviewing a really important witness in a very big case that everybody in the world is watching, right? And you have to decide through the course of that interview if this person is credible or not, if they're telling the truth on difficult subjects. If that's your first interview, you're not going to know the sort of tells that happen or how to test someone's credibility. But if you interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people like we have in our career, you're going to know how to do that. If you've never handled a major national security case and you don't know the intricacies of the department requirements to take investigative steps, it's not even just a matter of intelligence. It's experience and judgment. And when you're running a complex investigation or a prosecutor's office as a U.S. attorney, you're recalled to make judgments every day that require both integrity for sure, but also experience because you've seen a version of this problem many times before, and also just skill. Like if a lawyer comes into your office and they have a big trial tomorrow and they have to cross-examine somebody and they need help, if you've never ever done that or even really watched it, you're not going to be of any help to them. But if you have and you can, that office is going to have better outcomes and serve the public better. And so I think a lot of the things that lawyers do, people don't understand that you're a lot better having done them after a couple of decades than when you first start doing them. Of course, we know that in all professions, but I don't think we understand the degree of difference. And the last thing I'll say on this topic is, one of the great things that I've enjoyed about working in the department is the career people who've been there for decades. They know their substantive areas so well. And one of the great things of being a prosecutor in the department is you can lean on those people and rely on those people and ask for their advice about how to handle things. When I was at the public integrity...
One thing that I don't think Jack Smith pays enough attention to is like, how much do we actually need these people now that we have AI and we could just replace all of them with fucking Claude? Hell yeah.
Section. That is sort of the clearinghouse for expertise on
from the government.
Political corruption cases.
Oh, true.
And so prosecutors from around the country would call us and ask our advice or get our approval for certain investigative steps. And that made it a lot more likely things were going to be done well and the right way and for the right reasons. The public integrity section is in essence, I mean, it's technically there, but it's in essence been disbanded as I understand it. And as I say, I think that's a jettisoning of expertise at the cost of the rule of law. That trying to get rid of people who can say how things should be done makes it easier to just get the outcomes that you really want to get.
It's actually not going to be the last thing you say on it because I have one more question on this. I just want to press again a little bit further on this, which is to say, like, ask you, can you, so first of all, you've sometimes talked about this experience as getting reps, and you've said it, like getting, doing hundreds of interviews, seeing cases over and over again, and building up to a point where you have, and I think this is the important word, you said judgment, right, to make these decisions. But what is, you've kind of touched on it a little bit, but I just wonder if you can say more about what's the consequence for the department losing career people who've been there for decades, who are in senior positions, whether it's in public integrity, national security, narcotics, whatever, across the department. What's the consequence for the department, losing that kind of level of competence?
Well,
it's
I think
bad. What do you want him to say?
One consequence. The easiest one is one of, well, you'll just do things wrong in a way that when it comes time to go to court, you'll lose a case you should have won and a case that would have been good for the public and for the American people if you had won. But you just aren't that good at it because you haven't done it before. I think maybe what you're getting at is a deeper problem, is that the people, in my experience, who inhabited these roles, they did things the right way, and they did it for the right reasons. And you knew that if there was a decision to prosecute someone, that it wasn't for political reasons because these people wouldn't stand for it. And I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing a lot of these resignations is because people don't want to be a part of that. That gives a confidence not only whether you're going to win or lose in court is one thing, but whether you're doing things the right way and whether people in the public can trust that, hey, I don't have time to read the whole case file in this case, but how you seem to be going about your job, I feel like I can trust that. We need to have that trust in our government generally, but particularly in the Department of Justice, given the great powers that prosecutors have, the great discretion that prosecutors have.
Okay, now, so you said competence, integrity, communication. Let's go back to integrity and independence. How does that translate in the department? You've said a little bit about integrity. Can you say more about it and about independence? What does that mean in the Department of Justice? Because the Department of Justice, part of the unitary executive, part of, right? So what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so I can talk about the Department of Justice that I kind of grew up in, from a line prosecutor taking direction to someone eventually giving direction. And in my prosecutorial career, the idea that you would go after someone or not.
Okay. He uses the term line prosecutor. Okay, fuck Kafka for saying like, I don't know what you guys mean by line prosecutor. You mean like in the fuck you, Kafka?
Not like a line cook because of their politics. It was just not on the table. I say all the time. My first boss was a guy by the name of Gene Percaro. He was the chief of the section I was in at the district attorney's office before I was a federal prosecutor. If I had told him, hey, I'm going to go after this guy because he's a political enemy of the DA, or I'm going to not go after this guy even though we've got a good case because he's a friend of the DA, my boss would have literally thrown me out a window. I mean, it was so far from how anybody would talk or think. And early in my career, the questions we're talking about now, it wasn't like it was on the table as a discussion. And I think that the people, in my view, who served in the department for decades, many of whom who've either been fired or forced to resign, they were the keepers of that ethic. You knew that you may not like the decision, but it was made in good faith. And that means a lot. And so I think losing that is a tremendous loss. And again, I think, for example, if you're a corruption prosecutor, right? Any case you bring, somebody's going to think you're great and someone's going to think you stink, right? Depending on who the defendant is. And what good career prosecutors know is that none of that stuff matters. The people who like you today won't like you tomorrow, and then they'll like you again, and then they won't. It's all noise. I think people who are responsive to news cycles and have to get their message out today, that is not the sort of people you want making decisions about prosecuting people and taking away their liberty. The people I knew who were prosecutors would never let that sort of stuff affect their thinking. And so those two first building blocks, like I know how to do this job actually. Like I actually am competent and qualified to do it. And the second is, I can be trusted to do it fairly. You can trust me because I don't have a horse in the race politically. I don't have a horse in the race wanting a certain outcome from me personally. Without those, you can't even have a conversation about having the rule.
You need to take it back.
But then we get to the third topic.
Right, and it's about communication, and you just alluded to that about news cycles and communication. How do you communicate
He's like a little
this
nub,
to the
I
public,
think.
and how much is communication part of your success as a good prosecutor?
Yeah, so this is the one for me that these days I spend the most time thinking about. And part of the reason is, well, the first two, competence and integrity, are foundational. They're not hard. We've done that. We actually, at least the people I work with, we know how to do that. I think communicating to the public that you are competent and that you can be trusted is really hard today, given how we all talk and communicate with each other.
We got him.
Getting people to listen who don't already agree with you, just culturally these days, is really challenging. And I think it's particularly hard for prosecutors because there are rules, right? Like you do not want to say something when a case is pending that would interfere with someone's right to a fair trial, right? You do not want to say something that would violate the local rules because every federal court has local rules that very specifically limit the things prosecutors can say when a case is pending. But we also have a reality where powerful defendants can have whole communications teams out there repetitively saying things that are not true, that are misinformation, that will get a certain group of people, a certain part of our society believing things that aren't true, and you don't have a mechanism to push back on that. And so I don't have a solution to this, but what I do think is that we need to start having a conversation where people like me who know what you're supposed to do this job right, start talking to, frankly, younger people who understand how we communicate with each other these days and coming up with solutions to that. I'm not sure that would be a perfect one because there's a tension between what a prosecutor can and should say when a case is pending. But I think as we sort of think ahead, this strikes me as one of the things that we need to get better at, and we need to, particularly in my mind, communicate not just in like the legal community and not just in sort of like institutions like Harvard Law School. We need to find a way for prosecutors to communicate with people who don't get to go to Harvard Law School and are in communities that don't have access to a lot of the things we have access to in a place like this. I think that is very doable. I think prosecutors do stuff like that all the time. Like when we, as a prosecutor, when I argue a case to a jury, right, I'm pulling in people from all over a community. When I was a prosecutor in New York, you can imagine how diverse that jury pool is, right? And I had to get people who came from all different sorts of backgrounds, all different sorts of perspectives. The only way I win is if I convince them unanimously that I have it right here. Now, by the time we get there, I should have vetted my facts and law really well that I should be able to do that. But I think we, in this divisive time we're living in, we underrate our ability to sort of reach out to people who we disagree with. It's uncomfortable to do that. But I think we got to start finding ways personally and individually to do that if we want to, once we have competence, integrity, if we want people to really believe that's true.
Where the fuck are all the
So
comments
maybe
at?
with communication, as you say, prosecutors can't live by the news cycle. That'll undermine their integrity. But maybe it's a matter of others speaking in that space, right? For prosecutors, filling that space about what's really going on to try to balance out the communication.
Yeah, I like I said, I do not sit here telling you I have all the solutions. I would share them with you if I did. But I do think that we need to like rethink it and think about it. We can't ever do anything that makes it less likely someone's going to get a fair trial. That's a red line. We can't do that. But there do have to be ways that we can say things that go beyond, the sort of circles. When I came up as a prosecutor, you talked in the courtroom and not on the media steps. And if someone decided you really had to give a press conference, you guys have seen those things, right? I get up there and say the most boring thing possible.
If a MAGA guy could watch this without being distracted, do you think their impression of Jack Smith would change? Bro, I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck they're watching. Wait, no.
No one ever remembers, and I knocked it out, and thank you, goodbye. And I'll say, like, in my career, and this is like a learning experience for me, I probably was someone who erred on the side of saying less for never wanting to be ever accused of interfering with someone's right to a fair trial, and never wanting to sort of like showboat or try to be, in the media when I didn't need to. I think you got to do it for the right reasons, but I think that's a component of the job that I early in my career didn't see as part of my job, and I now think that for the next leaders of the department, that is going to be a really important part of the job. But at the same time, I wouldn't want the next leaders of the department to be communication specialists who didn't really know the traditions of the department. You got to have both. It's a new skill set to add to the old.
So I'm starting to get some questions from the audience, and some of these are questions that I actually are already on my outline, but this one I had not thought of, and it kind of goes back. You talked about lawyers at the DOJ resigning. What do you? They're kind of, that's a sort of double-edged thing, right? So on the one hand, they're resigning under principle. On the other hand, or because they just can't work in that environment for reasons you've been talking about. But on the other hand, then they're leaving space for other lawyers, that may not have the competence, may not have the integrity, may not have the same principles, same experience to come in and fill those jobs. So how should lawyers in the department think about that? Should they stay and fight the fight? Should they resign on principle? How do they resolve that?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and it's interesting in part because it's a question I think most prosecutors in the department never thought they'd have to ask themselves that question. And so they're being asked to sort of make a really important decision about their own lives on a question that they really never thought was going to come up when they took a career path. My personal view of it, and this goes for both people in the department and people, if you're in the audience, who are thinking maybe you were interested in a career in the department in the future. What I would say is that the costs have changed, but the question hasn't. If you believe in public service, if you believe in serving members of your community, you should still do that. Now, if you are asked to carry out a policy thing that you don't really like, but it's a policy thing, I think you got to do that. And I think if you're not willing to do that, as I said in the beginning, I don't think that's how a career prosecutor behaves. And I think then maybe being in the department and in a non-political position is not for you. On the other hand, I tell people all the time to stay in the department because it's those people who are continuing to make it work. As bad as some of the things we've talked about today, it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse if a lot of the people who believe in the rule of law and are sacrificing for all of us by staying in the department if they didn't stay. But at the same time, you get to a point where you're asked to do something that's unethical, and you're asked to do something that violates your oath as a public servant. Then when that happens, you can't stay. I get it. And I think what I tell people is you're going to know. It's a big decision and it's hard, but I think particularly experienced prosecutors are going to know the difference between those two. So my advice and my position is that people should continue to serve, and people should continue for the same reasons they went into the service in the first place.
Jack, you've talked a number of times, you've used the phrase, the rule of law. And I want to kind of look at this from that frame, think about the rule of law. That can mean a lot of things to different people. That phrase can be used in lots of different ways. What does the rule of law mean to you? And is it under threat today in the United States?
Yeah. So I think of the rule of law distilled down. What it means to me is treating people equally under the law. It's really that simple in my mind. And what I mean by that is it shouldn't matter your politics, your race, your gender, all those things shouldn't matter. It should be the same for everybody. Now, to be very clear, I'm not saying that the department throughout its history has always done a great job of that. But what I will say is that during my career, what I saw is that people were always trying. People were working towards that. That was an ideal that we sought. I think the rule of law is under attack today because I'm not sure the leaders of the department have that same orientation. I think the leaders of the department now are willing to carry out the president's bidding, and that means protecting allies and going after enemies. And that's the opposite of treating everybody equal. So I think the examples we've seen that we've talked about a little today show it is under threat, but I also think that it is a situation where, as bad as things can seem sometimes, there's a lot of things all of us can do to kind of push back on that. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to do, each of us, what we can to push back on those sort of things.
So I have another audience question, and I think I know you pretty well, but I don't know how you're going to answer this question.
All right.
You ready for it?
I don't know.
Who is your hero?
Oh.
In life or the legal profession? We're not talking cycling here, right?
Wow.
In life, I'll give you a second. Life or the legal profession, how does that hero help you do your job better?
It's funny, I would honestly say this is going to come out, my dad probably. So I grew up in a place where I'm the first person in my family to go to college. We were talking about this earlier, where I grew up, people did not wear suits and ties. My dad worked in a factory most of his life. My dad supervised 0 people in his life. He never supervised a single person. But he gave me the tools for my career. And it's funny because when he and I talk, he just can't imagine the world that I'm in and the things that I've done in my life. But I couldn't have done them without the sort of foundation he gave me.
Say more.
Yeah, well, so for example, you and I have worked together in a couple different iterations. And I have developed how I like to lead a place. And a lot of that comes from my dad, who never led a single place, because when I was a kid, he would come home, he would talk about the people who led him and how they behaved. and if they looked out for their people, if they were out for themselves, how they treated people above them and below them. And that was really important to me. And, when you're a parent, I'm now a parent, and I can't figure out what my kid's going to remember or not. And I'm sure there were a lot of things my dad really wanted to impress on me that I've completely forgotten. But hearing him talk about those situations and who he admired and who he didn't and how he reacted to that, I think it informed a lot of who I want to be, at least. Maybe I don't know who I am, but who I want to be. So I don't know how helpful an answer that is, but I think that's the best I have for you.
It's a great answer. This is going to be a little bit of a pivot, but you've mentioned a couple times working overseas. You worked in 2 positions overseas. You worked at the International Criminal Court. You were the investigations coordinator, and then just before your appointment to special counsel, you were the specialist prosecutor of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers in The Hague, which was a court dedicated to investigating crimes in Kosovo during the war. Those are international, very different experiences. How did those experiences inform how you think about these issues about the department? How did they shape you? What did you learn from those experiences?
Yeah. So they made me better prosecutors, right? Because you know some of the cases we worked on overseas, massive cases, all sorts of challenges in investigation and prosecution that we don't have here. Learning how to adapt to completely different systems, completely different laws, things like that. That goes back to what I was saying before about like, until you have this range of experiences, you can't be the person capable of doing these more complex things. So that's on like a practical level. But also, and I think you probably had the same experience, you see in these places where we investigated war crimes, you saw the rule of law sort of fall off the shelf. And what I saw repeatedly is it's where the social fabric broke down.
Just saw the Lorenz bit. Are you claiming the sources that she cited didn't exist? I just don't trust her interpretation. I don't think she's interpreting them. Interpreting? Jesus, that's not a word. I don't think she's interpreting them correctly. Or rather, she's strained the ordinary meaning of the word so much so as to construct a full picture that's not accurate. So for instance, when she says, like the headline or the subheadline of her article was that their content was being restricted or that they were given content guidelines by Chorus. Like in a very strict sense, it might be true that Chorus said something like you can't, like I think one of the things they said is that you're not allowed to do an event with a politician or political party or whatever with money that we pay you, because that would be a campaign finance law violation. So like in a very strict sense, you could argue, well, that's a type of content that was being prohibited by the Chorus contract. But when you read it, what you're really talking about is like, were they being told what to say, what political positions they could have? Taylor knows that's the take that audiences are getting from that article, and she knows that's the take that she's communicating, but she's not very honest about that, yeah. So my guess is if you would actually have access to that full contract, I think that you would find that the majority of, if not everything she was saying, was just not very true. Otherwise, I feel like she would just quote from the contract directly to prove it, yeah.
It's where people ended up saying, well, the elites in the society are not following the rules, why should I follow them? And usually corruption was a precursor to violence. That's what happened in a lot of the places we were at, the ICC and other places. And it makes me concerned because I think that we have had the rule of law function in our country for so long that we take it for granted.
True.
We just assume that it's permanently durable and that no matter what we do and what anybody does, it's just going to keep functioning.
True.
And I've seen places that thought that, and then there was a day that didn't happen anymore.
Man, this guy's a truth
I think
sayer.
what history shows you, if you look at these examples, it is that once that contract breaks and once you lose that, it is so hard to get it back and to build it back. And so that's why I think we're at such an important point now, because we still do have the rule of law. There's a lot of people who believe in the things we're talking about today and who are willing to sacrifice for them. And I think it's important to make it a front and center issue because I know that once you lose it, it's much harder to get back.
Another audience question. The job of public service has become much more in the spotlight. If you are, and it's not just the senior people, but line prosecutors are now, get a lot. There's a lot of public attention. There's a lot of partisanship. There's a lot of controversy. Right? How, if you're thinking about public service, how do you think about this dimension of it, of how you deal with? Do
you have any issue with The Wire for choosing to run the story? You mean Wired? Yeah, I think it's a dog shit story, but I don't know anything about the publication for their political side or anything. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know if they've ran a majority of good or bad stories. I don't read much Wired. I don't see many articles from Wired, so.
That spotlight with attacks, you said before there are people going to hate you, people are going to like. How do you kind of deal with that in your profession?
Well, my personal view is that someone who really craves attention and someone who really craves approval, I would direct you not to be a prosecutor. I don't think that someone who that is what drives them. I don't think you're probably the best candidate for a career as a prosecutor because you have to be, you cannot let that drive what you do. The attention's unfortunate because, the way my career has worked out, here I am talking to you today, right? But I never sought or craved that attention. And I think that now the pressure that's put on public servants, the threats that people face, the sort of like that you have to think, well, if I take this job, my family could come under threat, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And we should pause and think about how we got here and what individually all of us could do to turn that in the other direction, because over time there'll be really good people who could really do great things for our country who are going to do a calculation and say, well, I'm willing to pay these costs, but I'm not paying that cost. And I think that's the sort of longer term cost I'm worried about. And so I think that's what you bring up is real. But I also think that all public service has costs. And one phrase I've heard that I like a lot is, if it's not hard, it's not service. And so, if you think you're doing something
dick is
to help,
servicing your mom.
if it's not hard, maybe think again, because you could probably do a little
Just
more. I do think the threats and everything are a different thing. But people who really want to make a difference in public service have to be willing to sacrifice.
So this is a question I got from the audience, but it was also my outline.
You want to take credit for that? That you're like...
I do. Yeah, I anticipate it. Yeah.
Okay, Alex, they're all your buttons.
Thank you. I thought of it. It's an obvious question. So 30 something years ago, you were out there in the audience at this school listening to people. Can you talk about your experience at Harvard Law School? And are there aside from Professor Wilkins, are there particular things that you remember that shaped you, that were important to you when you were in law school?
Yeah, so let me start with my sort of Harvard Law School origin story. So in our class in '94, I was the last guy who got in. I was on the wait list. I was driving my Dodge Daytona, leaking oil, down to the University of Virginia. And on the way down, we didn't have cell phones then. They called my house and they said, hey, would you be interested in coming to Harvard? I stopped in New Jersey at a friend's house. And on Friday afternoon, the office calls and they say, hey, if we offered you a spot, would you take it? And I said, listen, I got a car leaking oil downstairs with a UVA sticker on it, so it has to be an offer. So they call me back and they're like, okay, we offer you it. And then I
Hold on, wait back 1 second.
Hammered out my financial aid, a good lawyer practice, right? I hammered out my financial aid that afternoon, and I just turned my car up and drove to Harvard. So I get here, and I've told you this story before. I get here, and I'm excited, right? I've never been in an environment like this. I went to a state school, as I told you, no one in my family going to college. And I go to the admin people, and they give me my room, and I truck myself to my room, and I get to my room, and there's another guy in my room. And I'm like, hey, it's kind of like on the airplane, right? Like, hey, this is mine. And it turns out it was his room. And so I don't have a room. So Ames Hall over there, I had all my stuff in the closet at the end of the hall there for a night. And then eventually I got a room on that hall, on the International Students Hall. And it was just...
Wait, man, in the version I heard of this story, you spent some nights in that
I spent a night or two there because they didn't have a closet. Yeah, but it was a big closet. And I was just so happy to be here, Alex. But I tell the story, it's kind of a crazy story, but what I came away from that was I just felt so lucky to be here. I just felt so lucky to have this opportunity to be, we were talking about this earlier, to be with people who would push me and test me and make me better. And so from my time here, the things I would give y'all in terms of what I learned was, what was really useful to me was when practitioners either came to campus or practitioners like Professor Ogletree, for me, told me about their lives and their careers, because it gave me a window onto what I wanted to do, because I had no friends or library of experiences to compare the different sorts of careers I would have. I also tried to use the different activities you can do here. I did the Prison Legal Assistance Project. I did a bunch of different clinical programs to sort of test out different careers and see what fit me. And I did a little of everything, and I think in doing that, I got very lucky, and I picked a path that I really liked from the beginning, and I didn't end up switching too much because I really enjoyed what I was doing. And so part of what I would say to folks here is, use your time here to learn from people who've trod different paths that you might want to follow. And then the other thing I would say is, one thing I've learned in my career is what a privilege public service is. And if you're considering it as one of the things you're going to do, really give it a try. It's been, other than my family, it's been one of the biggest blessings in my life. And it has a centering effect on you and on your lives. And this is a great place. There's a lot of ways that this institution supports that. And so take advantage of that if you can. You don't have to game out. I know a lot of Harvard Law students have a plan of where they're going to be at 40 and 50 and 60. We all who are that age know the world doesn't work like that. Show up, be excellent at what you do, and opportunities will come. But I think this is a great place to kind of try out those things so you can try the different paths you're considering and see people who've walked where you want to walk.
Are there particular people who inspired you here?
Professor Ogletree in particular was someone who, just because he'd done this groundbreaking work as a public defender and the way he spent time with his students, also Professor Streicher, who was my advisor for my paper, this was a new environment. I'd never been in an Ivy League school before. And so people who took an interest and took time to kind of help me, I think maybe I might have needed more help than some in terms of figuring my career path, that meant a lot to me.
On your career path, why did you go to the Manhattan DA's office? Why did you choose that path? Like, how did you go that route?
Well, it was partially from my time here at Harvard. I had done a number of different clinical programs. I'd done an internship at the Norfolk DA's office. I'd also done an internship at the U.S. Attorney's office. And the assistant U.S. attorney I was assigned to was a great guy. His name was Brad Bailey. And this is why I say this, is like, I was watching him do his job and I was like, this is so cool, man. I would like to do this. And I wouldn't have known that because I'd never been around a prosecutor before. And I just liked it. And that inspired me to want to really try being a prosecutor. And then the Manhattan DA's office to me is the most storied prosecutor's office in the country. And I will say too that my 5 years there, of all the things I've done, by far the most fun I've ever had professionally.
Why?
Because it was just so crazy. It was just so different than I grew up, the environment I grew up in. You're trying cases all the time. You're like, you grow up on TV and you see people arguing cases to juries, and you're like, oh my God, I'm doing that right now. You're helping people and you're interacting with people who come from completely different backgrounds than you, and sometimes they're hostile to you, sometimes they need your help, and you're just being tested every day in a million different ways. And I also loved about the job that like people just cared about doing the right thing. Like nobody was there to make a lot of money. Nobody was there because they were going to be in the newspaper for doing some case. No one cared about the cases we were doing. You just did it. I did a lot of domestic violence cases, helping domestic violence victims. These cases were not in the newspaper. No one's following it. But it was incredibly meaningful work. And so I just loved it. I mean, my first job, $28,000 a year I was making. $28,000 a year. And I felt like the luckiest guy in the world. So perfect way to start a career for me.
And then you have this remarkable career from Manhattan DA's office, Eastern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office, International Criminal Court, Public Integrity Unit, U.S. Attorney's Office in Tennessee, brief stint in private practice for about 9 months or so. Then immediately got out of that and became the specialist prosecutor in The Hague, and then special counsel, and then guest at Harvard Law School, right? To top it all off. What is there, like looking back, was there a kind of method to that path? Was there like, what's the thread that ties that together? What was your motive, like your kind of guiding principle there?
Yeah, there was definitely no like master plan at all. And I think my colleagues who've had a master plan have never seen anybody who had actually worked out that way. I really liked what I was doing at every job I had. And generally that led to somebody asking me, hey, have you thought about doing this? And if it seemed interesting, it's something I applied to do afterwards. And I never really knew where it was going. I was much more focused. I guess one way I would put it is I was much more focused on like what was right in front of me, doing the cases in front of me, and really going back to the competence issue. I was really, really interested in getting good at my craft. Like I really wanted to learn to try cases well. I really wanted to learn to investigate. When I became a federal prosecutor, I wanted to learn how that was different and how I could do more for a community in that position than I did as a state prosecutor. So I was so like right in what I was doing that the idea that this is going to lead to something or go somewhere else, that was never really part of the plan.
So we've talked about you when you were out there and your career and your path. Now you're up here on the stage and you're speaking to students who are trying to figure out what they're going to do, what their path is going to be. Let's talk about things that you would say to them. What are the guiding principles for them? How should they be thinking about their career? How should they be thinking about the choices they have, both as graduates of this law school, but also in the current climate that we're in?
Yeah. So I guess the first thing I would say is that if you're in this room and you're a student at this law school, you're in a privileged place. And one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, what are you going to do with that privilege? You have a lot of choices. Everybody who goes to this school has a lot of options. I chose public service, and everyone thinks their story is great, particularly if they enjoyed their career. So I'm a big advocate of public service. I think the moment we're in right now, a few things I would say is, the first is it is very easy in moments like we're in now to get disillusioned about things. And I hear from young people who are like, I was going to pursue public service, but now I'm not. And I was going to go to the Justice Department, but now I'm not. And part of being an effective public servant is developing resilience. And yes, people who are in your shoes now are being asked at an earlier age to develop that resilience than, say, I was at my career. But that happens all the time. And it's okay to get disillusioned when something, an institution you care about starts going in the wrong direction. But I will say that my experience is that disillusioned people don't lead interesting lives. They don't get things done. And it doesn't lead anywhere good. I think that one of the biggest things that's important to me right now is that rather than all of us asking someone to fix things and someone to save us and someone to right all these wrongs. We should really all be looking at ourselves and saying, all right, what can I do? What is the little, I can't do everything, I can't change everything today, but what is the little thing, incremental thing I can do? And in moments like this, part of the whole process is to make it so you're meant to feel like you can't do anything and that you're very alone. You look at the attempt last week to indict these senators and congressmen. It was meant to inspire fear. It was meant to make people self-censor and not speak up. But the reaction of those folks was courage. And fear is contagious, but so was courage. And so some of the things I would say just as a general sort of way to think about this moment is, one, don't put it on others. See what you can do, even if it's small. I think it's really important to support people who are willing to speak up. I can tell you from where I sit that really matters. And it has a snowball effect because someone speaks up, despite the fear, they're supported. Someone else says, wow, geez, that person did that, I'll do that. I think that's really important. I think all of us can play a role in that. The other two things I think are harder. And the first is that we need to have dialogue with people that we disagree with. And a lot of people talk about that, but I don't see as many people actually doing it. We tend to talk to people who agree with us and have the same kind of view of the world or are in the same sort of social circles or academic circles. And my view is if we're going to come out of this better, which I personally believe we will, we need to be purposeful about finding ways to communicate with people who do not share our views. I think it's incredibly important that we do it respectfully, that we don't engage in sort of like ad hominem attacks or screaming and yelling and things of that nature. We treat people the right way, not because they deserve it, but because that's who we are. And that stuff's hard. None of us want to do it. It's much easier to talk to friends who agree with you and say how this thing that happened last week is awful and the next thing's awful. I would say to people who believe they care about these things to find ways to reach out to people who you disagree with and not tell them why you're right, but listen and see if you can find common ground. I think that's really important. It's a skill prosecutors have when you interview witnesses, people from different backgrounds. You have to be able to listen and see if you can find ways that they can hear you and you can hear them. And the last thing I would just say is on that topic, I know it's very easy to think we're so divided that these things are impossible, but I come to it from the perspective of a prosecutor who has this job of like convincing 12 people, right, who come from all different perspectives. And I think that despite the most extreme things getting the most popularity, I think that the common values that have guided my career and have been sort of the foundations of the Department of Justice, I think they're still there. Respecting each other, behaving with kindness, having integrity, being honest. I can't tell you how many times I get people who come up to me and tell me how much they value those things. These aren't people who are on TV or people who are, tweeting or whatever social media medium they use. I feel like that is there, and I think if we support that and we try to talk to people we differ with about kind of common values, I feel like that is a sort of thing. Everybody's got control of doing that. It's not maybe comfortable, but we can all do it. And I think that is a real foundation for the sort of changes we're going to need to see going forward with the Department of Justice and other institutions that are affected by the issues we're seeing now with the rule of law.
You said something about talking to people who disagree with you, and I wonder if there's examples you can give of that in your life, how you lead a life that way, but also how you can tie that to how you run an office.
Yeah. So,
because I know this about you.
So let me take it in reverse. So like one of the things I've learned, goes to like how you run an office, is people don't like to speak uphill. They do not like to tell the boss he's wrong. Just as a general matter, all of us, I know I'm that way, all of us are that way. And so if you're a boss and you want to get different points of view and you want to have like a real like honest discussion about things, you need to create an environment that empowers people to speak up when it would naturally make sense maybe not to. And so, as you know, Alex, one of the things I will do early on when I'm at a place is I will have a big meeting and I will look for a young, low-ranking person who says something really smart. And I will really raise that person up to show that like, and generally it's the best if it's really smart and it's different than what I think, right? And that creates an environment where people are like, oh, this guy actually wants to hear if he's wrong. And you just make such better decisions that sort of way. And you have to have thick enough skin that, hey, sometimes people personalize their view with who they are. You got to divorce that. And I think it's the same thing to reaching out to people who are different. I mean, because of that people know who I am now, I have people come up to me and say nice things and not so nice things. And Not always, but sometimes when they start with the not nice things, we end with like, wow, you're a little different than I thought you were. That's hard, right? And it's not super fun. I actually don't have a choice because people come up to me. But I think it's a skill we should all try to, it'll help you all as lawyers for sure. But I also think it's the sort of thing that like you're gonna find that there's a lot more you agree with people that you couldn't imagine you agreed with. But you gotta interact with them first, which is the kind of hardest part of the whole thing.
So I have some more audience questions. One thing that kind of is in the background of some of the things you've been talking about with respect to prosecutors and integrity and relationship with judges and decisions that they make and how they make the decisions is, of course, prosecutorial discretion. The prosecutors are given an enormous amount of power to make those decisions and choose cases and investigations. Is the lesson of the last year that we should narrow that prosecutorial discretion?
Yeah, I think that's too broad a question. I would think of it more as this way. So there's different ways that we can bring reform to the criminal justice system as it exists now, right? And the three ways, you and I have talked about this, there's norms, there's laws, and there's the Constitution, right? And I think what we're seeing is today, a lot of the norms that I was raised on is like, this is how you do things. Turns out they're not written down anywhere, right? And turns out like there's not a thing in the Justice Department manual that says the president can't tell you to prosecute his enemies. Doesn't say that. Probably should say that now. And so I think, for me, I think a lot of the things that I was raised on as a prosecutor, we should think about making them more enforceable. And I do think there is a balance of, at one time, yes, prosecutorial discretion, having too broad discretion is one thing. But on the flip side, I'll just throw out, imagine today that there is a criminal act committed by the president or one of his cabinet members. How does that even get looked at? How would it even work? Like, they would not appoint someone outside the government like I was appointed, certainly, right? Because they wouldn't want the facts to be followed. And like, if you talk to like people about this, there's not really even a counter argument. Well, we would do this. And so we don't have a mechanism right now to combat corruption in the executive branch. If you strip all discretion from prosecutors, or you have, they can't investigate, it really will hamper the investigation of corruption. So I think it's a challenging question. For me, it's more about not so much narrowing it, but making the parameters on the edges of it more enforceable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, so that then norms. So as you said, norms, change the laws, change the Constitution. Change the Constitution, that seems like a big lift. Even changing laws, big lift. So are we then forced to think about reform through restoring norms, reforming norms, changing norms? Is that enough?
No, I think you have to look at all of it. I think, again...
So you want to do all of it?
Well, I think it depends on the particular issue and how big a problem it is. So, for example, if you think that, and again, put aside this administration, right? Like, just going forward, the lessons we want to learn. You look at Watergate, right? Watergate happened. It made people cynical. It made people distrust the government. The president was going after his enemies. Corruption in all different agencies, including the Department of Justice. What came out of that were reforms. Laws got passed, right? The Inspector General's Act, which really was a great help with the rule of law in this country. That came out of that. Public Integrity Section, which combated corruption for decades, directly comes out of Watergate. And so I guess I push back on the idea that we can't pass laws. We're not going to pass them tomorrow morning, and it's going to take sustained effort and sacrifice. But I wouldn't just go to, the only thing we can do is talk about norms. I think everything's on the table. We need to get, again, consensus about core values to base that on.
With respect to everything being on the table, there's a question about the role of state legal regulators, bar associations, and courts. Do they have a role to play in holding prosecutors to account?
Well, I think they do. I think
should they? Should it be? I mean, of course, technically they do, but how? Like, is that part of the solution? That disbarring prosecutors who cross red lines, as you've talked about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the rules for a prosecutor as a lawyer should be any different than anybody else. And so if I'm a defense attorney and I lie to the court knowingly, or I'm a prosecutor and I lie to the court knowingly, I think they're both wrongs that a bar association could deal with. I'm not sure I see a role for the bar associations to play a particular role because the federal government won't play the role itself. I'm not sure that that's the solution. My thoughts about it to date have been on how we make the Justice Department itself functional again, and function in a way where prosecutors, defense attorneys, other lawyers can be treated the same.
We got this question, which I think is a variation on a question you've talked about with respect to resignations. But if someone were to get a job offer from the DOJ today, should they take it or not?
If this one I can answer strongly and unequivocally. If that's a career you want to pursue, 100% you should continue pursuing it. The system is not going to work if good people are driven away from public service. And we're talking not about like just today, you as a law student or you as a 3L starting your career. We can't have a thing where like there's a year of things that happen that are, again, in my view, an attack on the rule of law, and everyone decides we're just going to give up on the project. So I would strongly urge people, if that was their interest, not to change that interest. I'm not trying to pretend. It might not be a different experience than what you had planned, but we need people who will run towards the fire, not away from it. And if you want to be a public servant, you have to either have that instinct or develop that instinct. And so that one I feel pretty strongly about.
There's a question about if you talked about your view of the rule of law. You talked about communication. This question is, do you think that the public's appreciation for the importance of the rule of law and what it means is waning? Has it become a kind of empty phrase that we throw around? Do people understand what it means?
Yeah, it's challenging because I think, when you talk among lawyers, you talk among lay people, you might get different answers. But one thing I would say about that, and this is again like one of the sacrifices or things you need to think through being a public servant.
Did you say among white people?
Particularly being a prosecutor. The public often judges prosecutors by a metric that I don't think is the metric to judge prosecutors, right? If you're a prosecutor, you follow the facts and you follow the law, and you go where you need to go based on that. They may result in a case that's really tough to win, and you might lose. But you're supposed to bring that case. It also may result in dismissing a case or not pursuing a case that everybody outside of your office who doesn't know all the facts thinks you're a coward for not pursuing. The public, you don't bring that case that everyone thought you should bring. They think you're weak and you stink, but it actually took more strength not to bring that case than to just follow public opinion on it. Prosecutors get rewarded for winning in court, and you should want to win in court because you shouldn't bring cases you didn't think were righteous. But at the same time, I don't know any prosecutors who've done it for a long time who haven't lost cases, because that means you're not bringing tough cases. And so the metric of how the public might measure this in a shorthand versus what career prosecutors in the department know is the ethic of who's really good at the job. Those are always going to be a little different. But with the rule of law specifically, I think it's up, this goes back to the communication point, I think it's up to people like the folks in this room to have conversations with people who didn't go to law school and who are friends who aren't in that world, and kind of break these concepts down to them in ways that are, they're not going to be a brief for the Supreme Court, but they're in language that people can understand, because it'll come back to common values. It'll come back to the common values that I think a lot of us share, whether we have a law degree or not.
And if you were having that conversation with somebody who's not at the law school and you're trying to explain what's at stake and why it's important, because we live in an age where there's a lot of cynicism and so how do you communicate that? How do you communicate like the what's at stake here?
I think, my experience in life that people.
Well, hi, what's up? What do you want?
I just wanted to talk about Taylor Lorenz.
Oh. Yeah, what about her?
What's going on?
Just chilling, just streaming. I'm streaming, right? You know that.
Oh, I don't really watch your streams. Sorry, bro.
Just don't say anything crazy. What's up?
Okay. Well, we're supposed to be advertising ASU.
True.
True. Can you put up the poster?
Yep, hold on.
Okay. Everybody come to ASU. The New York Times just reached out. They're going to come cover us.
Very nice. That's cool. Hold on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it's not just ASU. We're doing all the spring tour stops.
Yeah, should be fun. What do you want to talk about it?
I want everybody to come.
Okay.
I want everybody to, well, actually, so if you're a college student that's watching right now, we need more chapters, because unfortunately, now that we're getting a bunch of chapters, Myron Gaines's little posse are like copying us, and they're also getting chapters, which is a little scary. So we need more chapters.
How do you become a chapter? What does that mean?
All you have to be is just a college student. That's it. At any school. You can be at a community college. You can be at a 4-year school. It doesn't matter.
And
you
it
just
doesn't
have to be
even cost any money at all? Really?
Nothing. In fact, we even pay if there's a fee. Can you believe that?
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. I can't even believe that.
So you just need 5 people to start a chapter. If you need help getting 5 people, we could probably help you. So reach out, email info@nationalgroundgame.com and tell us what school you're at.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then the chapters help us because that's how it helps us get onto some college campuses so they can sponsor the event, right?
Well, that's one way it helps us. But then also we get you involved in the local races that matter in the area. So like UCLA is going to be helping Derek Tran's race because he won by like 500 votes. And that's like a very scary district that we got to hold on to.
Gotcha. Do
ASU and University of Arizona, they're going to be doing their own races as well. So like wherever you're at, we're going to hook you up with the right race to get involved in.
What you had mentioned something about your what was it, like a ballot initiative or something, or what was the billionaire thing you were doing in California, in Southern California?
Yeah, we're carrying like between 4 and 7 petitions. So that's one of the petitions we're doing, but we're carrying a bunch of them, and that's $30 an hour, LA. But do not reach out to me if you're not gonna fucking hustle. Please only reach out. Please. Like people have been messaging me. Okay. They're like, "Do you pay for mental health days?" No, I'm a Republican in this. No, don't. You guys are gonna clip me. Don't clip me. No, but actually, like, I need hustlers down there that are really gonna work. I have like 40 canvassers down there right now, and I'm trying to expand every day. So.
Gotcha.
Yep, I pay for a room in Airbnb. I pay for your flight there and your flight back. It's until mid-May. And yeah, if you can get 10 petitions an hour, you get paid $30. If you get 20 petitions, you get paid $40. And I give people bonuses that are good.
Damn.
I think it's pretty good pay, okay? But people complain, so.
Yeah? I don't know what the standard pay is for any of it, so yeah, sounds good to me. Welcome.
What was the last job you had?
Before streaming, I was a carpet cleaner.
Did you get paid okay doing that?
Fuck no.
No? What were you getting paid?
I mean, theoretically, my commission was $16 for every $100 I billed, and a $100 bill is about an hour's worth of work, so $300 will be about 3 hours worth of work. But like the time at the shop, I didn't really get paid for it, and then in between jobs, I didn't get paid for. So I might be there for like a day, and I only have like 3 one-hour jobs, so I'll make like $36 over like 12 hours or something stupid. It was just a dog shit, horrible, bad time of my life. Not good.
Not good. We've all been there. True facts. Yeah, no, I think $30 an hour is good. I mean, especially if you get a lot of hours, you know?
Yeah, I agree. What you said you came here initially for Taylor Lorenz related stuff. What's your issue with T-Dog?
Dude, my whole thing is that I watched the 2 hours of torture that you unfortunately had to put us through, and I just don't think that there's any way that woman is gonna fucking she's just so unserious. Like, I can't even. I mean, an LLC is dark money, whether you like it or not. I don't care if she takes dark money. That is not my problem. I don't care. You can take dark money all you want. My issue with her is that she lies about it.
Sure.
And that she makes fun of people that are also taking dark money. Like, oh god, it fucking drives me insane.
Yeah, I guess I really just don't like the term dark money. If you're referring to like a particular entity itself, then I think it's okay. But once you start like going downstream of that, I think that gets really stupid really fast. So like if I'm funding somebody to go and do a thing, you know what I believe in, you know what I'm telling them to do. Like, it really doesn't matter at that point, like who's giving me money per se. What matters is like I'm giving money to somebody else, and then these are the objectives that I would hope to achieve. The idea that you would call that person funded by dark money because you don't know who my funders are, that's just very weird to me, because you could just run that line down infinitely for anything. It just seems really stupid to me. I don't know.
I mean, pretty much everything in politics is dark money.
Depending on how far back you want to trace or whatever. Yeah.
Individual candidate, right?
Yeah,
but
candidates
like
or PACs, yeah.
Yeah, but most funding doesn't go through PACs or candidates. It goes through IE programs because there's no limit on them, right? So
sure.
Yeah. So I mean, you have to abide by the individual contribution limit if you're going through a campaign.
Through a PAC or a candidate, yeah. But for the hybrid entities or the super PACs, these C4, C3 hybrids, you don't have the same. Well, you have no limits, right?
Yeah, there's no limit. So that's why they run it. But I don't know. If you really care about this stuff, then why aren't you investigating Republicans? Like, she investigated like one Republican entity like fucking 5 years ago. That doesn't count. Like, if you actually care about dark money, that's what you would be doing.
Sure.
You know, I mean, there's so much. the thing is like, obviously, I mean, we need some form of campaign finance reform, right? Like, I think everybody can agree on that. But we have to, I mean, if we're going to have like a serious conversation about that, then we have to be honest with where we're at. And she's not being honest with where we're at.
Yeah, because nobody actually cares about these issues. They just weaponize them to go after the people they don't like, right? That's my big issue with a lot of like finance related talk, is that the people just don't have much information about the structures. They don't know much about tax or entity formation or anything. And then they're very selective in terms of how they critique things, and they're very sneaky with the way that they approach it all, and it just feels very stupid. Yeah.
Did you ever get an answer out of her as to why we never saw the damn contract?
She would just like vaguely allude to lawyers or whatever, but that's I don't know. It's annoying. It's annoying because there weren't even any. There weren't very many quotes in that article that were longer than like 2 words about the contract itself. And she keeps saying they were citing to it, but her citation is like her opinion. Like generally, I'm not aware of like I don't know what it means to cite to something that we can't read or that's not publicly available. Like I'm citing to something that nobody has access to except for me, but the citation is just her opinion on the thing. It's just very frustrating to me. I don't know.
I don't even get what the criticism is, because the thing is like, I mean, I know a lot of the content creators in Chorus, right? Because one of my friends created Chorus. And first of all, I don't think that he's sneaky like that. I just like personally, right? But like, because he actually gives a shit about this stuff. He could make a lot more money doing other things. He doesn't even get paid to do Chorus. Like that's just like a passion project. The same thing as like National Ground Game is to me. But let's just say that, okay, they were getting talking points from the Democratic Party. Like, what is the issue? I don't even know what the issue with that even is. Like, Republicans do this all the time. If you go into the Republican sphere, right, and you, like, talk to Mercedes about this, she'll tell you all about this because she used to be in the Republican sphere. They are constantly in group chats, like, giving each other talking points. The talking points are coming from the top down. They're getting paid for that. Like, so why is it, if that is such a big issue, then, like, I just don't even get why that would be an issue for us to do the exact same thing.
I mean, I can understand the frustrating part about it, but the thing is what you would have to push for is a reform on how they're legally allowed to operate. Because like I can understand being annoyed. If I see 10 different creators giving a talking point that feels good, I would view that a lot differently if I knew the funding for that was all coming from a single source. I would view that differently. And I think that's worth knowing about. But like, I don't know why you would attack an individual entity that's using this. Like everybody should be doing that, given that it's currently legal. If you want to change it, then change the laws around it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. I mean, I feel like we should just be like, I just don't understand why anybody is against us, like combating red pill pipeline information or bad Republican information. Like we're already so far behind in this, right? Like there's so many studies out there that shows that we're like Republicans are pushing out like whatever it is, like 50 times more like content than us every day. So like I just don't get the issue of having Democratic, influencers coordinating together. I just don't know what the issue with that would be.
Yeah. I mean, broadly, I don't really think she's too supportive of the Democratic Party.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So I don't think...
But what made you think that? Was it the retweeting of Hassan calling you a pedo? Or?
Well, that could just be personal hatred for me, right?
I don't know. I feel like there's... she has a lot of personal hatred for me, too. Don't worry. She's been tweeting at me 100 fucking times in the last 24 hours. So.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
And she just keeps saying the same thing.
She just literally... She loves the internet. She spends a lot of time on the internet.
Yeah, clearly. Seriously. Well, anyway, that was a painful thing to watch. Thanks for putting us through all that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Pretty annoying.
So yeah, ASU, everybody come. Does anybody have questions about the chapters or about the events or anything? I don't know how to see chat. Hold on. I already told you I'm a boomer like this. One sec.
Mate, if you don't have a defib, come eat my stuff. Good luck.
What?
Nothing. I was talking to my friend.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, fuck.
I don't know how to like mute the chat and mute it at the same time. But yeah, if anybody has questions, let me know because I'm happy to answer stuff. Or you can just message me. Message me on Discord. I use my real name on Discord, so you can find me. You still there? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any questions. I don't go to college. I can't start a chapter.
Jeez. Okay.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Jeez. I was just came to give the information.
Good.
Okay, cool. Well, that was all for me. I just came for a quick Taylor Lorenz bitch and a quick shameless plug, and that was about it.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll see you around. I'll keep trying to plug the ASU stuff, and yeah.
I'll see you at ASU.
Hopefully, yeah. It should be.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Be
Okay.
here.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I should do this so that I have this down in case this debate ever fucking comes up again. Somebody said join Tim Miller on his stream. Does he take people on his stream? If you covered Taylor Lorenz retweeting all of your anti-fans today? No, but I mean, that's expected. Okay. Why the fuck did this get weird? All right. The 1630 fund. Is this a singular entity? I saw the Josiah thing about Tim Miller saying something, but if he wants me to hop on, I don't know how to even do it. Yeah. Okay. Why not just add to this? Oh, these were notes I took on the article. I don't think I did much of breaking down these things in here. He was mad at Peace Coast's reaction to a super chat prior to joining the Live and Learn stream. I'll watch it after this. Just give me like an hour for this. Okay. The 1630 fund is a 501c4. To be tax exempt as a social welfare organization described in the Internal Revenue Code, Section 501c4, an organization must not be organized for profit and must be operated exclusively to promote social welfare. The earnings of a Section 501c4 organization may not inure to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual if the organization engages in an excess benefit transaction with a person having substantial influence over the organization. An excise tax may be imposed on the person and any managers agreeing to the transaction. Inurement. The fuck does this mean? I don't even know what the fuck this word means. Hold on. Unjustified transfer. Pronounce. 1 minute video. Can you just say it right away? Hello?
Inurement.
Inurement. New legislation enacted at the end of 2015 added Section 506 to the Internal Revenue Code, Section 506 requires an organization of IRS to intend to operate as a 501c4. The IRS to develop a new Form 8976. This requirement only applies to organizations intending to operate under 501c4. Okay, this is for C4s. Similarly, an organization formed to represent member tenants of an apartment complex does not qualify because its activities benefit the member tenants and not all tenants of the community, while an organization formed to promote the legal rights of all tenants in a particular community may qualify under Section 501c4 as a social welfare organization. An organization is not operated primarily for the promotion of social welfare if its primary activity is operating a social club for the benefit, pleasure, or recreation of its members, or is carrying on a business with the general public in a manner seeking legislation germane to the organization's programs is a permissible means of attaining social welfare purposes. Thus, a Section 501c4 social welfare organization may further its exempt purposes through lobbying as its primary activity without jeopardizing its exempt status. An organization that has lost its Section 501c3 status due to substantial attempts to influence legislation may not thereafter qualify as a C4. In addition, a 501c4 organization that engages in lobbying may be required that they provide notice to its members regarding the promotion of a social is not included intervention from political limits on behalf of. However, Section 501c4 social welfare organization may engage in some political activities so long as that's not its primary activity. However, any expenditure it makes for political activities may be subject to tax under Section 527F. Okay. I'm just trying to find out what do they have to file? Required filings. Type of organization is exempt. Fuck. No. Is it written on the 8976? Unless I'm missing something. I'm not saying come up when I search for here. 990 tax returns that are public info. Tax-exempt organizations, non-exempt charitable trusts, and 527 political organizations file Form 990 to provide this. Schedule B is the form used to report donors. 501c4 orgs aren't required to file. Yeah, but can you show me where it tells you who's required to file these? 501c. Like, I imagine it should say. Whoops. Pangburn is pissed right now. Live.
I mean, he knew going into that fight, he was willing.
Oh. What is a 501c4 required to file? Like, do you want a list of what types of organizations are required, or do you want to know specifically of the 16th? I just want to know what they're required to file. What is a 501c4 or 501c3 required to file publicly, that we get access to publicly? Is it literally nothing? The 990 link here. I don't know why you're just linking me this. I'm just, oh, Jesus Christ. It's okay. I'm okay. Calm myself. Okay. That's all good. Just here, have music. Okay, shh. There you go. I guess I'm gonna guess it's not required to file anything? How? Publicly? Public disclosures. 501c4 organization must disclose that contributions are not tax deductible in their solicitations. They are required to file. Link it to me. Show me. You should be able to show me that on the IRS website. I don't know why you're just typing in, unless you're Mr. IRS. Just link it to me on the IRS website, just so I can see it and read it. Wait. Political activity. Corporation. Okay. C4, an organization, corporation, a trust, or an unincorporated association. Search for public inspection. Control F. Public. Schedule B is open to public inspection for an organization that files Form 990-PF. Okay. 990-PF is required by... for private foundations? Someone for a section 7 political organization that files Form 990 or 990-EZ. The names and addresses of contributors aren't required to be made available to public. All other information, including the amount of contributions, the description of non-cash contributions, is required to be made available for public session unless it clearly identifies the contributor. If an organization files a copy of Form 990 or 990-EZ and attachments with any state, it should include its Schedule B in the attachment for the state unless they schedule the contributions for the state. Okay, let's just read the fucking forms, I guess. Form 990. on page 12. Oh, wait, hold on. Any of the following are satisfied. A section 501c3 organization met the 33 and 1/3% support test of the regulations under the 509A1 and 170B1. Contributions greater $5,000 or 2% of the former organization following Schedule B can limit contributors. It reports on Schedule B using the greater than 5,000 divided by 2% threshold only for checkbox saying, holy shit. Instructions for Form 990 return of organization exempt from income tax. $990 and $990 are used by tax-exempt organizations. Tax-exempt is just all of the 501c filings, right? I believe that part of the code, I believe. And Section 527, political organizations, to provide the IRS the information required by Section 6033. Are 527s, are those just PACs? It's a party, committee, association, fund, or other organization. Examples include political parties, PACs, and campaign committees. Okay. An organization's completed Form 990 or 990EZ. And a Section 501c3 organization's Forms 990T, exempt organization business, income tax return are generally available for public inspection as required by Section 6104. Schedule B, Form 990, Schedule of Contributors is available for public inspection for Section 527 organizations filing Form 990 or 990EZ. Okay. So that Schedule B is the part where we would see, what, contributors? So this is the 2024, no, 2025, 2023. This is the 2023 990 from the 1630 fund. Compensation of officers, directors, trustees, key employees, highest compensated employees, and independent contractors. So this is everything that the 1630 fund, these are the compensation for these people. Statement of functional expenses. Their balance sheet. Okay. And then their Schedule B is publicly filed. They're a 501c4 for an organization filing Form 990, 990EZ, or 990PF that received during the year contributions totaling $5,000 or more from any one contributor. Complete parts 1 and 2. And then they don't have to identify the person. So this is a donation, a contribution for $50 million. This is the... So why is their Schedule B public? Just because they wanted to be nice? Or what was the... Available for public inspection for Schedule B. Public inspection for Section 5, Form 990 or 990EZ. Okay, so these are contributors. You're required to provide the amounts to people who request it, so they include it with the public inspection copy. or an organization's completed Form 990 or 990 Easy and a Section 501c3 organizations Form 990 exempt organizations are generally available for public inspection. Okay, Schedule B, Schedule of Contributors, is available for public inspection for Section 527 organizations filing Form 990 or 990 Easy. For other organizations that file Form 990 or 990 Easy, parts of Schedule B, Form 990, can be open to public inspection. See Appendix D, Public Inspection of Returns. Appendix D, Public Inspection of Returns. Okay, you don't have to make the addresses of contributors listed on Schedule B available for public inspection. All other information reported on Schedule B, including the amount of contributions, the description of amount of cash is required to be made available for public inspection unless it clearly identifies the contributor. Form 980 teach. Okay. Okay. Every 501c files a 990, and then the 990B is the 990B is available for the Schedule B, I should say, is available for public inspection. However, they don't have to be made. The contributors don't have to be made. Okay. For C3s, do they have to make the contributor names public, or? No. Wait, so what's the difference functionally here between a C3 and a C4? I think the C3 is allowed to engage in different activity. Not anymore since 2020. Okay, well, this is the Schedule B stuff. Supplemental financials. Okay, Schedule D. I don't think we care about any of that shit. 501c4 doesn't even need to file it with IRS, so no names. Can you sort... Wait, really? Why? They don't need to file a Form 990? Or they don't need to file a Schedule B? Because if both of those things are true, why do these people have a Schedule B published? Or why do they bother filing one? Let me use the restroom for 1 second. Oh my god. No answers? Do I just need to read the whole tax exemption part of this? Is that what I need to do? What is the question? I just want to know who has to file this 990B, the Schedule B for the 990. Who has to file that? And show me where it says it. I'm sorry, I'm not asking the question because you're just going to type random shit. I just show me in here where it says these are the people required to file the 990B. I'm just curious what that is. But apparently, I'll just read it. Fuck it. We're reading it down. Form 990 is an annual information return required to be filed with the IRS by most organizations exempt from income tax under sections 501A, and certain political organizations and non-exempt charitable trusts. Parts 1 through 12 of the form must be completed by all filing organizations and require reporting on the organization's exempt and other activities, finances, governance, compliance with certain federal tax filings and requirements, and compensation paid to certain persons. Additional schedules are required to be completed depending upon the activities and type of the organization. By completing Part 4, the organization determines which schedules are required. Okay, Part 4 of your Form 990. Form 990 IRS. Part 4. Okay, if the organization described in section 501c3 or 4947A1, other than a private foundation, if yes, complete Schedule A. Is the organization described in section 501c3? Okay, so you C3 or 4947A1. Is the organization required to complete Schedule B, Schedule of Contributors, see instructions? Did the organization engage in direct or indirect political campaign activities on behalf of or in opposition to candidates for public office? If yes, complete Schedule C. For section 501c3 organizations, did the organization engage in lobbying activities or have okay. Is the organization a section 501c4, C5, or C6 organization that receives membership dues, assessments, or similar amounts as defined here? Okay. Did the organization maintain any donor-advised funds? Destiny. Click. Jesus. Every organization under section A. Okay, what about 501c? No, I think it'll be. I think I'll just read down the form. Where were we? Oh fuck! That's the only thing on Schedule B. See instructions. Aren't the instructions? Are they not normally listed in the part? Oh my god. See instructions on a separate, it's on a separate thing, isn't it? Instructions for Form 990, return of organization exempt from income tax 2025. Okay, Schedule B, Schedule of Contributors, is available for public inspection for Section 527 organizations filing a Form 990 or 990EZ. For other organizations that file Form 990 or 990EZ, parts of Schedule B can be open to public inspection. See Appendix D, Public Inspection Terms, and the instructions for Schedule B, Form 990 for more details. This is just the same thing as the other thing, I think. Okay, so basically everybody's required, every 501 whatever is required to file this, and then the 990B, the Schedule B contributors aren't fully available because you don't have to include the name or address of the people, but just the contributions? Okay. Must disclose contributions on a Schedule B, but can redact the names, addresses of the contributors. Five instructions. Fuck. Okay. Fuck off, Mootin. The 1630 Fund. How is this structured? About us. Okay. This is a 501c4. Under the U.S. tax code, which regards the nonprofit projects we sponsor, the flexibility they need, adequate for the change they are trying to make in the world. Donations to the 1630 fund are not tax deductible. Okay. And then they have this is their 2024 Form 990. So we should be able to see individual donations made to them on their Schedule B. I don't know if it says Schedule B or just Sched B or whatever. However, it won't show the names of the people and the addresses. Yes, okay, so we saw this before. Okay. So this is their 2024 Form 990. Okay. Okay, and then what was Chorus's like official designation? Chorus. About. Is a creator-led nonprofit, so some 501c something. Okay, so so Chorus is, wait, Chorus is another 501c4. Which means they should also have a Form 990 we can find, right? Chorus, Form 990. Designated as a 501c3. Were they a C3? Wait, Chorus America. This is not the same thing, I don't think. Wait, is it? Collaborative professional for members in both management and artistic roles. 30. Wait, no, this is Chorus America. Did they change their designation? Let us see. Because I think on that Schedule B, I think it lists it at the beginning. Okay, so they were a 50c3. This is in 2021. Initially. I wonder if they have to list their 990 somewhere. Oh, yeah, because it says right here, they're a nonpartisan, nonprofit advocacy organization. What are the filing deadlines on this stuff? Should their 2025 filing be available yet? Chorus Form 990, 2024. Here's a 2023. Return of organization. Oh, Chorus America. Oh. Wait, what were they? All their 990s are on here, right? Oh, true. Actually, wait, hold on. This is when they were still organized as a C3, though. View filing. Form 990. This is their 2023 for filing for fiscal year ending August 2024. Since they were created December 2024, their 2025 tax filings will only be billed later in 2026. What do you mean they were created? Like they were reorganized as a C4? Because they were prior to this a C3? Or... I don't know what you mean created December 2024. What is all this? You mean, okay. They were reorganized as a C4. Reorganized in 2023 from a C3. So we could say this is their 2023 Form 990. Why do we have we've got the 2024 public disclosure for the 1630 fund. We just don't have the 2024 one for Chorus yet. That's not the right one. No, that's not them. Wait, what's not them? Strengthen singing communities. Oh, wait, what the fuck? This isn't even the... Wait, hold on. This is not... If it's open to public inspection, shouldn't this be hosted on the IRS's website? Chorus America is an organization with actual choruses or choirs. Okay. Chorus didn't start accepting anything until 2025. Arts, culture. Okay, so this is all not. This is not related to any of this. Okay. Okay, forget all of this then. Never mind. Hold on. We just say they're a 501c4. Hotch is cooking your boy at the moment. Cooking which boy? So no filings available yet. Okay. So what exactly is the 1630 fund connection to Chorus? Or how do we know? 24/9. Does this show? Hop in voice chat real quick. Tom, if you don't have links or whatever, then nothing you say is going to help me. Just give me links to IRS shit. I'd rather that than people's interpretations of the tax code. I just need links to shit. That's all I want. They also don't have to disclose funding while they are designated as a fiscal sponsor. Just... I promise it's important. Oh, God. All right, what do you want? Hello, hello?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Hello, hello?
Okay, I hear you now. Okay. What the last person said is really important. The 1630 is just a fiscal sponsor.
Show me that. Where is that show? Where is that listed at?
I don't know where it's listed.
Okay, then I don't care about that. Go on to the next thing.
Brian Tyler Cohen says it in his video.
Okay.
And then there's also lawyers for people who
Go on to the next thing. Go to the next thing. What's the next point? I just need to see it somewhere.
I don't. Yeah. So if you go to 1630's website,
Yes.
they talk about the fact that that is their role that they play. Just go to the About Us, and it explains that they're a fiscal sponsor and that they just help smaller organizations start up, but that they don't pay them. They don't pay like Chorus. They don't pay Chorus members. That's not what they do. So they're not like the way that Taylor makes it sound like they fund them. They don't fund them. They're just a fiscal sponsor.
What is Okay, hold on. How do we know that the 1630 fund has given money or has funded Chorus?
They haven't. Again, they don't fund Chorus.
Or that they're a fiscal sponsor of Chorus.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know that there's anything until Chorus actually like files their 990s, which they might even file a 990 PF, but they haven't filed anything yet. So there's not really a way for us to look at it on like actual tax filings.
Okay. What was the name of Taylor Lorenz's article?
Dark Money Group.
Secretly funding. Okay.
Yeah. I think her evidence in her article was that because 1630 is on the paychecks, that to her meant that they were funding Chorus, but that just means that they're the fiscal sponsor.
Oh, hold on. Wait, why does this page look different than this page? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I'm so fucking confused. This says, who funds Chorus? Chorus is honored to have received support from nearly 7,000 individuals in its first year of operation. As a Section 501c4 nonprofit program, Chorus implements all programs in full compliance. The effort is also gathered aggressive for over 5,000 installations. It is currently fiscally sponsored by the 1630 Fund. Why is this website different?
Let you stream back up.
Join versus about pages. Jesus fuck. Why? Okay, that's annoying as fuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, so they've like updated one of these. Oh, but it just says two different. Oh my fucking God. Okay. And is currently fiscally sponsored by the 1630 Fund. Okay.
And then I also sent you the 1630 page where they just talk about like being a fiscal sponsor for people, but it pretty much means that they like Chorus pays 1630, not that 1630 funds Chorus. Chorus pays 1630 to do their admin work, and that gives Chorus 1630's 501c4 like umbrella category, so that now Chorus can be filed as a 501c4 because 1630 is fiscally sponsoring them.
What does that mean? So does 1630 1630 provide just services for free, basically, or what? What does it mean to fiscally sponsor
Yeah, pretty much,
something?
not for free. Like, so Chorus, like the 1630 will take a cut of things. So like if I want to donate to Chorus, I go and I donate, but it goes through 1630 so that it's going through a 501c4, and then they give the money to Chorus. Chorus pays them to do this like admin work. Then 1630 also gives them like they get their legal advice and other things like that. But then when Chorus wants to pay all the content creators who are part of Chorus, then 1630 pays those creators. So again, all of it ends up going through 1630 so that they get the 501c4 status.
Why do you say that? So they get the 501c4 status. Connect that for me.
That's what a fiscal sponsor is. Like a fiscal sponsor is like somebody who does the admin work for you so that you're able to get the 501c4 status. So like all of it goes
Why would you get the 501c4? What does that mean? What do you mean by just connect that?
I don't understand like the exact legal aspect of it. But that's just what a fiscal sponsor is. So like I sent you the page on 1630 that kind of explains like what they do as a fiscal sponsor, and then that helps other organizations get their 501c4 status.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Like they don't fund Chorus.
Wait, that's kind of a big deal then. Wait, is that true? So this means
it's a massive deal.
So this means that, because it's saying here, so like other fiscal sponsors, the 1630 fund is not the original source of funding for the projects it incubates. When a foundation or funder makes a donation to support a project, the fiscal sponsor receives the donation on behalf of the project. 1630 fund follows all local, state, and federal law with respect to the disclosure of individual donors. Okay. So the money, so when I go to donate, basically then, so if I want to donate to Chorus, what do they have a donation thing right the fuck on the front? Donate, they do, okay. So if I want to donate to Chorus, this money is going to flow through the 1630 fund, and then they will allocate that back to Chorus, and then they'll take some percentage here for basically payment processing.
Correct.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh, geez. Okay, I get that.
Yeah, so Taylor's entire article is about the fact that 1630 funds Chorus, and she even says in your conversation over and over that she doesn't call Chorus a dark money group, that Chorus is not dark money, that only 1630 is dark money, and that all the content creators, even though they did disclose that they work for Chorus and that they're getting paid by Chorus, the problem is they didn't disclose that they're getting paid by 1630, but they're not getting paid by 1630. They're not funded by 1630.
I understand. Why, so wait, what is her definition of dark money? Do you know?
It's a 501c4 or some group that doesn't disclose where their money comes from that engages in political action.
Okay, can you explain this to me? Because it looks like 501c4s all have to print like a publicly accessible Form 990 with a Schedule B attached. So, but you don't have to include the names or the addresses of people that donate, but you do have to include donations, like contributions.
Yeah, so who you donate to, but not who donates to you.
Well, but I don't understand that, because it feels like, can you give me an example of an organization like that? Because it feels like 501c4s all have to file 990s with attached Schedule Bs.
Yeah, they have to report it to the IRS. They just
but they're publicly viewable, those Schedule Bs. That's my understanding so far.
Yes, but
the Schedule Bs are the things that show who's contributing money to you. Well, so like the Schedule Bs for these 501c4s, so like I'm looking at the 1630 fund, I can see the people who have contributed to them on their Schedule B, but it doesn't have the name, address, and zip code, so they can redact that part.
Yes. Just like you remember when Progressive Victory accidentally doxed everybody because they accidentally put all that information in there, but it wasn't supposed to be on the public form. It was only supposed to be on the IRS form.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Wait, so is this really, this is the dark, so was it just this then? So it's dark money because we just don't know the names of the people that contribute money to a 501c4? That's it? And it can be in unlimited amount of, okay. Huh. That's pretty...
Which is why she kept saying that Omidyar isn't dark money, because we know that Pierre Omidyar and his wife Pam Omidyar are the only contributors to Democracy Fund Voice, which is who she gets her stipend through.
I'll check that out next, but I don't know if I understand that yet, because what her organization is, none of those filings are public at all, right?
So that organization, Democracy Fund Voice, those are not public. They do file 990s and 990 PFs, but they get their money from Democracy Fund. So Democracy Fund donates to Democracy Fund Voice. Democracy Fund does.
Well, here, wait, hold on. Before I get buried in that, I'll get to that. I'll do that, and I'll probably get there in like 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I love you. Be careful.
All right. Later.
Okay, so the 1630 Fund works as they work as a fiscal sponsor for Chorus, meaning they do it sounds like they do administrative work and process payments for them while collecting I imagine a small percentage as fees. They do not contribute money directly to Chorus from themselves, like this. And apparently Brian talks about this here.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking.
Why doesn't he talk about what the fiscal sponsor thing means? I don't know why he wouldn't say that. And I don't know if I trust Tom. I don't know why he wouldn't explain what a fiscal sponsor is. That's pretty huge to not explain that. Because I think my assumption, even until right now, was that the 1630 Fund contributed, actually I thought all of it to Chorus. I think Taylor even said that 2 days ago when we were chatting. Maybe he talks about it in a second, I don't know.
Money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time. And we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I've never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't.
Okay. Why? What a missed. I don't think I've ever heard this explanation before. Just random notes, I guess. Thinking about fiscal sponsorship, purpose, and politics. Fiscal sponsorship is an arrangement through which a group that doesn't have its own tax-exempt status from the IRS can operate as a project of a nonprofit that does. It offers several advantages for smaller or newer organizations, allowing them to pursue their tax-exempt mission in ways they might not otherwise be able to. At the same time, there are virtually no public disclosure requirements for fiscal sponsorships, particularly with respect to those projects that are active on political or public policy issues. Fiscal sponsorship could be considered a form of dark money. Fiscal sponsorship reform should initially focus on enhancing transparency, which often involve updates to the IRS Form 990. When he says, particularly, okay, at the time there are virtually no public disclosure requirements for fiscal sponsorship. What does that mean? Because aren't there? What are the Form 990 things? Is that not, or is it just because there's a redaction on the name and address? Fiscal sponsorship is a convenient way for new and or small groups to reduce the time and expense required to begin pursuing their tax-exempt mission, as well as to lessen administrative burdens that they may be ill-equipped to handle on their own. Operating as a project of an established nonprofit is an arrangement that can make sense for many such organizations. On the surface, fiscally sponsored projects can look and act as like independent nonprofits. Some weigh in on controversial socio-political issues, unlike standalone nonprofits. However, fiscally sponsored projects are subject to virtually no transparency requirements to offset the tax advantages they enjoy. Fiscal sponsorship reform should focus on enhancing. Does this mean that like maybe it means so like Chorus right now is organized as a 501c4 on its own, but it doesn't need to be? It could just be a project of the 1630 Fund and it doesn't actually need to be independently organized like that? I think. It's in full compliance with you. Because it sounds like what you do. Okay, I feel like I understand this a little bit more. If I were to go to a fiscal sponsor and I want to start the DGG recruitment drive program or something, I could just start as like under their wing basically, and they could be my fiscal sponsor for my little project as part of them. But if you're going to go ahead and form your whole own 501c4, I don't understand what the point is of using somebody else as a fiscal sponsor. What would be the point of that? About and join. Holy shit. Okay, if we donate. Go, chorus. Donate. Who are we donating to? Let's check. Hold on. Donate one time. Pay with card. I don't get any more information on this page. Merchant, record of transactions, your contribution, organizational cause that you've selected on the contribution from within 30 days. Okay, whatever. Okay, that's not going to give us any more info. Yeah, it could be that Chorus started off as like a thing from the 1630 fund so that they could start taking donations faster, and then they've sought their own 501c4 status, and now they've gotten it. Maybe. So that now they can break off from them. Maybe next year. Maybe. Let's see. Any contributions or grants made to the project only made to the fiscal sponsor, which earmarks and disperses the money for the project's activities. Fiscal sponsors generally charge a fee for their services, which commonly ranges between 5 and 10% of the project's revenue. The contractual nature of the relationship means that the specifics of any fiscal sponsorship can vary, though there are two primary models. I wonder if, actually, can somebody get me a donation button? If I donated to this website, if I looked this up like a year ago, would it take me to this page, or did it take you to a different page last year? No, still chorus-1. Okay, that's the oldest one. Maybe, maybe they always have a static link or whatever. Could the 1630 fund be allocating money to Chorus and us not know about it? Because it wouldn't have to be publicly reported. I guess it would show up on their 990 form. It would show up on their 990 form as a big anonymous donor then, I guess, huh? The Form 990 black hole. Jesus. Select surrounding fiscal sponsorships. It is necessary to understand IRS Form 990. This is the annual return that most nonprofits are required to file with the IRS, and it provides considerable details about the filings. It's generally the most comprehensive source of information about a given tax-exempt organization's operations and budgets. Most nonprofits file the standard Form 990 or a similar variant called the 990EZ, while private foundations file the substantially different Form 990PF. Although they are released on a somewhat delayed timetable, Form 990s are available to the public. 990 typically contains almost no information about fiscal sponsorship. Sponsors are not required to report on their fiscal sponsorship activities or disclose any details about their projects, while the projects themselves do not file their own forms because they do not have their own tax-exempt status. Some nonprofits occasionally provide limited information about their fiscal sponsorship activities on Form 990, while others, such as Tides, list their projects online, but such ad hoc disclosures are neither required, comprehensive, nor particularly detailed. So opacity can also extend to grant makers, which might only report grants as having been made to a fiscal sponsor, without disclosing if the money was earmarked for a specific project, for example, 2022. This is okay. Okay, so you could spin up a project. Hold on. On the Form 990, do they report how they... Is there a schedule where they report how they spend their money? Schedule. I feel like there was a contributions thing, but ooh, that was retarded to type. Oh. Page 10 of the 990. Statement of revenue. This is the money that they make. Statement of expenses. This is the money that they spend. Wait, you said page 10? Did you mean page 11? Functional expense shows how they spend their funds. Okay. Let's see, fees for services. This is how much they pay in fees, I think. How much money they spend lobbying, right? So they spent 31 million lobbying. Investment management fees, whatever that is, other. Royalties, travel. Is there a separate schedule that reports any of this in more detail or no? So let's see. If I want C3 and C4, I must complete all columns. All other organizations must complete column A. Check if Schedule O contains a response or note to any line in this part 9. Do not include amounts reported on lines 6B, 7. Okay, so what? I'm looking just to see what Schedule O says? Whoops. I don't know if this actually matters or not. Oh, hold on, what is that? Oh, no. Okay, schedule of, no. This is just supplemental information. Contributions. Part 8, line 1H. Page 4 of the PDF will show what was accomplished, how much was each accomplishment, and how much money was got. Okay. Okay, so C4s or whatever, on this 990 then, you're reporting where you're spending, you're reporting your expenses, but you're not reporting who you're sending the money to. Why do I feel like we looked at a whole thing before with where money was sent to? Which form was that? Am I crazy? If it's structured as a grant, it would be Schedule I? Grants and other assistance to organizations, governments, and individuals in the United States. Ah, okay. Okay, so Schedule I is if they were giving grants to people, it would show up here. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Jesus. All right. Why do I... Is this relevant to what we were looking at?
Where's this? Thinking about fiscal sponsorship.
Oh, he was looking at the same website I am.
Do not. Recording.
Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, so Chorus, okay, so if we're summarizing this, Chorus started off as an incubator program for the 1630 Fund, meaning the 1630 Fund is a company that's organized as a 501c4 that serves as fiscal sponsors to give newly hatched ideas the umbrella of their C4 status while those programs incubate and eventually gather, I guess, enough success or clout or whatever the fuck to go and form their own C4. So they process payments and everything for Chorus, but they shouldn't be giving any money to Chorus aside from, or nothing. They just pass through whatever people would donate to Chorus on its own. So the only thing the 1630 Fund should be doing theoretically, unless they're either breaking the law or unless they're doing something that I'm not understanding, they shouldn't be donating any money to Chorus directly. They're just handling initially administrative burden and work and then transferring money donated from the 1630 Fund to Chorus, essentially. So if you donate to Chorus, the 1630 Fund receives it. I imagine it's earmarked for Chorus. Do you think that, is that like a requirement? Could they theoretically just take... Could they theoretically just like collect money, donations for an incubator program and then just steal it? I imagine they might have like internal contracts or something that would hopefully prevent that. Okay. Okay. Is this... So when we say a dark money group is secretly funding high profile... Now I kind of reread this article again. So a dark money group is secretly funding high profile Democratic influencers. Is that referring to Chorus? Or is that referring to just the entire 1630 Fund? Let's see. They're being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet, but the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform. What does that mean? Liberal influencer marketing platform. Is this supposed to be like a company? Is it referring to the 1630 Fund or... She said in your convo that Chorus isn't dark money. Can you link me the timestamp in the convo where she said that? came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments. And had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. Should we send a joint email? Or are we just going to send... Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. Okay, so this is functionally impossible, right? Because if the 1630 Fund was actually giving money to Chorus, then that should show up in it should show up in the Schedule I. That's what we were saying, right? Where we look at grants, basically. But assuming nobody's lying or breaking the law, if they're only a fiscal sponsor, and obviously we don't see Chorus. Oh wait, actually I guess they could be, but we don't have that filing yet. Maybe in the 2024 or 2025 filing. But they literally say they are. They say they're a fiscal sponsor. I guess they could just be lying to the public about it, and then the filings would show something different. Funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. The program kicked off last month. Creators involved were told by Chorus CBLA be kicked down to such a cutoff financially they even so much as acknowledged they were part of the program. Communication about the program and in some cases an onboarding session for those. Fuck, hold on. I'm gonna get my sandwich. Eat fresh time, baby. I actually got a copy of this contract too, which I'm curious to go through. It's pretty short. It's like 9 pages. I wonder if any of this is true. That they're not allowed to disclose that they're part of it or whatever, but I'll check that in a bit. Hold on. How do we know they're an organization and not just a brand? I can't find any of its trading. I mean, they say on the bottom of their site that they're a 501c4 organized thing. So, I mean, unless they're literally lying about that. Somebody listed their EIN, I think, in chat earlier as well. Charity Navigator. 1630 Fund. Yeah, I was looking for a chorus. Not publicize. Let's see, confidentiality. – Mm-hmm. I don't see that confidentiality thing in this, unless they're misreading the under definitions or whatever. I don't know if these contracts are like actually uniquely different per person, so I don't want to risk like burning my contact on this. But I see we have, so there's a confidentiality clause. It lists out definitions. That is all seems boilerplate and standard to me. Proprietary information or trade secrets. No proprietary or sensitive information for either disclosing party. That one schizo deleted his YouTube. The thing I just looked at? Really? This person took bigger quotes from the supposedly low-tier version of the contract. It's an Instagram slideshow. Did we look at that? I feel we looked at this a long time ago. Okay. My biggest concern about the course draft contract I saw is the non-disparagement clause. Let me find. Fuck. This one doesn't have a non-disparagement clause. I don't think. Unless it's listed under a different thing. Hold on. Is it? Wait, does she quote? Oh. Let's see, non-disparagement. I don't know what the date that this contract was issued. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Subject to the terms of blah, blah, blah. You are free to publicly disclose your own role with Chorus or the nature of the program if you choose to do so. I mean, that's... that seems pretty standard. Non-disparagement clause. I don't see an NDC on this. Is it? Am I missing something? I wonder... Oh, this one was issued, I think, after Taylor's article came out. Maybe it could have been changed maybe as well, although I don't know. Did you have a great answer for her post hoc distinction between political journalistic purpose and the funding? Putting aside the dark money label didn't require political intent. Probably going to hash something out. Well, no, I think she retreated to that line afterwards because she felt like she couldn't defend her argument. If she thinks there's a huge difference in reporting requirements or whatever, or there's a huge difference in taking something as a journalist versus an influencer, that's fine. But then don't try to say that the two things are different. Or initially she was saying, yeah, she was saying that things were different. But then it sounded like she was retreating to that argument, saying that it was actually the same, but it shouldn't. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm reading something at the same time. I don't care. Suck my dick. Huh. Well. Oh my fucking god. I can't click the... Okay. Okay, we've read this. This is an older thing. The Federal Election Commission declined to comment. Taylor saying chorus isn't dark money. Let's see if we can make sense of what she's saying. You're saying that they're...
Shut up,
that
loser.
Chorus and all these people are all dark money groups.
No, I never said Chorus was a dark money group. I said that they've received funding and they are described as a project of a dark money group.
Okay, so then the program that you're a part of would be a project of...
Okay.
I can't tell if she knows the underlying structures of these things and she's trying to speak very carefully to avoid saying anything legally incorrect, or if she's just like saying simple things and I can't tell. I have no idea. Because you could say chorus isn't a dark money thing, but I mean now it's organized as a C4. So I mean, but also they weren't receiving money from the 1630 fund. If I understand the fiscal sponsorship thing correctly as well. Holy shit. That some of this article is so fucking retarded. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract. Or what? They kill their family? What does that mean? That's the dark part of fiscal sponsorship, though. Since they don't have to do their own filings, who knows what part of the 1630 fund Chorus is actually receiving? Well, it sounds like if it's fiscal sponsorship, they can't be giving money to Chorus because that would have to show up under the grants section. If it's a fiscal sponsorship and Chorus doesn't have to show up on filings, the only way that's possible is if the 1630 fund just funnels money to Chorus by doing, if you donate to Chorus, it's the 1630 fund is what receives that money and then they earmark it for Chorus basically, right? Like they shouldn't be able to funnel additional money to Chorus without that showing up on some other filing, I believe. Okay. I feel like I understand about 70% of this. I need to revisit the Omidyar network. Okay. What do we have? It's a venture of the Omidyar Group. Okay. Omidyar Group. One of the benefits of breaking away from a 501c4 is that C4s can't give tax write-off since it's a political advocacy. Of course, it's educational, so they got the C3 approval and give tax write-off to donors now. What? Show that. I don't think you're right. They're organized as a C4, not a C3, of course. Oh, thank you, dumbass. That's the guy's name. IRS filings? Status? Question mark? Whatever the fuck this website is. Okay. About. Jesus fucking Christ. Our work? Home. About. Who funds us? What is our organization? The Omidyar Group is a collection of mission-driven, independent organizations. Okay. Reporters and residents. Program, okay. Also, just as a reiterator thing, I don't even, dark money as a concept is not something I care much about. I don't even know 100% what people mean when they're using this term. When I was attacking Taylor over this Omidyar network thing, it's not to say that the Omidyar network is inherently bad or evil. I don't know anything about the donor things for these people. It's just that I felt like her definition of dark money would apply equally to her, because I think she's paid out of an LLC that doesn't have to do any public filings, was my point. Some people are, because I've seen some people posting if like Omidyar is like evil or something. Reporters and Residents program is designed to, okay, enable a group of freelance journalists to devote more time to deep, nuanced reporting that drives national conversations and informs policy debates. Omidyar Network is a philanthropic organization whose mission is to bend the arc of the digital revolution towards shared power, prosperity, and possibility. Digital technology is a blah, 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 blah. Jesus, okay. Well, let's read Lay subreddit poster. I don't think C3s are ever dark money because I think a C3 always has to report, I believe they're individual contributors because it's all tax exempt, right? Like I think if I donate to a 501c3, I think they'll cut me a tax exempt, or they'll cut me like a tax receipt. And because of that thing, that type of tax exemption, they have to report publicly who donates to them because these people are getting tax exemption for their donation, right? Oh wait, private foundations have to, but charities do not have to. Really? Okay. Jesus fuck. It's made. It proves money is going from the LLC to the foundation. What? Foundation employs this as a basis to allocate pro rata portion of operating expenses as a gift to the foundation. The allocated amount may fluctuate significantly as the pro rata portion changes from year to year. For the year ending December 31st, 2021, support and related expenses by affiliated entities total $22 million. For the year ending December 31st, support related. Okay, in 2020, the foundation received a stock donation of a mission-related investment valued at $1.16 million from the Omidyar Network Fund LLC, a related party. On January 1st, 2020, program and mission-related investments valued at $3.99 million related to the foundation's governance and citizens engagement on January 1st, 2020. Grants payable in the amount of $9.3 million along with 21 additional. Okay. For fiscal year ending in December of 2020, this is the Form 990, the Schedule B of the Omidyar Network Fund Incorporated. So they file as a 501c something. This is their Schedule B. They're filing as a C3. Okay, so this is their Schedule B. And because it's a C3, I think they have to give, they can't redact anything. So we see that this Omidyar Network Fund, Inc. Is this what pays the residents in journalist program or whatever? Holy fuck! Is there a way I can see this? Okay, the Omidyar Network Fund, Inc. is a private foundation which does in fact have to disclose the contributions to the public as can be seen here. Public disclosures and available. Oh yes, we've done this research. If you open their filings and check the first page. Okay, so this is a private foundation, not a charitable thing. So private foundation means they do have to report. So this is a 501c3 private foundation. So they're filing a 990 PF. Okay, and then here's the C3 checkbox. Okay. Yes. Full filing for fiscal year. Okay. PF. Okay. Her residency is under Democracy Fund Voice. I don't know what that sentence means. Her resident. Oh, like the residence in. Okay, I don't know where that's going to be, but we'll look that up. Good one. Oh, this. Democracy Fund Voice, Inc. This is... What is this reporting here? That's okay. Stop, and stop. Okay. Okay. Go back a year where the fund actually did have contributions, such as 2020. Notable sources of revenue, contributions received, $1.16 million. Oh. This contribution here to this fund came from wait. Fiscal year ending in 2020. It should be listed on this thing here, right? Yes. Wait. They filed a Form 990 and a Form 990 PF? Or is this just always going to be the same Schedule B? Never mind. This should be the same shit, I think. This will be, yes, okay. Does this not have the schedules on it? No, it doesn't. Sorry. Okay. So we would have to go look in the Schedule B right here. Okay. So we would see that this private foundation received $1.16 million in contributions. This was a stock transfer. And the stock transfer came from this trust, which is which one is the trust again? Is that the LLC? Hold on. Okay, the part originally, okay, this part normally name address is not the case. It's private foundations. They need to publicly disclose. The fund received contributions to anyone but the tried going through multiple forms for the years and have not been able to find indication. The PRM your trust, going back over the VOD using Lotus reaction. Money going out of the foundation, not related money coming in. The money coming in is listed. Fund. Received a grant. The MR network is a tricky thing. We're still going to grant the positions for this fellowship are actually contracting 1099 positions. Okay. Foundation and LLC. Fuck. Okay, what is the Omidyar Trust? Is that the LLC? Like, what is this thing? Sorry. Shh. Okay. It's not the LLC. It funded the LLC. Okay, stop. Let's back up. Okay. Reporters in residence. Let's find this. The start of this thing. Can I find the, Oh, actually, you know what? I bet she sent me this. Okay, our reporters in residence program, that's this. Maintains complete editorial independence network. This commitment, okay. Omidyard Network receives no funding for the Reporters in Residence program via the 630 Fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. So, what is the foundation and what is the LLC? This is actual fucking AIDS cancer. You can think of the trust as investments. I know what a trust is, but show me tax filings. Give me. I need tax filings. So this, the foundation and the LLC. So here we have a private foundation. This is the foundation. I'm assuming that's what this means. This foundation is called the Omidyard Network Fund. What is the... Okay, wait, and then this is a C3. So that means they have to disclose the money that they receive and the money that they donate out, right? So this, we would consider this thing to be a not dark money thing, I believe, right? But then the... wait, this is the Omidyar Fund. What is the LLC? That's what I'm not understanding. Via our foundation and LLC. Oh, or is this just referring to the same entity? Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. Like, this isn't referring to two things. It's like saying... It's dark money because it receives money from the LLC through the trust. Wait, but I thought the LLC and the trust were the same thing. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. I just need you to not type in chat and to just link tax forms. If you're going to say something, just link tax forms. So I have this. This is the fund, the Omidyar Network Fund. Which is our C3. Let me put this out here. Look at the proof provided that the LLC donated to the trust. Well, I have this here. But what is this trust? Shouldn't there be like an EIN or something attached to this? Name, address, and zip +4. Isn't it weird that... Should there be some kind of tax information? It was in the Reddit post. From the Omidyar Network Fund LLC, a related party. Okay, I'm just going to read this down from top to bottom. Okay. If the program is funded by the LLC, then it won't be listed. It appears that's where the stipends come from if they are under 50K. Okay, TLDR. We do not know and cannot know if Taylor received dark money unless Taylor herself clarifies whether she received the money from the foundation, non-dark money, because the foundation is a C3, right? Which we can see, technically we can see everything going in and out of the C3. Cannot know if Taylor received dark money unless Taylor herself clarifies whether she received the money from the foundation or from the LLC. I still don't know what the LLC is referring to, but maybe this person will say, if she wants to keep studying being called dark money funded, she is free to publish evidence from her that she received the money for the fellowship at the Amador Network Foundation. Someone has provided a financial audit the Amador has made that proves the money is going from the LLC to the foundation. Financial support organizations that create opportunities for people to improve their lives, thereby catalyzing economic and social change. In 2015, the foundation formed a wholly owned subsidiary, ONFI Brazil LLC, to facilitate activities in Brazil. Is this the LLC? Or... Third blurb under basis of accounting. Wow, how much tier 5 protection do we get? There we go. Third blurb under basis of accounting. Wait, basis of accounting. Contributions are recognized at fair value in the period received. The foundation has been funded through contributions received from the Pierre M. Amador Trust, the trust, a related party. The foundation has also received contributions in the form of donated stock from the Amador Network Fund LLC, a related party. Whew, Jesus Christ. Okay, so the trust and the fund are two different things that give money to the foundation, which is a 501c3, right? I shouldn't call this the fund then. I should call this a but they call it the fund. Bro, this is actual AIDS fucking cancer. The foundation has been funded through contributions received from Pierre M. Amador Trust, the trust. So this here is the network fund, but the network fund is a private foundation, so they're calling the fund a foundation. The foundation also receives contributions in the form of donated stock from Amador Network Fund LLC, a related party. Okay, so this is just a different thing. So the foundation is a 501c3, and it gets money from the Amador Network Fund LLC and from the Pierre M. Amador Trust. Okay. I decrease the net zone restrictions. Let's use restricted. Okay. Are you going to do a recap for the people who didn't pay attention? Yeah, maybe when I finish this. Jesus. Okay. Made that proves money's going from the LLC to the foundation. And then these two links are... Wait, let me real quick. They're 990 PF from 2024. Okay. And then this is the... For 2020, I guess I can throw this on here as well. Fuck it. Fuck. 2020, 990 PF. And 2024, 990 PF. Okay. This feels like it's trying to intentionally obfuscate. No, it's there are different tax reasons why you have different things set up for different reasons. I'm sure there's a good reason why. Or I would assume so, I guess. Okay. Okay. How many years made that proves that money is going from the LLC to the foundation? Okay. But we already know that because they themselves say that the money is going... A stock donation of a mission-related investment valued at $1.163 million from the Audio Network Fund LLC. Okay, we still don't know what that thing is, but we'll get to it. Okay, we'll get to it. Hold on. Despite them claiming the funds originate in the LLC, the IRS Form 9 shows money is listed as coming from the trust. Oh, I'm going to assume they just fucked this up. I doubt they're lying intentionally, considering this is literally their own audit that's being published here. But they probably just fucked it up or they got confused. So they claimed that this stock donation came from Ahmadiyar Network Fund, but it actually came from the trust. They just messed it up. Jesus fuck. Okay. Okay, and we know this for sure because on their audit, they say in their audit that they received $1.163 million in 2020. And we can look at the form 990 PF, and then we can go to the Schedule B to see the contributors, and then we can Control F trust. Oh, thank God. Okay, and then it's here, and this is the 1.163 million that came from his trust. Okay, all right. Thus, the money being given to the 501c3 private does originate in LLC, and the money is in the LLC is of undisclosed origin. Wait, does originate in the LLC? Oh, is the trust the LLC? Just when you listen to the trust. How does he link the LLC and the trust here? I don't understand. The trust would sit at the highest point of this chain, and you can look at the SEC filings here. I'm about to see some confusing fucking shit. This SEC pay, oh. What the fuck? Taylor saying she receives money directly from Ahmadiyar is a lie. She does not know the source of the money that is in the foundation. It comes at least partly from the LLC with no disclosure requirements. Well, but I think the money comes from his... Oh shit, sorry, hold on, wait. Oh fuck, hold on, I just had a brain blast. Never mind, maybe. Sorry, fuck, I know why you just said that. Sits on top of. I know what you're saying. Hold on, wait. I brain blasted. So when this says, in 2020, the foundation received a stock donation of a mission-related investment valued at this from Omidyar Network Fund LLC, a related party. This money that it received, now on the Schedule B, it says that it came from the trust. And I'm saying, well, it sounds like they just fucked up, but they didn't fuck up. This trust holds this LLC. This LLC is a part of this trust. They just use a greater degree of specificity in the auditing paper here than they have to, than what's required on the 990 PF Schedule B. Right? I think I understand. Okay. Can you prove that? How do you... Well, you said they have the same address. But a trust... Probably... Maybe a trust can't even send or do anything. It just literally has... There would have to be business or something inside the trust. Fuck. I don't know how trusts are... I lied earlier when I said... I actually don't know 100% the tax structure of a trust. Okay. One of the things that... Okay, so here's the question. Here's the question. Here's the question. Okay? Non-cash donations are not shown on Schedule B. It's on Schedule M. What? I'm looking at the Schedule B right here, and it literally has a non-cash contribution. Do not read what's behind you. No. Does this trust, or any part in this trust, the LLC or anything, does it make filings anywhere that Omidyar Network Fund LLC? Well, no, it wouldn't, because it's not described as any 501c organized entity, as any nonprofit, right? So that means that theoretically, we have no idea what money goes into the Omidyar Network Fund LLC. We don't know anything about this trust. We just know that money from the trust can go into this network fund. So the question is, would she consider that dark money? So theoretically, I could give any amount of money to Pierre M. Omidyar, and then it would go into his trust or whatever, and then he could put that money into this, and you would have no record of that. You would only see it on the, you would just see the trust transferring money, I think, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. And the LLC is literally described as a sister group to the nonprofit. It depends on the trust, because trust instruments vary wildly. I guess asking what the threshold for reporting donations would be for dark money, like how many companies and stuff do you have to track to an endpoint before considering it not dark? Well, like I would consider dark money to be, if you want to use the term dark money, then I think you can talk about the entity itself. I think it's probably fine. So like if you want to call like a 501c4 private foundation, right? No. A charity, a 501c4 charity. Well, the private foundation has to report the money they receive, but they don't have to disclose the names and addresses. Wait, so why does she consider the 1630 fund dark money? Just because they don't report the names and addresses of the people, but they report the income? The trust appears to be a private equity that doesn't have to disclose anything. Link that. Show me that in something. Does the streamer read YouTube chat messages? Nope. Only to read them to say that I do read them, and then I don't read them. Holy fucking AIDS. The confusing part for me is that in my experience, trusts are ran by a bank type thing, but maybe when you have a huge amount of money, you do something else with trusts. Well, it's the Pierre Omidyar guy, I think is like a billionaire, so he runs his own shit. Isn't that what it means, that the donors are dark because their names are concealed? Yeah, I guess, but that seems... Well, that just seems really cringe, though. Because let's say, for instance, let's say there's a 501c4, and let's say that 501c4 spends $100 million advertising for some candidate, or advertising for some political social welfare thing or whatever, right? If I look at the 990 Schedule B, and I see that of that $100 million, like their largest donor donated $10,000, and then every other donor was like under that, do I really care? Is that like a dark money slush fund? As opposed to, let's say that they were a 501c4 and then they filed a 990, and then I look at the Schedule B and they have two $50 million anonymous donors. That looks a lot weirder, right? But the name and the address being anonymous, I feel like that would only matter if it like reached a certain threshold, if it was above a certain amount or something. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Anyone see that Jordan drama? 14-year-old killed himself and apparently was playing an anime game Doki Doki shit. So I wonder who is actually paying out then. For in the Reporters in Residence program, they're just 1099 contractors of the Omidyar Network Fund. That's what they are. Can a 501c3 1099 people? I've been a tax accountant for 15 years. I don't see what is truly complicated here. Taylor on stream said she received funding from an LLC. She seemed to verify that over and over. Well, she repeated it over and over. She didn't verify anything. But the claim is whether or not all of the money that she received can be traced back to some original donor, as opposed to an LLC that could theoretically have funds or money coming from anywhere going to her, because that's her claim of dark money. Because my original claim was her saying that Chorus is a dark money operation because of any kind of attachment to the 1630 fund. When we know both what the 1630 fund stands for and what Chorus stands for, it seems weird to call it dark money, because how far back do you have to go for disclosure to know what's dark money or not? So and then I think the example I gave was if I paid somebody money to go do some kind of activism, is that dark money because you don't know where I get my money from? A trust is just a pool of stocks. The way it would be structured is the Omidyars are either the grantee and the LLC is the trustee, and the foundation is the beneficiary. But we have no idea what goes on inside the trust at all, right? That's just a fact, right? So so if we were to trace the funds for let's just do this. Reporters in Residence. I hate using these dark and light terms. It's actually so fucking cringe, but okay. So we would say that the money is going from, we have the trust. We have the Omidyar Trust. And then the money from there will go to the Omidyar Network Fund. And then we would 1099 a residence reporter or whatever. So this fund is a 501c3. So we would say not dark, right, if we want to say that. But the trust, this is just privately held stuff, I guess you could say. So we would consider this dark. So money can go from the trust to the Omidyar Network Fund, which will then 1099 residents reporters. And then if we were to compare the chain of money from the 1630 fund, well, this didn't even make sense because the 1630 fund wasn't funding Chorus to Chorus influencers. So Chorus was getting money only from donations because the 1630 fund served as a fiscal sponsor. But we could call it a dark sponsor, I guess, because we don't know who the 1630 fund gets money from. And then Chorus is now a 501c4. So we could consider Chorus now to be dark money. Although before she was saying Chorus wasn't dark money, but I think it's because at the time Chorus was just a project in the 1630 fund, which was served as their fiscal sponsor. And then that money is paid to Chorus influencers. But there's not technically, there should be no financial transfer here. No grant or money transfer. Only funnels money through donations to Chorus via Act Blue link. I guess I could put all this. I wonder what Wikipedia says when they talk about in 2020, Pierre and Pam Omidyar donated $45 million to the 1630 fund. It's in Politico. Sure. But what's the point of saying that? Well, you could argue that their donation would have more than covered the entire cost of Chorus. Why do we even know that they donated that money to the 1630 fund? Shouldn't we not know that? Or did they just say it publicly? My only question is, why would Omidyar use an LLC at all if none of his contributions to that LLC are tax deductible as opposed to just directly funding a 501c3? Well, if he has a trust that has stocks or something, if he transfers it to himself from the trust, I imagine that would incur some taxable event, and then he could donate it to the C3 after for a tax deduction, but it's probably easier to just go right from the sheltered trust right to the C3? Would be my guess. The Omidyar Nexus? Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Oh wait, what the fuck? Wait, this is so much more information. Wait, what is this? Hold on. The Omidyar Network is a for-profit LLC operating alongside a nonprofit sibling, Omidyar Network Fund. Both were formed in 2000. Wait, Omidyar Network. Is that the same thing as the trust? Wait, what the fuck? is a for-profit LLC operating alongside a non-profit sibling, Elmwood Network Fund. Both were formed in 2004. The Elmwood Network is a self-styled philanthropic investment firm established with seed capital from the IPO of eBay in 2004. The LLC arm invests in 4 main areas. Like traditional investment firm, aims to transform the U.S. economy along legislative and ideological lines. The Ahmed Yard Network Fund is a non-profit arm of Ahmed Yard Network, established as a 501c3 private foundation in 2004. Well, we know that. Okay. Funds heavily left of center advocacy groups based. In 2020 alone, the fund contributed $6.1 million to New Venture Fund, the largest nonprofit in a billion-dollar dark money network run by Arabella Advisors. Hold on. In 2020 alone, the fund contributed $6.1 million to New Venture Fund, the largest nonprofit in a billion-dollar dark money network. Oh, because so this New Venture Fund should be a 501c4 then, right? No, this is a C3. What the fuck? Why is this dark money then? The New Venture Fund is 501c3 funding and fiscal sponsorship nonprofit that makes grant. Oh, because it's a charity thing, or it's not like a private foundation, so it doesn't have to publish. It doesn't have to publish its Schedule B, like a private foundation would. The fund focuses primarily on social and environmental change, issuing grants for a variety of projects that include conservation, global health. Okay, it is the largest 501c3 nonprofit in the network of 5 nonprofits created and managed by this. Okay, inside over 400 million. Critics, including the New York Times, argue that New Venture Fund is a dark money organization serving as a way for left-leaning foundations and donors to anonymously funnel money towards various political advocacy groups, such as attacking vulnerable Republicans like financial often obscures the identity of donors as dark money, calling the network a leading vehicle for it on the left. And then they operate alongside its sister nonprofit, 1630 Fund. Okay, hey, we know that. Okay, so New Venture Fund is the C3. The 1631 is the C4, which provides similar funding for fiscal results in it. Administered by Arabella Advisors. Holy shit. This is actual cancer AIDS. I think that Citizens United was a mistake. I changed my mind now, because this is all fucking AIDS as fuck. Jesus Christ. Smoking gun with the trust being Schedule B out of California, 1582. What is it? What do you mean? 1582 specifically. A trust company, its office employees shall not disclose any information, any person concerning the existence, condition, management, and administration of any private trust confided to it, except where such disclosure in the other terms of trust. Oh, well, we know that the trust, it's a private trust, right? We know that much, I think, right? We know that. Total revenues, total expenditures. Democracy Fund. Oh, this Influence Watch websites, they describe the 1630 fund as pass-through. Interesting. The 1630 Fund is a hub of undisclosed political spending. I don't like the way this is phrased very confusingly. And then they use the fiscal sponsor Because this says incubating and financing various progressive projects, but it doesn't finance them, right? It just provides the C4 cover and then... Or does it? The 1630 fund can legally spend up to 49% of its budget on political activities, including transfers to super PACs. So we should be able to look at the 1630 fund, our Form 990, and then was it Section 4 or Part 4? No. Where was the revenues and shit? Statement of revenue, and then statement of functional expenses. Grants and other assistance to domestic organizations and domestic organs. If, so this is 236 million paid out in grants. Is this all pass-through? Or is there, how would you even know that? Grants and other assistance to domestic, or is other assistance, does this mean like in kind? Because if it's only a pass-through or a fiscal sponsor, what does this grant part mean? See Part 4, line 21. Part 4, line 21. Did the organization report more than 5,000 grants or other assistance? Other assistance, can that other assistance include the, I guess just the fiscal sponsorship, I guess? Damn, this is a brutal Wikipedia article. Holy shit. Politico has described the 1630 Fund as a left-leaning secret money group. Why is this above the... this is just like in the summary of the thing, right? Politico has described the 1630 Fund as a left-leaning secret money group, writing that the group illustrates the extent to which the left embraced the use of dark money to fight for its causes in recent years. After decrying big money Republican donors over the last decade, as well as the Supreme Court rulings that flooded politics with more cash, Democrats now benefit from hundreds of millions of dollars of undisclosed donations as well. According to Politico, the 1630 Fund's activities are a sign that Democrats and allies have embraced the methods of groups they decried as dark money earlier this decade when they were under attack from the money machines built by conservatives, including the Kochs. Because it is a nonprofit, the 1630 Fund is not required to disclose its donors, even though it spends significant amounts on politics. Jesus. They really went hard on this. God damn. Is there, oh, talk? I wonder what the talk page looks like for this. Oh, Omidyar network funding. Why? Holy shit. Oh, man. Why is that being brought up here? The current text says, that one of the 1630 Fund's largest confirmed donors is also funding Omidyar's Reporters in Residence program. Omidyar Network has publicly stated the opposite, that the Reporters in Residence program receives no funding via the 1630 Fund or any outside sources. Well, but that's not what this says. It says the same person donates to both, no? Is this your fault? What? Do I know her husband? Destiny, you haven't even gotten to Democracy Fund Voice, which is another 501c4 founded by Omidyar. I haven't. To be clear, for the millionth time, because apparently some people thought otherwise, yesterday. I'm not criticizing Omidyar. I don't even know if I have a problem necessarily with these 501c4s. Or maybe I don't think they should exist, but like as a matter of like law, maybe we should change the way that we do these social welfare things. We're doing a lot of reading into this just because I'm curious how transparent the funding is on all of this. From, because Taylor Lorenz is so obsessed with this concept of dark money, whatever the fuck this means. But I'm not necessarily criticizing this guy or this funding thing in particular. Okay. This makes Cohen's claim misleading if presented without clarification. Per Wikipedia neutral point of view, and Wikipedia BLP, I don't know what that means. I removed the Omidyar content from the 1631 spending section. While I disagree with this and what sentence was saying, it was saying that Omidyar lectured under 1630 also gave money to a non-1630 project. Oh, true. And that is consistent with the idea. The rest of them are money. Have removed the content because to have it in the article, it needs to be due, which would require several notable. I don't know what the fuck any of these things mean. Due and undue weight. Reliable. Okay. Be writing about this part of the Taylor Lorenz dust-up as if they were all majorly notable facts about 1630. This hasn't happened. Chorus article? If chorus drama continues for a while, maybe it deserves its own article. Can we talk about how Lorenz's article contradicts itself? Oh my god, I just had a brain blast. One of the most retarded debates I'd ever seen Straight Array at Aaron engage in. I remember it was over these words. Funnel all bookings. I think Aaron was making the argument that when Taylor Lorenz said that they had to funnel all their bookings through these people, Aaron was making the argument that that just means you have to like clue them in on it or loop them in. That funneling things is the same as looping somebody in on it. I think, was it her and Pisco or somebody else that argued for like an hour on that? And it was like, no, funneling means that you're sending everything to somebody else. That's what it means to funnel all your bookings. You have to send them all through somebody else, not looping somebody in and just letting them know. Oh, was it with Gistigal? Holy shit, that was such a oh my god, that argument was like over an hour long. It was painful. Jesus. Oh my god. Taylor's got wiki warriors out here. Video and timestamp with the contract. This was
Their
painful.
management software.
Oh god.
Okay. So if
Well, the reason why we don't understand what that means is because no one will show us a full fucking contract, so we're having to divine these things based on the context, but the context is only more confusing.
why is Taylor Lorenz, why is she stating things that aren't true then? If this is, proprietary software.
Because she saw the whole contract and we did not. And so she may not have said something untrue.
I think she said something untrue.
You don't know that. You haven't seen the whole contract, Pisco.
So you think that this alone, the book and engagement section, that there's a possibility that the other parts of the contract, or reasonable possibility, that the other parts of this contract.
I would hope that there's some sort of appendix. No. There's some sort of appendix that clarifies what the hell the chorus newsroom is, what the hell the difference between a booking and engagement opportunity, a booking versus an engagement opportunity, and then from there, the stipulations are laid out, and we can better understand what is being said here.
All right, let's press play. We've looped enough.
Okay. Well, I like to think it's not looping because we kept coming up with different angles to understand the language of this contract through. If you're keeping in mind like a different interpretation of what constitutes a newsroom, or now again the latest wrench that has been thrown into it is what booking and engagement is, and it sounds like both of us were off. It might not even be in reference to a location. It might not be in reference to employees. It might be in reference to a fucking.
No, it was this. Hold on.
Of course, no, like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself, and the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false. Like that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like I get that these contracts are long and confusing.
So let's see what Lauren. Wait, is it Lauren? I can't even. My brain is. Oh my God, Taylor Lorenz. I'm crazy. Let's see what she said specifically about this.
Oh, you said Lauren?
Yeah, I don't know when I said that.
Well, because she's Lorenz, I guess maybe. Yeah. Lauren. But I mean, I don't know. Your tone just like dropped a lot. You just chilled the fuck out a lot after.
I'm just tired of you. Like, I'm so tired of your shit.
Okay, but I'm wondering, like, again, you were kind of gung ho based off what you had seen so far. That like, no, like that's not. That's wait, hold on. Then you can scream. That you were insistent that like, no, I don't think that this contract forbids them from engaging, like trying to interact with other politicians without disclosing or letting Chorus know, like, hey, I'm doing this of my own volition or whatever. If they're going to be using Chorus's like assets, any equipment in their room, that would make sense to me. That they're like, we have to be clued in on this because we're like integral to the logistics of that happening, right?
So one, I would, if I were these people, like, given the context of this like booking engagement section, that it seems to be relevant to the Chorus newsroom, and so I wouldn't like, and it seems like the common practice is like they're not actively sending at least the course of dealing, right? The course of how they're proceeding isn't to like let Chorus know every time they talk to someone. So that seems to be either she thinks she's violating the contract. I wouldn't read it that way. I don't know if that's the best way to read it, but even put that aside.
Wait, she thinks she's not violating it. She's like, they don't control who I talk to because here's me reaching out to Zoran and it's fine.
So Taylor Lorenz, this is how she says it. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Now, when she says loop Chorus in, what do you think is a normal?
No, that is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to like the brass tacks of the language that she used to characterize what the creators reported to her.
Right.
Oh, I understand. Okay. It was what that meant. Yeah. So creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. So this part here is not true, or it doesn't seem to be true, because based on the plain reading of the contract, it looks like the only thing you have to notify them of are engagements that you organize, the contacts you get through the newsroom. Jesus. So if you go to their newsroom and then you meet some Zoran Mamdani who comes in to tell you how cool Islamic jihadism is, okay, in the Chorus newsroom, anything that you organize there, you have to loop Chorus in on. It sounds like that's what's going on there. But then the way that this is written, it makes it sound like if you're contracted with Chorus, you have to basically loop them in on every single, anything you book, I guess. I don't know where I don't know why we got into funnel. But following the national outreach menu, must funnel all bookings with, because she says funnel up here. Creators never must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. That's a super extreme statement. That's definitely not justified by any part of the contract. And funnel all bookings, it means something different than loop Chorus in on. Like these are two different things. But.
No, that is true. That is true. Like when I'm paying attention to like the brass tacks of the language that she used to characterize what the creators reported to her, right. She did say that she does not say it was this creator's interpretation that based on the language they viewed in the contract that they would need to do this to be in compliance with it. She is saying that's what they interpreted, and that's my interpretation of this contract. That if they do not do that, I agree with what
you just said, right? But like, even just look there. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagement with the government officials or political leaders. That I think leaves the notion that they're forcing Chorus to be a middleman in all these communications, right? Yeah. Looping someone into a communication means including them typically, right?
Well, not necessarily. At least notifying them that you have an obligation to notify them that if you want to talk to Rokana, that if I am a creator,
she's restating what Pisco said. That's looping somebody in, yeah.
In this program, and then I decide I want to interview Richie Torres. That before I go do that, I have to ask Chorus for permission to, or I have to disclose that I'm doing that to them.
But hang on. So before that, it says, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in this program must funnel all bookings through Chorus. That's not true.
Wait, let's see.
The contract clearly anticipates independently obtained, even if you read it in the way that I think that you don't need to read it, but even if you read it that way, it's not the case that creators in the program must funnel all bookings through Chorus. Because it says...
Well, the thing is, hold on. The thing in the contract, it says on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, but I don't like... do they mean by Chorus's policy agenda? Do they mean if you ever want to talk to a politician about things that they have stated, which is like the racial justice thing, affordable healthcare, etc., or is it only when you are explicitly stating like no, Chorus's policy agenda, not just these policy items? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Let's do one thing at a time. I'm hearing what you're saying.
Okay, we're not going to rerun this whole thing. Is there any example? Can somebody link me? Was there ever any mainstream media news article that was released that spoke so much about like contracts like this that didn't include any original language from the contract? Is there like an example of this? Because goddamn, did that Wired article drive me fucking crazy? But I'd be curious. Maybe this does happen, and I'm just more permissible of it because I just don't trust Taylor. I'm not sure. Okay. I think I'm done with this. We're good. I don't know if me and Taylor will ever argue again on this, but. You can call the 1630 fund because it is a 501c4. You can call this a dark money fund, but it would be incorrect to say that the 1630 fund ever funded Chorus. If you want, you can say that Chorus is a dark money fund because they're organized as a C4. Although she said that they weren't dark money, but maybe that's because when she originally wrote the article, they didn't have their own C4 status yet. Am I being charitable? Maybe. For the Almond Network Fund, because that's organized as a C3, you can see where their money comes from, but their money comes from Almond Trust and Almond Network Fund LLC, which are both technically dark money funds because we have no idea what goes in or out of those. But the main takeaway from all of this is that dark money is a retarded fucking term, and this is a retarded fucking topic. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Schizo rambling presidential address. Gavin Newsom's interview weeks ago was perhaps the most self-destructive interview I've ever seen. In one fell swoop, he took himself out of even being considered as the presidential nominee of the crown. Okay, I don't know. I'm good. Ooh. Nick on debating as Mongoloid.
Holy Grail percent $50. A debate with Asmongold on Iran would be huge. I don't know how it works setting those up behind the scenes, but it would totally be an easy win for you.
Does anyone have a gun? John Lyons, if you can hear me, please kill me. Please kill me right now. That's a joke, obviously. Don't want to tempt fate, but like, how many fucking every day for the past 2 weeks? Hey, have you heard Asmongold supports the war? You should debate him.
Oh damn! I wonder if Fuentes reached out to Asmongold and Asmongold said no because it was too risky or something. The fuck is this? Oh. The FBI has warned police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. From what? You guys said from Mexico or from South America?
Nuclear. But have we eliminated nuclear threat? I mean, 9 months ago, President Trump said we obliterated the nuclear threat by bombing it, and now we're back, bombing again.
Was really,
I mean,
that was semantics. I think a lot of more people getting to disagree on that with that. And there was, kinds of conflicting kinds of reports on it, and that still made that there. And they also had the kinds of missiles that could theoretically even reach our nation. So now,
well, not yet. Sure that would have been many, many years, according to most intelligence and military experts. It would have taken them many more years. But you're right; they were trying to get them, and that's not good. But have we eliminated nuclear threat? I mean, 9 months ago, President Trump said we obliterated the nuclear threat by bombing it, and now we're back.
Based. Okay. I have a meeting I was supposed to go to 6 minutes ago. Let me see if there's any final things. Wait. There is no better military than the United States of America. Wow. Brave. Oh. Oh, wait, never mind. Hold on. I just understood this. Wait. Technically, so I guess if you, like, for me stuff. Well, hold on. Is Ahmed Network Services... Well, they're all registered under the same fund group, right? Because, like, if we're going to say that the Ahmed stuff is because it's only funded via the LLCs, I guess, and the trust or whatever the fuck else. You can look at like this. So this is the 2022 1630 fund, and you can see who they've donated or given money to. And they've donated money to one of the Ahmad Network Services LLC. So like, that was only $45,000, which is the same amount of money that Taylor Lorenz was paid. But like, could I not argue that like, okay, well, if the 1630 fund is bad dark money, they send money to Ahmad Network Services LLC, which is somehow ends up in this Ahmad trust that sends money because we don't have any reporting for what goes in or out of that trust. They send money to the Ahmad fund, and then that's what pays out the Reporters in Residence program via 1099s. Like, could you not argue this? I don't know. It seems like this just seems like a retarded fucking term. This dark money term just seems fucking retarded. Okay, quick meme. YouTuber shot, killed, leaving a gas station. I don't need to watch somebody die. I'm good. We've seen enough death.
Sir, in Arizona, why did the FBI seize election records in that state?
Well, they probably thought the election was rigged, right?
It wasn't rigged, though.
Oh, really? How do you know?
Your own Attorney General in 2020 said that there was not measurable voter fraud to change the outcome of the election.
I think it was rigged.
There's no evidence, sir. Where's the evidence of that?
It wasn't rigged. You're a rotten reporter.
Where's the evidence of that?
True. Got him. Okay. Dress, snow, palm, jazz, you, lift, spruce, traffic, pine, pocket, oi, pinch, he, ice cream, spiff, me. Wait. Jesus. Okay. Snow, white, ice cream, white. Spiff? Wee? Is this like wee wee? Jazz. Palm Beach? Pine Beach? Dress. Dress up? Lift up? Pinch? Pocket? Lift. Oh my god. For stealing. Palm. Oh, I'm a god. Boom. Yep. Damn, that was only the yellow one. Okay, okay. Oh, let's dress this up. Let's spruce this up. Spiff it up. Jazz it up. Boom. Okay, okay. Cones. Traffic cone. Snow cone. Ice cream cone. Pine cone. Boom, 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 boom. He. We. Me. And you? I don't know what the fuck this is. You could say you is ye? This is... Oh, you. Whatever. Okay, I got it. Never mind. Okay, be careful. Don't die.